Hello and welcome you all. We are back with the mock 4 discussion. Okay, so physics part I'm taking. After me, chemistry part will be there, that will be taken by Gaurav sir, and then Dipendra sir will discuss the maths portion. So this was fourth mock. You might have seen few of the questions in physics lengthy. Yes, we have kept them so that you identify those lengthy questions, try to skip few of them, and there are many questions which were very straightforward, and attempt those scoring questions. This is what you have to identify in the exam. Okay, in like an actual mains paper in January attempt, we had seen that in few of the shifts the paper was lengthy, few of the questions were lengthy, and those questions you had to identify and skip them as of now and attempt them at the end. So same strategy you need to follow to solve here also. Now let us begin the discussion with question number 1. First question, it's a simple question, direct question. These type of questions should not be skipped at any cost. Now let us start. A projectile is launched with velocity 40 meter per second at an angle of 60 degree. At first, the first time when the velocity makes 45 degree with the horizontal is, so the particle is projected like this at an angle 60 degree. It will go like this. Let us take here, this velocity is making an angle of 45 degree with the horizontal. Now we need to find how much is the time for this instant. Many ways to solve this. One of the fundamental thing is the horizontal component of velocity will remain the same. Okay, I can find the speed, then I can relate with the vertical component, and then I can say how much is the time. So initial, the speed is 40 meter per second. Here let us take the speed is v. So I can say 40 cos 60 has to be equal to my v cos 45. Why so? Because in horizontal direction in projectile the velocity remains constant. The acceleration is 0. So 40 by 2, that is 20, is equals to v by root of 2. So v comes out to be 20 root 2. 20 root 2 means along the horizontal also it is 20, along the vertical also it is 20. So if I take the vertical component here, how much it is? 20 root 2 sine 45, so this is 20. Initial vertical component was 40 sine 60. So 40 into root 3 by 2, that is 20 root 3. Now along vertical direction I can use equation v is equals to u plus at, because I need time. I know the initial speed, I know the final speed, okay, velocity along y-axis, I know the acceleration along y-axis, I can find time. So v is equals to u plus at, this I am using along y. What is v? V is 20. What is u? U is 20 root 3. What is acceleration? Minus g. So g we are taking here as 10. Okay, so minus 10 into t we need to find. So this 10, this 10, this 10 is getting cancelled, and t we got as 2 root 3 minus 2 seconds. 2 into root 3 minus 1 second. First option. Clear? Next question. This is a question from AC. Seems a bit lengthy, but not that lengthy. Vishwash Dubey. Hello Vishwash. An AC circuit contains a resistor R and an inductor L and a capacitor C. Now I know that many of the students are not able to attend this live. I have already mentioned that is completely okay, but make sure you watch the recorded version. Okay, at least those questions which you have difficulty with, at least watch those questions nicely. Now connected in series, when it is connected to an AC generator of fixed output voltage and variable frequency. Okay, the current in the circuit is found to be leading the applied voltage by pi by 4 when the frequency is f1, and when the frequency is f2, the current is lagging by an angle of pi by 4. So two things. First of all, let us draw the circuit. This is V. Here the current will be moving I. How much is the phase difference between current and voltage? How to find? I can draw the impedance triangle. Yes, these are mock test questions. So we have to draw the impedance triangle. So draw the impedance triangle. So impedance triangle, this we have XC minus XL, this we have R, and this is our Z, and this angle is phi. Initially, this phi is plus pi by 4. Okay, so case 1, this phi is plus pi by 4. So I will say 10 of pi by 4, that is 1, is equals to XC minus XL divided by R. Case 2, this phi is minus pi by 4 because the current is lagging, then it should be minus 1. Minus 1 is equals to XC minus XL by R. Okay, so minus 1 is equals to, but here my XC and XL will be different because the frequency is different. So let us write as XC dash minus XL divided by R. R will be the same. Okay, now using these two, I know F1, F2, I will relate XC and XL with F1 and F2, and then I have to find the resonant frequency. Resonant frequency is omega, that is 1 by root of LC. This is resonant angular frequency. I can find the resonant frequency by putting this omega naught is equals to 2 pi f. Now, right here, nicely the equations. So I can say R is equals to, XC is my 1 by omega C, omega 1C, XL is omega 1L. Similarly here, R is equals to, XL, if I take the minus sign on the other side, this will become XL dash minus XC. So XL dash will be omega 2C minus XC is 1 by omega 2, sorry, omega 2L. XL dash is omega 2L minus 1 by omega 2 into C. This is XC dash. Okay, now equate these two. I can say 1 by omega 1 C minus omega 1 L is equal to omega 2 L minus 1 by omega 2 C. Take this, I'll say what you can do is take this on the other side, L part, okay. So omega 1 L, omega 2 L, so this will become omega 1 plus omega 2 into L, and take this on the left, 1 by omega 2 C, so this will become 1 by C into 1 by omega 1 plus 1 by omega 2, so that will become omega 1 plus omega 2 divided by omega 1 omega 2, like this. So from here, this omega 1 plus omega 2 part is getting cancelled, and I got my 1 by LC is basically equals to omega 1 omega 2, and omega naught is 1 by root LC. It means omega naught is basically equal to root of omega 1 omega 2. Therefore, my F naught will be equal to root of F1 into F2. Root of F1 into F2, that is fourth option. A bit lengthy, but conceptually it was easy. Easy question. Yes, conceptually it is easy, but certainly we have to write the equations, we have to solve those equations, and then eventually we will get F naught. Next question. Now these type of questions, these are moderate questions, not difficult, but certainly may take some time. So moderate questions don't do at the first go. So whenever you start the paper, first of all select the simplest one. Okay, do the simplest one, which are one step questions. Okay, you have to do one step calculations and get the answer. Those type of questions should be done first, then do the moderate, and at the end do the difficult. Now next question. A uniform electric field this exists in space. Consider this point, these points. How many of these points are at the same potential? Are at the same potential means they lie on the equipotential surface. How many of these points? As that of P. Now electric field is along y-axis. It means if you move along y-axis, my potential will change. In the direction of electric field, potential decreases. In the direction opposite to the electric field, potential increases. In the direction perpendicular to the electric field, potential remains same. It means If y is same, potential will be same? Yes. Okay. So if y is same, v is same. I need points which are having same potential as that of P. What is y here? Y is 0. So all those points which are having y coordinate as 0 are correct. So 0, here also 0, and here it's not 0, here it is 0, and here it is not 0. So how many points we have? 1 and 2 points. How many of these points are at same potential as that of P? Now we are not including P here. I think we should not include P. Out of ABCD, we should not include P. So 2 points. The answer should be 2. Here, what is the answer by the way? This is our question number. Yes, answer is 2 only, because from ABCD how many points? So don't say we are including P. Answer should be 2 only. Next, a uniform solid disk of radius r and mass m is free to rotate in a frictionless pivot. So here is the pivot. It can rotate like this, free. Through a point on its rim, the disk is released from rest in the position shown, okay, from this position, where the diameter through the pivot is along horizontal. So if I draw the diameter here with a dark color so that you can see, so this line is horizontal, this is horizontal. Then the speed of the center of mass when the diameter through the pivot is vertical. Okay, then the diameter becomes vertical. Initially the center of mass is here, then the center of mass will come here. Decrease in the potential energy is equals to increase in the kinetic energy. Simple conservation of mechanical energy. Okay, so decrease in the potential energy is center of mass came down by a distance of r. By a distance of r, decrease in potential energy is equals to increase in kinetic energy. Conservation of mechanical energy. So decrease in potential energy is mgr. Increase in kinetic energy. This disk is rotating about this axis, so I can write half I omega square about that, half into I. How much is I? Moment of inertia about this axis. It is rotating about this axis. This is a disk. So about this axis we are having moment of inertia mr square by 2. So about this axis we will have 3 by 2 mr square. 3 by 2 mr square. How I am saying that? By using parallel axis theorem. Mr square by 2 plus mr square. So 3 by 2 mr square, half I into omega square. Okay, and the speed of the center of mass we need, speed of the center of mass will be r into omega. So r square omega square will become my VCM square. M is getting cancelled. 2, this will become 4 rg by 3. This is my r square omega square. So VCM comes out to be root of 4 rg by 3. Root of 4 rg by 3, that is 2 into gr by 3 whole root. Yes, I think fourth option is matching. Okay, fourth is the correct answer here. Tough, very tough. Free fire. Which question you are talking about? Can you mention? This question is not tough. Okay, simple conservation of mechanical energy. This question was also not tough, straightforward. Just by looking at this you can solve it. This was not conceptually tough, but yes, lengthy, because multiple steps are there. Next, 6 equal charges are placed at vertices of a regular hexagon of circumference r. 5 vertices carry plus q, 1 carry minus q. The magnitude of electric field at the center is. Okay, this is a hexagon. It is having 5 charges as plus q, plus q, plus q, plus q, plus q, plus q. 1 charges minus q. Now, to find the electric field at center, simply use principle of superposition. Now, superposition you can apply in such a way that it becomes very easy to solve. How? make it like this. On this point, place 1 plus q and another, you can say, minus q, such that total charge will remain the same, plus q, plus q, plus q, plus q, here also plus q, and here we have now minus 2q. Isn't it? If you sum these up together, the total charge will be the same, isn't it? These all plus q's, okay, and 1 minus q. So plus q minus of 2q, that will give us minus q. I can say this is same as this. Is that clear? Question 4 once more. Okay, I'll come back to question 4. But please understand this first, because this is important. So this can be drawn like this. This is very important to understand. Okay, got it? Now, due to this configuration, due to the first configuration, I can say electric field at center is 0. Due to the first configuration. Why so? All equal charges symmetrically located, a resultant electric field will be 0 at center. Due to this, how much will be the electric field at center? If this distance, how much is the distance from the center? A circumradius is r, it means this radius is r. So here the electric field will not be 0, certainly, and the electric field will be, let me use this color, electric field will be in this direction, and how much? So this will be k into 2q divided by r square. So 0 plus this field will give me the resultant. So resultant field comes out to be this only, that is k 2q divided by r square. K is 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught. So this will become 2kq divided by r square. That is second option. Yeah. How 2q came? Good question. I am drawing this as this plus this. Now, if you overlap these two diagrams, so what will happen? These 5 plus q are there, okay. This is plus q, this is minus 2q. When they will overlap, resultant charge will be minus q, which is this. Why I wrote it like this? Because here I can say due to all these charges, electric field at center is 0. Now only write due to this 2q. It says 5 vertices has plus q and 1 vertices has minus q. Yes, this is the original diagram. This I can draw as this plus this. This is principle of superposition. Understood? Great, great. This was an important concept to understand. Many times in mains, and I think I'm not sure about advanced. I think we had some question. Yes, if I'm not wrong. But yes, these type of questions are many times asked by mains. So make sure you understand it nicely. Now coming to question number 4. Yes, in this question number 4, we applied conservation of mechanical energy. This disk is rotating like this. Okay, so as the center of mass is going down, my potential energy is decreasing. Total mechanical energy is same. First time saw this concept. Okay, might be, but this is quite well known concept. If you are new to this, understand it now. Okay, so here the potential energy is decreasing as the center of mass is coming down. So potential energy will decrease, kinetic energy will increase, because total, yeah, question 4 understood, because total mechanical energy is conserved. So decrease in potential energy is mg into r. The center of mass came down by height of r. This is decrease in potential energy. Increase in kinetic energy is half I omega square. Because initially omega was 0, here omega is there, okay. So half I omega square. I, moment of inertia about this axis, because it is rotating about this axis. Now moving to question number 6. Yeah, 5 we did. In Thomson's model, an atom is a spherical cloud of positive charges with electrons embedded in it. Yes, this is true. True. Both the Thomson as well as Rutherford model constitute an unstable system. Now, Rutherford, we know very well that that was an unstable system. Why? Because as the electron is accelerating around the nucleus, accelerating charge will emit electromagnetic wave. As electromagnetic waves are emitted, the energy will decrease, it will slow down, come closer to the nucleus, eventually, it will collapse, atom will collapse. So Rutherford had that limitation. For J.J. Thomson also, he didn't explain how these charges, how these negative charges which are distributed inside the cloud of positive charge, okay, inside the cloud of positive charge are at rest. How they are at stable equilibrium? That is not mentioned. That is not mentioned, isn't it? Why they are not moving? How they can be at rest like this? So he could not explain. So this was also unstable. So this is true. So both statement 1 and 2 are correct. Option 2. Option 2 here, okay. This is also correct. First is also correct. Next question. So, there we had option 2, not D. Work done by a system under isothermal changes from a volume V1 to V2 for a gas which obeys this equation. Now here this gas is obeying this equation. So don't consider PV is equals to nRT, okay, because they are mentioning, okay, gas is obeying this equation. Condition is isothermal, means temperature is constant at this condition. Don't say in isothermal I know the formula of work done, that is nRT ln V2 by V1. No, don't apply like this. Here the equation is different. Work done general formula is always the same. What is that? Work done is equals to integration of P dV. This is always the same, doesn't matter what type of process is, okay. This is how the work done is defined. Now we will solve by this way. So how to relate pressure and volume? From this equation I can relate pressure and volume. So pressure I can write as nRT divided by V minus beta n, okay, and then this part will go there, minus alpha n square by V square. This is my pressure, okay. Now pressure I wrote integration of this term with dV, and limit is volume changes from V1 to V2. So this will become my work done. Now I have to solve this. So here you understand this nRT, T is constant, so nRT I can take out, okay, nRT we can take out here. We can do this question by dimensions also. Is it like that? Okay, might be, but anyways, first of all let us do the derivation. Let us understand the concept here. By the way, nRT is constant, I'll take nRT out, so nRT, then this is variable 1 by V minus beta n. If I integrate this with respect to V, it will become ln of V minus beta n divided by differentiation of this term, that is 1, minus limit I will put, okay, minus. Now integrate this, 1 by V square integration will be minus 1 by V. So plus alpha n square by V, and now put the limit that V goes from V1 to V2. This will be my work done. Then further write nRT ln, put the limits. So it will become V2 minus beta n divided by V1 minus beta n, okay, plus alpha n square, and this will become 1 by V2 minus 1 by V1. So 1 by V2 minus 1 by V1. So I can write like this, 1 by V1, like this. Now see which option is matching. nRT ln V2 minus beta n divided by V1 minus beta n, this term is there, okay, and plus V1 minus V2 divided by V1 V2 into alpha n square. Yeah, this term is also there. First is correct. If we see the other options, it should not be alpha, this is incorrect. In this option it should not be alpha, this is incorrect, and in this option I think this ratio is opposite, so this is also incorrect. First option is correct. Yes, yes, free fire, first is the correct answer. Great. Moving ahead, the graph between stopping potential and frequency of incident radiation is given below. The ratio of work function of the metal to Planck's constant is. Now work function and Planck's constant, can we relate that? Yes, we can relate that with my threshold frequency. We know that my work function is equals to h into mu naught, where mu naught is my threshold frequency. threshold frequency means the frequency at which the electron is just coming out with zero kinetic energy, means just coming out. So you know Einstein photoelectric equation, that is kinetic energy is equals to h mu minus phi naught. If you consider frequency such that it is just coming out with zero kinetic energy, so put k is equals to 0, you will get phi naught is equals to h into mu naught. So basically the ratio of work function to the Planck's constant, that is mu naught. Mu naught is the threshold frequency. How much is the threshold frequency? Threshold frequency means the stopping potential is 0. It is coming out with zero kinetic energy. So that is this frequency. So 1 into 10 to the power 14. 1 into 10 to the power 14. Yes, that is third option. Got it? Okay, yeah. Next question. A wire of cross-section area 2 into 10 to the power minus 6 carries a current of 50 ampere. If the number of free electrons per cubic meter is this, so this is my n, number of electrons per meter cube, calculate the drift velocity of the electrons. So how we relate drift velocity with the current? You know the formula. What is that formula? I is equals to NEA into V drift. From here I can write what is my V drift. So V drift is equals to I divided by NEA. What is I? I is 50. So 50 divided by N is 5 into 10 to the power 28 into A is charge of electron 1.6 into 10 to the power minus 19 into area of cross section. Area of cross section is 2 into 10 to the power minus 6. Now let me do the calculations. So this is minus 19, so 25, so 10 to the power minus 3 will remain in the numerator. Yes. And what else? 5 into 2, so this is 50 by 16. 50 divided by 16, yes, into 10 to the power minus 3. And this I can write as 25 divided by 8 into 10 to the power minus 3. How much is 25 divided by 8? 3 point like that. That is third option, into 10 to the power minus 4. Sorry. 10 to the power, not like this. Is there anything missing? NEAVD, area of cross section is also correct. Current is also correct. And N is also correct. Minus 19, this is 25. Minus 3 will go in the numerator. 50 divided by 16, which is 25 divided by 8. And this is 3 point something. I think there is some typing error in this question, I think. Let me check. This is question number 9. So, I think 10 to the power is not proper here. I'm just checking the actual paper. Question number 9. So this is 3.14 into, options are correct. Options are like that only. So where we did 19, 6, 25, this was 28. Free electrons per cubic meter, calculate the drift velocity of the electrons. 28, and this was, everything seems fine. This is 50 divided by N is 5 into 10 to the power 28 into 1.6 into 10 to the power minus 19. Area is 2 into 10 to the power minus 6. 25 it is, and 10 to the power minus 3. 50 divided by 5 into 2, 10, so 16. So 50 divided by 16 is 25 by 8. So this will become 3 point something into 10 to the power minus 3. I think there is some error in the paper itself. So this should be 10 to the power minus 3, and then we will have third as the correct answer. 1.6 is left. No, I considered 1.6. 1.6 into 5 into 2. 5 into 2 is 10, so 1.6 into 10 becomes my 16. No. This 5 and this 2. 5 into 2 is 10. This is correct. This is correct. This is correct. Everything is fine. This should be 10 to the power minus 3. No, I didn't forgot the decimal place. I'm again mentioning. No, Here the decimal place is 1.6, so I consider this 5 into 2, 10. So 10 into 1.6 becomes 16. 50 is there. From this 10 to the power minus 25 is there. This is 28. So minus 3 will go in the numerator. Okay, next question. The xt graph of particle performing SHM is shown in the figure. The maximum acceleration of the particle will be, how we write the maximum acceleration? How we write the acceleration, by the way? Acceleration is minus omega square x. If you ask the magnitude of maximum acceleration, I will say that is omega square a. Okay, how much is omega? Time period we know that is 12. So time period is 12 and time period we can write as 2 pi by omega. So omega is pi by 6. Omega is pi by 6. So use it, pi by 6 whole square into amplitude. Amplitude is 4. I got 87 percentile in the first attempt due to silly mistakes. Can I improve to 99 I'm a partial dropper? Yes, you can. There is no doubt about that. You can improve because you did many silly mistakes. So improving silly mistakes is easy. Okay, just you need to have some confidence. So do some more practice. Okay, try to solve questions under the time limits. So that will give you that boost slowly. Take some time, but yes, you'll have that boost and eventually those silly mistakes will, once you have confidence in yourself, the silly mistakes will go. So improving silly mistakes is not that difficult, and also see which topics you are lacking in your first attempt. Okay, so mention all those topics, work on those topics as well. So overall, if you see, you can do a lot of improvement. Good opportunity you have. So here, what is the answer? This will become 4 divided by 36 into pi square, and this is 9. So this is pi square by 9. Pi square by 9, that is second option. Next, if current I is switched on when spring was at natural length in the rectangular current carrying wire, okay, then maximum elongation in the spring, okay, then maximum elongation in the spring is. So initially the spring was at its natural length, means there was no elongation in the spring, and then the current is switched on. So downward force mg is there, one force on this loop, downward force mg is there. How the magnetic field force will be? Now this part is out of the magnetic field, no force due to magnetic field. If you talk about the side parts, so IL cross B, this force is in this direction, IL cross B, this force is in this direction, both the forces will be equal, so they will cancel actually. And then on this part, so the current is like this, IL cross B, so magnetic force is coming downward, so downward force is BIL. Now these two forces are downward, upward force is my Kx, but initially that x was 0, no spring force was there. Now it will move down and it will stop. Where it will stop? Where the work done by mg and BIL will be equal to the potential energy stored in the spring. So I can say that half K into x square is equal to BIL plus mg into x. Work done by these forces is equal to the potential energy stored in the spring. There momentarily this loop will come to rest. So at that instant the elongation will be maximum. My x is getting cancelled here, so x became 2 into BIL plus mg divided by K. Don't say we will apply equilibrium and the answer will be 1. No. Like forget BIL, if mg is there, only gravity is acting, let us take, spring force is there, how much will be the maximum elongation? Half kx square is equals to mgx, that we will write there. Okay, so there, that no, that is not equal to kx, that is not equal to kx, this equation is there. Conservation of mechanical energy, apply that, don't apply equilibrium. सर आप तो आकाश में पढ़ाते थे जनकपुर. I was in Akash, yes, before this. Next question. The massless rod is suspended by two identical springs AB and CD of equal length. Blocks of mass M is suspended from pivot O, okay, here, such that BO is equal to X. This length is given as X. This rod is massless. Further, it is observed that frequency of first harmonic in AB is equal to second harmonic in CD. So let us take here the tension is T1, here the tension is T2, here frequency of first harmonic, okay. How will I write? This is a, you can say, string. How we write? NV by 2L, okay. So here let us take speed is V1. So V1 divided by 2L1 first harmonic is equal to frequency of second harmonic in other. So 2 into V2 divided by 2 into length L2. The lengths are equal, identical strings AB and CD of equal length. So L1 is equals to L2. This 2 is also getting cancelled. So I got V1 is equal to 2V2. How to relate V1 and V2? V in a string, the speed of sound in a string is root of T by mu. So write V1 as root of T1 by mu and write V2 as root of T2 by mu. Now the point is mu is same. Mu is same because these are identical strings. So T1 comes out to be 4T2. So T1 comes out to be 4T2. Now apply rotational equilibrium. I can apply about this point. So T1 into X, this is my clockwise torque, is equals to this anti-clockwise torque, that is T2 into L minus X. T1 is equals to 4T2, put it, 4T2 into X is equals to T2 into L minus X. This T2 is getting cancelled. 4X is equals to L minus X. 5X is equals to L. X comes out to be L by 5. X comes out to be L by 5, that is first option. Okay, great. Next question. Yeah, this is a velocity of image question. A mirror of radius of curvature 20 centimeter and an object which is placed at distance of 15 centimeter, both are moving with velocity 1 centimeter per second and 10 centimeter per second. So this is 1 centimeter per second. This mirror is moving towards the right with speed 10 centimeter per second. Radius of curvature is 20. It means focal length is 20 by 2. That is 10 centimeter. Find the velocity of image at this situation. So how to relate velocity of image and velocity of object? So first of all, write the mirror formula. 1 by V plus 1 by U is equals to 1 by F. Differentiate this with respect to time. So this will become minus 1 by V square into dV by dt minus 1 by U square into du by dt is equals to this 1 by F. F is constant with respect to time. F is not changing, so 0. dV by dt is velocity of image with respect to mirror. Du by dt is velocity of object with respect to mirror. Why with respect to mirror? Because I measure this distance V and U from mirror. Getting it? Plus one student from Kerala aiming for EC at NIT Trichy. Okay, great, all the best. Okay, so here this is velocity of image with respect to mirror. This is velocity of object with respect to mirror. Try to understand why with respect to mirror, because we measure distance U and V from the mirror. Therefore, these distances are with respect to mirror. Now, write it. So, I can say velocity of image with respect to mirror is equal to minus of V square by U square, that is minus of magnification square into velocity of object with respect to mirror. This is derivation. I did derivation such that you understand it properly. I am doing derivation, otherwise I will be writing this formula directly and solving this question. I did derivation so that you understand nicely. I did the derivation in the one shot also. The one shot that is uploaded for ray optics recently, you can see their derivation is there for velocity of image due to a mirror also, due to lens also, due to plane mirror also, everything is there. Now, what I need what is the magnification for this particular case. Now use the mirror formula. I am using it 1 by V plus 1 by u. U is minus of 15, isn't it? Yes, because the object is here 15 distance, and is equals to 1 by f. F is 10 centimeter in length, but the sign is minus, so minus 1 by 10. So 1 by v is equals to 1 by 15 minus 1 by 10. You can take 30 as LCM, 2 minus 3. Okay, so that is minus 1 by 30. So v comes out to be minus 30. So magnification is minus v by u, that is minus of minus 30 divided by minus of 15. So this comes out to be minus 2. Now write it. Velocity of image with respect to mirror is equals to minus of 2 square, minus 2 square, that is 4. Okay, velocity of object with respect to mirror. What is velocity of object with respect to mirror? Object is moving in this direction with 10 centimeter per second, but that is with respect to ground. With respect to mirror, it will be this velocity minus the velocity of mirror. So minus minus plus. So this is 11 centimeter per second with respect to mirror, and minus I cap. So 11 centimeter per second, everything okay, minus I cap. So this is 44 meter per second plus I cap, okay, I cap, centimeter per second, everything was in centimeter per second, centimeter per second. So this is velocity of image with respect to mirror. What I need? Velocity of image. So this is velocity of image minus velocity of mirror, and to write velocity of image, it will become 44 I cap plus velocity of mirror, that is 1 I cap. So 1 I cap. So this is 45 I cap. That is second option. This took some time because I did the derivation, otherwise I will be starting from this question from here. I expect you that you should keep this formula in mind. This is for mirror. One student from Kerala. Currently, I am average in board exams. If I start studying for JEE from this summer vacation onwards, can I achieve it? Okay, you will be appearing next year. You are talking about next year. You are appearing. Certainly, you have enough time. No doubt. Next question. An astronaut is orbiting the Earth in a circular orbit where his centripetal acceleration is this. Take acceleration due to gravity as g, okay, from the Earth's surface, and at that surface, and the acceleration, the Earth's radius is r, the height at which the astronaut is. So let us take the astronaut is moving like this. This is my Earth. The astronaut is moving like this. How much is the centripetal acceleration? A centripetal is in this direction, and that is v square by r, if this radius is r. Yes? Yes, what is v? V is root of gm by r. So square, so this will become gm by r, so into 1 by r, so gm by r square. And this is given as 2.5 meter per second square. Now multiply and divide with r square, radius of Earth. Now see this term, which term I am talking about? This term. What is this? This is my small g, which is 10 meter per second square. So 10 into r square divided by small r square is equals to 2.5. So 2.5 into 4 is 10. So r square comes out to be 4 of r square. So r is equals to twice of r. But what we need? What we need? The height of the satellite. I need height. Height means this distance. This is r. From center it is 2r. From here this is r. So the option is, third option is correct. Sir, plus 2 students will have batch right from 2027 as right for 2027 aspirants. Yes, yes, we are going to launch plus 2 batch, that will be there. Okay, so the announcement will be done on the Vishwas Divas, 28th of Feb. All the details will come. Okay, so don't worry about that. We are planning batches for both the students, for class 11 students also, for class 12 students also, and droppers also. So all the details will come with time. So don't worry about that. We are there to help you. Next question, let us read it out. In the electrical network shown, okay, a voltmeter reads 6 volt when connected across a 120 ohm resistor in series with 60 ohm resistor as shown and a 12 volt battery. Okay, assuming the voltmeter is known, ideal, find the resistance of voltmeter. So here it reads 6 volt. It means across this the drop is 6 volt and across this the drop is 6 volt. Total is 12 volt. Across this is 6 volt, across this is 6 volt. It means both the resistors has to be equal. It means the parallel combination of this voltmeter and 120 should have a equivalent resistance which is equal to 60. Common sense, isn't it? Yes. Now 60 is combination of this. You can say, let us take R volt, this is my RV. Okay, RV into 120 divided by RV plus 120. I can say RV is equals to 120. 120 in parallel with 120 will give us 60. Common sense, no calculation is needed. So what is the answer? Second option is the correct answer. Okay, moving ahead. In the a snake of mass m and length l is lying on incline of inclination 30 degree. It crawls up slowly and overhangs half its length vertically. Initially, the total length is like this. Now L by 2 is here and L by 2 is here remaining. Okay, along the length hanging part. Okay, so what we need, find the work done by the snake against gravity. How much is the work done? Work done is equals to change in the potential energy. Work done is equal to change in the potential energy. So just here, if I write the potential energy as U1, here I write the potential energy as U2. So this is U2 minus U1. That's all. Sir, I have a doubt. If I'm planning to attempt JEE in 2027 January attempt, what is the ideal month before I should complete all my concepts and theory and start to do PYQ? This is not the way. It's not that first you have to complete all the concepts and theory and then you have to do PYQ and then you have to appear for the exam. No. When you will be learning the concept, when you will be solving the when you will be learning the concepts and understanding the theory, at that time only you have to do the practice of PYQs. Okay, that time only you have to do practice of, you can say, questions from the modules, question from the class notes, question from the live sessions that we are having, and questions from PYQs of that topic. That this thing is, you have to do parallelly. Don't say at the end we will do the PYQs, whole throughout the year we will study theory and clear our concept. No, it's not like that. Not like that. I understood physics just by solving questions. Okay, I understood physics just by solving questions. I remember my JEE days. So understanding just theory is superficial unless until you do questions. Once you do questions, then those concepts will be, strongly imbibed in your head. And then you will say, oh yes, I got this. Unless until you solve some questions in projectile, you just, go through some one shot of the projectile, let us take. Certainly you saw the teacher solving the question, but unless until you solve the question yourself, those core concepts of the projectile motion or any topic will not be very clear to you. You will have a superficial understanding. Yes. So my way to understand any topic, any concept is solving questions. You did class, you understood the concepts. Unless until you solve questions, you cannot say, I understood this. If you are able to solve the questions, then you can say with confidence, sir, any question from this topic I can solve. Any question. And that will be when you do practice. Not because many times, like things appear simple, but when you try to solve the question, then you will actually get the doubts. Okay, in this particular case, what should be done? Why we did like this? Unless until you solve questions, you will not get those doubts. Teacher is teaching, you will say, okay, no, everything is clear, everything is going fine. But when you sit with notebook and pen, try to solve some questions, then you will get doubt. Oh, here, why it is written like this? Why this negative sign is considered here? Why not positive sign? Why this expression we are considering here? So those type of doubts will be rectified only when you will do practice. Okay. Potential energy in this case, potential energy in this case, for potential energy, we take reference. So I am taking the maximum, the topmost point as my reference. I am moving down, so minus height I will consider. Where is the center of mass of this? The center of mass is here at a distance of L by 2, at a distance of L by 2 from here. So how much is this height then? L by 2 cos 60. So this is L by 2 cos of 60, because this angle is 60, okay. L by 2 cos 60. So when I write U1 is m minus, because height is negative in the downward, so minus mg L by 2 cos 60, so L by 4. Now write U2. This is L by 2, this is L by 2. Let us write separately. For this, the center of mass is here at a depth of L by 4. This mass is m by 2. So if I write the potential energy for this, so minus m by 2 m into g into h is L by 2, L by 4. Why minus? Because it is in the downward direction. This part I wrote, now write for this part. This is L by 2, center of mass will be at its center here, okay. So this distance is L by 4, L by 4 cos 60 is L by 8, okay. So this vertical height L by 2 cos 60. So let me use the same color. So this is again here minus mass is half g into L by 2 cos of 60 L by 4. Yes, now write it properly. So U2 comes out to be mg L by 8, and this is how it is coming same, by the way, I did some mistake, L by 4. This was L by 4, L by 4 cos of 60, sorry, L by 4 cos of 60 will be L by 8, this was L by 8, okay. And I can write it like this, 16, I can multiply and divide with 2, so 16 and 16, and here this is minus 3 mg L by 16, so that is my U2. So now write U2 and U1, minus 3 by 16, and here we are having minus 1 by 4. So minus 1 by 4 you can write as 4 by 16. So plus 4 by 16 into mgl I took as common. So what it is now? mgl by 16. This is the work done by the snake against gravity, that is option 4. From where did I want to start? Which batch is good for me? Got a PW English playlist. Is that good for me as a starter? Can you guide me? Anshul is asking, can you please mention, are you currently in 10th class or like 11th class or 12th class, or you are dropper, you appeared this year? Please mention, then I can tell. I don't know like which batch, which class you are in currently. Next question. The magnetic field in the region is decreasing in such a way that dB by dt is gamma. Okay, that is clear. If the resistance per unit length of this loop is a lambda, the current flowing in the loop is given by, first of all, find the induced EMF. Induced EMF divided by resistance will be my current. Now, how to write induced EMF? We know induced EMF is equals to minus d phi by dt. So first of all, write phi. How will you write the flux through this loop? So phi is equals to the magnetic field into the area. Area is pi r square. What is the radius, by the way? Is that mentioned? Yes, that is r. So pi r square. Write it here. So E induced is equals to minus of dB by d phi by dt. Okay. So pi r square is constant. I am taking that out. So it will become pi r square into dB by dt. Like this. And dB by dt is given as gamma, okay, and it is decreasing. So E induced, I am just writing the magnitude first, pi r square into gamma. So the current is equals to the induced EMF divided by the resistance. So what is that? Pi r square gamma divided by, how much is the resistance? Resistance per unit length is lambda. So lambda into the length of the loop. So lambda into 2 pi r. Pi 1 r. So r gamma divided by 2 lambda. Clockwise or anti-clockwise? Now you see here the magnetic field is decreasing. Magnetic field is decreasing. It means the flux is decreasing in the inside direction. It means it will try to oppose the change. The induced current will come in such a way that it will try to oppose the change. So what the induced current will do? It will increase the flux inside the plane. Inside the plane flux is decreasing now. So it will try to increase the flux inside the plane. So its current will come such that the flux due to this will be inside like this. Let me use another color so that it is visible. So it is going like this. So it is clockwise. That is third option. Clockwise it is. Next, a temperature difference of 120 degrees Celsius. 120 degrees Celsius is maintained between two ends of a uniform rod of length 2L. Another bent rod PQ of same cross section area as that of AB and length 3L by 2, okay, L by 4 and L, 3L by 2 is connected across AB. In steady state, the temperature difference between P and Q is. Draw an equivalent electric circuit. Draw equivalent electrical circuit. So I am drawing now. See this. Understand it. Let me draw separately here. This length is L by 2. This resistance is R. I am considering R resistance for length L. This length is L. So resistance is R. This is P. This is Q. This length is L by 2 only. Okay. So this resistance is again R by 2. Total length is 2L. Yes, this remaining is L by 2 only. How much is this length? 3L by 2. So this resistance is 3R by 4. Now 3R by 4 and R are in parallel. Find the equivalent resistance of this parallel combination. These two. Equivalent will become 3R by 4 into R, R1 R2 divided by R1 plus R2. So 3R by 4 plus R, that will be 7R by 4. R by 4 is getting cancelled. So this is 3R by 7. 3R by 7. Now draw the equivalent again. This R, then 3R by 7, then again, wait a minute, this was not R, this was R by 2. R by 2. Length is L by 2, so the resistance is R by 2. Here length is L by 2, so the resistance is R by 2. This is R by 2. And this is also R by 2. I need what is the temperature difference between these 2 points. How to write that? You can find how much is the thermal current into the resistance. Potential difference is equals to, between 2 points is equals to resistance into the current. Okay, so here instead of current we will have thermal current. Instead of potential difference we will have the temperature difference. So how much is the thermal current? Total temperature difference of 120 is applied between A and B. So delta T is 120. So thermal current is equals to my temperature difference divided by equivalent resistance. Temperature difference is 120 divided by total resistance is R by 2, 3R by 7. So R plus 3R by 7. How much is that? 10R by 7. R plus 3R by 7. Okay. This is my R equivalent. So this becomes 10R by 7. 10 got cancelled. So this is 12 into 7 divided by R. How much it is? 84 divided by R. Okay. Then we need difference between these 2 points. Now I know current.
So delta T here, let us take this delta T PQ, I can say, is equals to the current into the resistance, 84 by R into the resistance, that is 3R by 7. R got cancelled, 7, 12, this is 36 degrees Celsius. Will be close to 35. By the way, it is coming exactly 36. So, which option was given in the answer key? Question number 18. This is question number 18. I think we did some calculation mistake. Huh? R by 2, R by 2, 3R by 4, parallel with R, that was 3R by 7. This became 10R by 7, delta T divided by 10R by 7, 12 into 7, 84. Delta PQ is 3R by 7 into this, 12 into 3. I think it's not matching. 18 is having first option, it is mentioned, by the way. Let us see again. I think something we have missed. R by 2, R by 2, R, this is 3R by, oh, yeah, I did a mistake. What is that mistake? This was 3R by 2. Length was 3R by 2, na? So, equivalent resistance will be 3R by 2, not 3R by 4. 3R by 2. Now, 3R by 2 in parallel with R. 3R by 2 in parallel with R. So, 3 by 2 divided by 5 by 2. So, what it is? 3 by 5R. I am rubbing it again. Yeah. So, we are having this R by 2, then this 3R by 5, and then this R by 2. If I write the thermal current, delta T divided by R equivalent. What is delta T? 120 divided by, what is the total resistance? 3R by 5 plus R by 2 plus R by 2. So, that is 8R by 5. 8R by 5. Okay. So, I can say this is 120 into 5 by 8R. Now, I need temperature difference between these 2 points, P and Q. I know the current here. So, delta T between P and Q will be the thermal current here into this resistance. So, 3R by 5 into the thermal current, which is 120 into 5 by 8R. So, this 5, this R got cancelled, and then what? This is 4 into 30, this is 2, 2 into 15, this became 45 degrees Celsius. Yes, 45, which is first option, that is coming exact. I am in 11th. Okay, if you are currently in 11th, then we are going to launch a batch, that is for, I think you are in 11th, you are going to 12th now. Yes. Okay, so we are going to launch a batch PW on like this platform only. So, you will get the complete details, that is our Prayash JEE English, okay, 2027. So, that batch will come for you, you can register in that. So, that is the best opportunity, you will get everything there in pure English. The output and yes, the other things, like we have one shots. So, if you want to like revise your 11th topics again, you can watch those one shots, okay, that will be very helpful for you, that will brush up all the 11th concepts, and then coming to appearing to 12th class will be easier for you. The output Y of the logic circuit is given below is 0 only when the output will be 0. This is A, this is B, this is a OR gate. So, this is A plus B, this is B, this is 1, and this is a AND gate. So, B into 1 is B. This is again a OR gate. So, A plus B plus B, sorry, A plus B plus B. B plus B is B only. So, this you can write as A plus B. Now, it will be 0 only when A and B both are 0. A is 0 and B is 0. Let me check if this my logic gate circuit is correct, because many times there are some typing errors in the logic gate circuit. This is question number 19. Yes, this is correct. Question number 20, a vessel whose bottom has round holes with the diameter this is filled with water. The maximum height to which the water can be filled without leakage. So this is a container. It is having some holes at the bottom. Now you are filling the water. Certainly due to surface tension, these small holes will try to hold that pressure. But after some time, what will happen? They will not be able to hold if the pressure is too much. If the level of the water increases too much, the pressure will be too much, the surface tension will not be able to hold that, the water will move. So what will be that critical condition? Okay, what will come? It will take a shape of a meniscus like this. Here the pressure is P naught at a depth h. At a depth h, here the pressure will be P naught plus rho gh. And from meniscus side also I can say this pressure is P naught. Here inside the pressure, that is the excess pressure we will consider, so that will become P naught plus 2T by R. So that pressure, you can say at critical condition these should be equal, only that then it will be critically able to hold that. So I can say P naught plus rho gh is equals to P naught plus 2T by R. P naught is getting cancelled, h comes out to be 2T by R rho g. Now what will be the radius of this meniscus? Critically, when this bubble is, or this meniscus is just going to burst, what will happen? This radius will be equal to the radius of the hole. What is that? Diameter is given 0.1 mm. So radius will be, when at the maximum height I am talking about, that will be 0.05 mm. Now do the calculations. So h is equals to 2 into what is T? What is T? 75 dyne per centimeter. So 75 dyne, convert that to Newton per centimeter, convert that to meter. So 10 to the power 2 will come, because this is in the denominator, 10 to the power 2 will come in the numerator. So 2T divided by R, this is R. So that is 5 into 10 to the power minus 5 into rho. What is rho? Rho is 1000. Yes, this is water. Yes, 10 to the power 3. Rho into G. G you can take as 10. And now you can do the calculations and you will get the answer. Clear? Let me do the calculations by the way. How much it is? 10 to the power minus 5 is getting cancelled, and 10 to the power 2 will get cancelled. Okay, here 10 to the power minus 2 will remain in the numerator. Okay, and then what else? 5 into 15, 15 into 2, 30. 30 into 10 to the power minus 2, that is 30 centimeter, fourth option. So the maximum height can be 30 centimeter. Beyond that you cannot go. This meniscus will burst, water will leak from this hole. Okay, this was now we are this was question number 20. Now we are moving to the numerical value type questions. Let us discuss what it is. Interference fringes were produced while using white light in a double slit arrangement when a mica sheet of uniform thickness of refractive index 1.6 is placed in path of light in front of one of the slit. The central fringe moves through a distance. This distance is equal to width of 30 interference bends, 30 lambda shift. You can say the path difference. Wavelength is this, the thickness of the mica sheet is. What is happening is, try to understand. This is the condition where the maxima will come, central maxima certainly at center, this path difference is equal to this path difference. Now what I did is, I introduced here a thin mica sheet. Due to this mica sheet, additional optical path is coming. Okay, additional optical path is coming. Therefore, this upper, the ray from the upper slit is having additional path. So lower has to travel some additional path such that the path difference will be 0 at central maxima, like this. So this shift is happening. Now here it is mentioned that this width is equal to 30 interference bands. 30 interference bands, it means if I talk about the path difference here, that is equal to 30 lambda. 30 lambda, okay, between these two. Here 0, here 30 lambda, and that 30 lambda came due to this. So 30 lambda is equals to, how much is the additional optical part due to this? That is mu minus 1 into t. This is the point. Now just put the values. So 30 into lambda is 4800 angstrom. Angstrom means 10 to the power minus 10 is equals to mu minus 1. 1.6 minus 1 is 0.6 into t. What is t? T we need to find. T. This is 10 to the power minus 7. 10 to the power minus 7 will remain. So this is this 10, so 10 to the power minus 6 will remain there, okay, is equals to 3 into 48 divided by 6, 3 into 2, 2 into 24. So T comes out to be 24 micrometer. Is this clear? Easy question. This is an easy question actually. Don't think it's a difficult question. Standard YDSC problem. And in mains also, this year this type of question was there. In yesterday's discussion I took that question. There was also one slit, one mica sheet was inserted, not mica sheet, another material sheet was inserted, and then we need to find similar type of thing there. Next question, a square brass plate of side this and thickness this is subjected to a force on its smaller opposite edge, causing a displacement of 0.02 centimeter. If the shear modulus is given as this, the value of the force is, simple thing, shear modulus question. You can say you applied a force like this, then it will bend like this. This displacement is given to us. You may take as delta x or x. This force is F. So shear modulus as eta we define like this is equals to shear stress F by A divided by shear strain that we write as theta. So theta, this theta is equal to tan theta, which is very small, I can write as x by L. So this will become F by A into theta, that is my x by L, that is this angle, okay, this angle, x by L. I'm taking this as L. Now from here I can say what I need, by the way, I need F. So F comes out to be eta A x by L. Eta Ax by L. Now put the values. What is eta? Eta is 0.4 into 10 to the power minus 11. 10 to the power, not minus 11, 10 to the power 11. Into, what is area? Square plate of side 1 meter and thickness is this, and the force is applied on the smaller opposite edge. Smaller edge means one side will be 1, another side will be 0.05. So area is 1 into 0.05. 0.005, sorry, 2 times 0. 0.005. And this L, this another, you can say this was 1 by 1, na? So one dimension of 1 that came in this area, another dimension of 1 will be here. So this L is basically equal to 1. Into x, what is x? X is, how much is x? 0.02 centimeter. So into 0.02 divided by L, L that is 1. Now what it is? Minus 3, minus 2, minus 1. 3 plus 2, 5, 5 plus 1, that is 6. So 10 to the power 5 will remain from here, and everything else is there, only 4 will be there. So in kilonewton if I write, so this will be 400 kilonewton. Is this correct? Let me check the calculations again. 1 into 0.005 into 0.02 centimeter, okay, 10 to the power minus 2 was also there. If that is there, 10 to the power 3 will remain, and then it will be just 4. Now this is okay. Next, the speed of electromagnetic wave in a medium whose dielectric constant is this and relative permeability is 4 is equals to. So how we write the speed? So V is equals to 1 by root of epsilon into mu r. This, not mu r, sorry, epsilon into mu. This you can write as permittivity, you can write as epsilon naught into epsilon r. Permeability as mu naught into mu r. Okay. Now this will become root of mu naught into epsilon naught. And what else is there? 2.25 into 4. 2.25 into 4. This. Okay. So what is root of mu naught into epsilon naught? That is 3 into 10 to the power 8 speed of light divided by 2.25 into 4 is root of 9. Okay, root of this, that is root of 9. So that becomes 3. So this became 10 to the power 8. So what it is? 1 into 10 to the power 8, n comes out to be 1. The speed of electromagnetic next question. A horizontal turnable spins at constant angular velocity, that is 20 radian per second. The coefficient of friction between the coin and the disc is 0.4. 3 coins are placed at this distance, and this distance. How many coins revolve without slipping? Okay, table is like this. From the center, let us take a coin is at a distance r. Now on this coin, the force of friction should be sufficient to provide the centripetal acceleration. If that is the condition, it will not slip. So centripetal acceleration is in this direction. Certainly force due to friction will also be in this direction. So I'll say my force of friction should be equals to mass into centripetal acceleration, because there is no other force along the table. Therefore only friction I am writing here. Mass into centripetal acceleration. Okay. Now another thing is my force of friction is, because this is a static friction has a limiting value, so that is less than equals to mu into n. Okay, n is mg, so F is less than equals to mu mg. F is mass into centripetal acceleration, that is less than equals to mu mg. M got cancelled. So centripetal acceleration should be less than mu g. What is centripetal acceleration? You can write omega square r, because omega is given to us. Omega square r should be less than equals to mu into g. What is mu? 0.4. 0.4 into g is 4. What is omega? Omega is 20. So 20 square into 4. So my r should be less than equals to 4 by 400. So r should be less than equals to 1 by 100. Means 1 centimeter. It should be less than 1 centimeter. This is greater than 1 centimeter, it will slip. This is greater than 1 centimeter, this is greater than 1 centimeter. How many coins revolve without slipping? 0. All the coins will slip. Next question. A parallel plate capacitor has a potential difference. This question number 23. I think this should be 24 then, isn't it? There is some number error. This is 22, 21. Okay, 20, 21, 22. This is 23. This is 24. And this is our last, which is 25. Last question. What it is? A parallel plate capacitor has potential difference at plate separation D. Okay, that is having some potential difference. A dielectric slab of thickness 3 mm and dielectric constant K is fully inserted. To maintain the same potential difference, the plate separation is increased by 1 mm. Find the value of K. So initially, this is the condition. This separation is D. So some charge will be there on the plates. Let us take Q minus Q. Q is equals to CV. So you can say V is equals to Q divided by C. Or let me write Q is equals to CV just. Q is equals to C into V. Okay, C you can write as A epsilon naught by D into V. This is my Q. So if I write my V, that is Q divided by A epsilon naught by D. Now what happened? We inserted a dielectric. If we insert dielectric, C will increase. If C will increase, my V will change, isn't it? If C increases, V will change because charge is constant. To make the V same, we increased the separation, and that separation is 1.5 mm. This D was 3 mm, so the dielectric is there inside 3 mm, and then rest inside the rest part, okay, this is increased, so the air will be there. So here if I say this is my dielectric, this is 3 mm, and here this is 1.5 mm, here this is air. 3 mm is my D, so this is D and this is D by 2. So these, I can say these are two capacitors in series. This is A K epsilon naught by D, and this is A epsilon naught divided by, separation is D by 2 now, D by 2. These two capacitors are there, and these two capacitors are in series, so just take the series combination of that, C1 C2 divided by C1 plus C2. Okay, how much is that? 2 into K divided by 2 plus K into A epsilon naught by D. This is my C dash now. Potential is same. If I write here potential, charge is same, Q divided by my C. What is that? My C dash. It means this C dash has to be equal to C. V is same, Q is same, C has to be same. So A epsilon naught by D, C is equal to C dash basically. So this I can equate with A epsilon naught by D. A epsilon naught by D, epsilon naught by D got cancelled. 2K is equals to 2 plus K. So K comes out to be 2. So K comes out to be 2. Okay. So we discussed all the questions in physics. Certainly few of the questions were lengthy this time. We mentioned here, or I should say we considered those questions in discussion, but when you solve in the exam, you have to intelligently think like which questions you need to skip. It's not that all 25 you have to attempt. Skip 3-4 very difficult question. It will save a lot of time. Okay, so first identify those. Okay, these 2-3 questions are very difficult. I'll skip them. If I'll have some time, I'll attempt them at the end. Okay, otherwise leave those questions. That is, you can say, good thing to do in the exam, and that must be done. Now Gaurav sir will join. Let us see if Gaurav sir is ready. So Gaurav sir, are you there? I'm just checking with Gaurav sir.
Hello, dear friends. Hello. Hello, people. Hello, everybody. So, 16th February gone. And thank you, Sumit sir. That was a very nice session, and I was actually also learning physics with you. So, I mean, it was quite, the questions were good, the explanation was awesome, and I was reading to some of the comments, and yes, so soon the whole of the detailed information will be out. So yes, definitely, yes, we are here for you, and we are coming up with fresh English batches. As sir has said, the details will be out soon, but boards are already running and we are running very short of time. So as far as the analysis that we have done, and it has been posted also, we have got here, I mean, more than expected response from your side, so thank you very much. But your upliftment in every aspect is our main priority. So for that, what you have to do is go through those one shots for learning. Step 2, in order to check that whether you are going on the right path or not, keep attempting these mock tests, because during boards there is a very quite high chance that you miss the essence of making that ABCD attempt regularly. So keep practicing, guys. Buy out some time through your time management skills, and you have to manage that time so that you can attempt those paper or that paper also. And with this analysis, obviously your doubts can be cleared. So Jhakas is saying yes, you all are doing hard work, sir. Okay, okay. Beta, our hard work is will be meaningless if you are not getting profit out of it. But because, thank you very much for that dopamine Jhakas junction, thank you. Because if you are getting any benefit, even one student is getting any benefit from this, then our job is done. We'll be although catering to the maximum efficiency that we have, so that 1 can become 2 someday, 2 can become 4, and then doubling effect exponentially takes place, that we know in this world. So let's start with the chemistry discussion. So whatever doubts you face, Jhakas, I love that, I like that name, by the way. So let us start the discussion. The first question that you had was from periodic table. The question said that you have to match this column, obviously match the column section. The blocks are given over here, and over here the atomic number is given. Although I would rather say this was an easy question. Why? Because here the elements name symbol are also mentioned. So we definitely know, sir, strontium is an alkaline earth metal, so it belongs to S block, so 1 is R. Arsenic is a P block element, so 2 is S. Even if you do this, 1 is R, 1 is R. That means this can be correct or this can be correct. 2 is S, so obviously option 4 is your right answer, because manganese is a D block element and lutetium is an F block element. But why I have deliberately given this question, because some of the students, sometimes it is even there given in the paper. What they do is without looking at the symbol, they start just using the atomic number and segregating these atomic numbers in the periodic table. Although you should do that should be a practice, but that is a practice for good questions where symbol is not given. Sir, what is that practice? I'm again telling you that practice. You do this practice, but if in a question that practice is not even required, then why you are taking excess of time in attempting that question with this sense? Although I'm again revising you that sense. What is the sense? You using the magic numbers, you can identify the block, the group number, the period number of every element. Sir, how? What are the magic numbers? The number of elements present in a period. So I have intentionally given these. So these PDFs that you will be getting in the WhatsApp channel. So keep updating yourself to the PWJ English WhatsApp channel also, because whatever we are teaching over here, all the PDFs you can definitely download it for free. Just you have to subscribe and stay updated with the PWJ English WhatsApp channel, because these notes you do not have to write at this point of time. You are having your boards also. The April attempt is also waiting. If you have done better in your January attempt, then ultimately you are supposed to give the advanced paper also. So for that you should invest your time in practicing, not in writing. The unnecessary writing, we are doing it for you. What you have to do is learn it over here. Again, if needed, if required, do a revision by making a 2x speed, and again listen to the lectures, or else I would rather say read by yourself. So read what? The downloaded class notes. So what are these magic numbers? The number of elements present in a particular period. So first period has 2 elements, so magic number is 2. Second has 8 because still there is no D. Third has also 8. From fourth period D starts, so 10 elements added, so 18, 18. And from sixth period F is filled, so F has 14 elements, so 18 plus 14 is 32, 32. So by this, what you can learn, you can just add them up and learn the last atomic number of the group 18 element of the respective period. So for first period, the last atomic number will be 2. For second, it will be 10. 10 plus 8 is 18. 18 plus 18 is 36. 36 plus 18 is 54. 54 plus 32 is 86. 54 plus 32 is 86. 86 plus 32 is 118. This is how you can know the atomic number of the last element, and hence even if the element name, the symbol was not given, and if at all only the atomic number would have been given, still by the atomic number you can clearly predict the period and corresponding group and corresponding block. But if symbol is given, then go read the symbol and pick your answer. Moving to the next question. The next question belongs to, I hope we are clear till this. Okay, so the next question belongs to organic chemistry. Now in organic, they always give in JEE January attempt also. First thing that you need to learn about organic chemistry is the naming reactions, and the second important thing is the whenever mechanism is required, as such you do not have to do an advanced question. Per se mechanism is spoken of, people fear that sir kathin sawal aaya hoga. Mechanism means that you do not have to learn the naming reactions, at least know few basic. And what is the mechanism of an organic reaction? Sir, plus, attract, minus. What moves? Sir, plus, nucleus do not react, or it will be Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Only electron moves. So what is actually plus for an organic reaction? A region where there is absence of electron. So absence of electron is positivity and excess of electron is minus. Just go by that basic, and this is the mechanism that to which level you should know. It will obviously make your mains question correct, and rather around 55 to 60% of advance is also around easy to moderate level questions. If you score 60% in your advanced paper, what will be your AIR? So after, yes, above 2000, then every step that you pick, every step that you walk by your hard work, that decides whether you are getting a much better JEE advanced rank above 2000. It is not, it is all about the student working for himself or herself. Moving to the next question for organic. The question says cyclohexene on ozonolysis. Okay sir, that means I have a cyclohexene, so let us make that cyclohexene. So cyclohexane is 6 carbon chain. Now if I add an alkene, now ozonolysis. Now what ozonolysis the question is talking of? Ozonolysis by zinc dust. Why I'm seeing followed by? Because there is oxidative ozonolysis also, but NCERT generally prefers reductive ozonolysis. So what is reductive ozonolysis, sir? Reductive ozonolysis tells you that you just see the double bond, break that particular double bond, and after breaking that bond, whatever carbon you're having, count the number of hydrogen, because it is double bond, so it will be CH. It will be having one hydrogen. Both these double bonded carbons will be having one hydrogen. And what ozonolysis do is it substitutes double bonded oxygen, as in it becomes a carbonyl group. Now let us see what the question is saying after that. Compound, okay, this is compound B. So we have got our compound B. Now post this compound B formation, B on treatment with excess of NaOH followed by heating yields a compound C, and the C compound you have to predict. So what will be compound C? Sir, ozonolysis you have done. Now in presence of base after formation of aldehyde, sir, basic medium does what? Basic medium requires your knowledge of aldol and Cannizzaro. First, what you think of aldol? What is aldol? Just the alpha carbon of a carbonyl group. If it is sp3 hybridized, then that becomes acidic. Why? Because if this is also alpha carbon, this is alpha carbon, both are symmetrical, so you take any one of it. So let me take this one. Now if I have a basic medium, then it will the base will offer its electron to hydrogen, and the electron will be gained by this carbon and it will become a carbon ion. So why this carbon ion is formed? Because this is resonance stabilized. Where is the resonance? You can see the resonance is this double bond pi sigma minus. So this minus is taken by oxygen, which is more stable. So because of this resonance stabilization, the carbon ion is stable, so it will be formed. Now this minus will attack where? Now it will try to search for a plus. What is the plus? Sir, the plus on the other carbonyl carbon. So it will undergo aldol condensation, but within the molecule. That is known as self aldol or intramolecular aldol, I can say, because self would also be condensing two compounds. Now because one compound is having two carbonyl groups, so it will be self intramolecular aldol condensation. What happens is this minus will attack this carbonyl carbon and this O will be gone. The hydrogen that was released in form of water, that hydrolysis will give hydrogen to it and it will turn into a alcohol. So let us make that beautiful alcohol. I hope we are clear till this. Now first, let me make the structure as it was. As in, this was CH, the double bonded oxygen has just now been turned and became an alcohol. Now this carbon, which was aldehyde, is still aldehyde, but this carbon has recently got attached with this. Now, what, sir? But the number of carbon, although it is not appearing beautiful. So let us make it beautiful. What? How to make it beautiful? Let us randomly number it. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, sir. This has become a 5-membered ring. Yes, it has. On the first, we have this aldehyde group. And on the second, we have this OH. And definitely this aldehyde group, this carbon is also having hydrogen. So post heating, what you get is post heating dehydration takes place, and this dehydration will result into the formation of an alkene. Sir, why this alkene is stable? This alkene is stable because pi sigma pi, it's a conjugated alkene, and hence what is an aldol product? You should know this for your class 12 boards also. Yes, this is a good question, but logic will be definitely applied for your class 12th also. So why alkene is actually the end product for an aldol condensation? Because the alkene formed is an alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compound, because this alkene is a resonance stabilizer. How? Pi sigma pi. So I hope you are clear till this. Now let us search this option. So you should have an aldehyde, and the aldehyde should have alpha beta alkene. So option 3 will be your right answer. So I hope we are clear till this. Okay, so Jhakas is saying, sir, can you give a session combining basics like, sir, boiling point, melting point, lattice energy, acidic character? ये सबसे प्रॉब्लम फेस होती सर इनऑर्गेनिक और ऑर्गेनिक में, ठीक है? तो बेटा Mr. Jhakas Junction, I am telling you one thing. The chemical bonding which is already there in PWJ English channel, chemical bonding 1 and 2. Sir, but the one is 6 hour, 2 is 4 hour, so it is 10 hour. Make a 2x speed. Don't make notes. You will get those notes. That 5 hours will help you to at least have a feeling of logics of inorganic. Coming to organic chemistry, GOC1, GOC2, I have deliberately done that. That the organic and chemical bonding, the foundation chapters I have already given and posted long back, 1 month, 2 months. So that GOC1, GOC2, learn those 2 chapters. That will also be around, those 2 combined will be around somewhere around 9 hours. So make a 2x speed, so 4.5 hours for that. And post that, beta, I guess whatever doubts you have said, no, that sir, ye samajhna, it will be done. What I need is 9 hours of yours, but 9 active hours. Trust me, if you do that, na, the ability of you learning the next day is going to increase drastically. Because then you will be in a position that you will be a perfect sync. Whatever can be given to you, you will be in a position that, are sir, ab aa raha hai. because you will have a feeling of the chapters of the chemistry, the organic and inorganic side. Physical is always 2 plus 2 is always easy as in doable, because being an engineer, obviously we love maths, and if you love maths, physical is obviously a basic science like physics. So I hope, Jakas, I answer that. Yeah, separate session, and post that, Jakas, like tomorrow on 19th, that is tomorrow at 6 p.m. I'm coming with important questions, because we have already done the live analysis of the memory based question. But you know what, बच्चा बाहर निकलता है आफ्टर गिविंग पेपर, उसको कठिन सवाल थोड़ी याद रहता है, उसको तो आसान आसान याद रहता है. All the कठिन questions, all the good questions we missed as in student missed giving us. So now all those good and important questions of January JEE, I'm going to come and discuss. And what I have done is, I'll be starting with physical. Matlab, what I'll be doing is, with the first half, I'll be discussing only all the physical chemistry questions of January attempt, April attempt. Oh, sorry, January. Matlab, that you have done recently from 21st till 28th. So first, we'll be dealing with all physical chemistry good questions. After that, inorganic good questions, and last will be organic. So Jakas, even tomorrow 6 p.m. sharp, I guess I'll take around 3-4 hours, but I'll try to wrap it up as fast as possible, but I have to guide everything to you, so time I will require 3-4 hours. So let's meet tomorrow and we will be discussing live. So come tomorrow with pen and copy, okay? So I hope I answered that. Yogesh is saying, sir, when will Laksh JEE? Beta, Sumit sir has already, although we are told not to speak, because obviously, with due respect, everything is definitely planned by those people who are efficient enough. Everything is coming, because Sumit sir has already said Prayas English is already, you will be just getting the news about it. So Prayas English is definitely going to come, and obviously for the class 11 students, for the droppers, everything will be announced in due time. Just hold for few time, because abhi to boards hai na bhaiya. So do complete with your boards. Around 28th of this month only, you will be getting the news which you require. But after getting that news, we want, some good response, because obviously bheed mein you can't be seen easily. Here we are there, and the reason we are there, because we are segregating those students who want to get segregated by. We want, as a student, if I want attention, then I cannot stand in 1 lakh bachcha. अरे सर, आफ्टर गिविंग JEE 13 लाख बच्चों में I will be shining and people can see me, but in order to shine I need that personal attention. So obviously you can get all of that, but post the announcement of the batches, we want that active participation should come from your side also. So I hope I answered that, Yogesh. So Adityan, okay, Mr. Nair, hi, how are you? Hello beta, I did not have time to attempt the moderator. Adityan beta, time manager banne ka na. How much you slept yesterday? 6 hours. You should have slept 3 hours. I slept around 3:30 yesterday. हाँ ठीक है, I was working, and after that I got something in Netflix, so 1 hour Netflix took, but still I was working, and for you guys only. So because I was preparing for tomorrow's live, so we had to make these presentations so that the flow is right. So that segregation thing I was doing. So you could have also skipped the sleep. Now, no worries. But beta Adityan, Mr. Nair, don't do that again. No, attempting question is the last thing that you can do, beta. I know things are difficult, but beta, time manager you have to be, na. So it's okay. So you are saying, and analysis as soon as possible after physics board. No, don't be sorry, beta. I mean, if you're saying this, you are already above many of the students who do bad things, but they do not see the mirror. Arey ho gaya na. Ye ho gaya. At least you are not saying this ho gaya na. So no, don't be sorry, but beta, do not repeat, because you have to be a time manager, bhai. Trust me. So moving ahead. I hope this question is clear to us. Moving to the next question. Now the next question is again from, you can say, sir, it's a block chemistry logic. Some people say it's a chemical bonding basic. So let us read the question. The question says F2 as in fluorine is strong oxidizing agent, then Cl2 in aqueous solution. Okay, This is attributed to many factors except, okay, so what factors it? First let us see sort of oxidizing agent. What does an oxidizing agent do? Oxidizing agent oxidizes others. If I'll oxidize you, I will reduce myself. Reduction means to gain electron, to khao phi electron. So if any x2, as a matter of fact, if any halogen has to gain electron, what are the steps involved? First, this halogen should become monoatomic because it's a diatomic molecule. After becoming monoatomic molecule, let's say I have got this monoatomic gas. Now this gas will gain electron and form an anion. Sir, the len that in the electron transaction does not take place in Hava. You need a solvent. So this ion need to be dissolved in a solvent. Generally the solvent is water, so it should undergo hydration also. So these are the steps involved if at all I want to gain electron. The first step is called bond dissociation. So energy required will be the bond dissociation enthalpy. The second step is called the electron gain process. So an enthalpy change involved is delta H, e.g. electron gain. And the third step involves the hydration. Therefore, the delta H is delta H hydration. Now, if we add these three reactions, the overall delta H reaction will be summation of these three. So overall delta H reaction depends upon whom? So bond dissociation. For fluorine, for F2 I'm speaking, this is very low. Why? Because F bond F is very reactive. Why? Although bond length is very small, but the lone pair repulsion dominates. These three lone pair of electrons on small fluorine are tremendously repelled by each other. Hence, in order to dissociate F2, the investment, the amount of energy required is very less because this is an endothermic process. This is an exothermic process because during electron gain, energy is released or delta H is negative. Yes, for chlorine it is more negative. For fluorine it is less negative, but not very less. Yes, because of its small size, the electron gain of fluorine is less. So fluorine, although loses from, not all, from Cl2, but still it's high enough, it's sufficient enough. Now, what about hydration? Sir, hydration depend upon charge density. Charge of Cl minus and Br minus, Cl minus and F minus, both is -1. But again, now fluorine, because it is very small, so hydration of fluorine is quite high. So hydration is quite high. So if overall delta H is more and more negative, that means energy is getting more and more released. So if energy is getting more and more released, that means I'm becoming more and more stable because my energy has been reduced. So because of very high hydration and very low investment, that is bond dissociation, although fluorine loses in the second step from chlorine, but that loss is superseded by the profit of step 1 and step 3. Therefore, who is the strongest oxidizing agent? F2. Although its electron gain is less than chlorine, because only this step do not decide my ability to gain electron. The combination of these three steps decide a very important chemical bonding logic also and block chemistry logic also. Now let us see, sir, heat of dissociation as an enthalpy of dissociation, yes, it is determining. Electron affinity, yes, that is also determining. Enthalpy of hydration, that is sir, ionization potential has nothing to do with gaining of electrons. So this has this factor because we are asked which is not a factor. So ionization is not a factor in order to decide the oxidation power. So I hope we are clear till this also. Yeah, so let me read the, okay, I hope we are clear till this. Adityan is saying we'll make a proper timetable. Yes beta, yes Mr. Nair, for chemistry board. So I'll have time for JEE mock as well. Perfect Aditya. Yes, thank you beta, thank you. Good and perfectly. Time, without timetable you should not even sleep. After sleeping you should know what time you have to wake up. मम्मी को बोलो, put an alarm. पापा को बोलो, जिससे डरते हो उसको बोलो, because that person, if he or she will come to wake you up, say that गुस्से में नहीं उठूं तो मुक्का मार देना, but make a timetable and follow that timetable. Definitely going to help it. Perfect, Mr. Nair. Good. Moving to the next question. The next question says, it talks about in the form of dichromate Cr in +6 oxidation state. Roman number 6 is +6 because metal forms positive oxidation state. So Cr in plus oxidation state is a strong oxidizing agent in acidic medium, but molybdenum and tungsten in this are not. Sir, this is also a very famous D block logic. What is that D block logic? If you see the P block elements, then down the group, because of inert pair effect, what happens? The stability of lower oxidation state increases, group oxidation state -2. But for these D block element, reverse happens. Sir, why? First, as you go down the group, because D and F subshell electrons are associated at the circumference, at the periphery of an atom. So once down the group size increases, for chromium, what is the valence electron? What is the valence shell? 4s and 3d. For chromium, valence shell is 4s and 3d. Because S and D both behave as a valence shell for D block elements. That's why they have a tendency to show large number of oxidation states. I hope that in organic logic you know. If you do not know, I'm telling you that for D block element, Ns and N-1d both behaves as valence shell electrons. So for molybdenum and tungsten, it will be 5s 4d, 6s 5d. So down the group, obviously, as outer orbitals are involved, so outer orbitals are more to the outward environment, so they will not listen to the nucleus and they will be easily donated. And once they are donated, the nucleus formed has a strong effective nuclear charge because of lanthanide contraction. So because Z effective is large enough and electrons are gone, so after they are gone, the size has been reduced and the strong nucleus is able to hold them to a larger extent. And hence, for D block element down the group, because of effective nuclear charge increment, they can hold in that particular oxidation state for a longer duration. So that means they are stable. They are intrinsically stable, they are internally stable, and they attain a very low energy. So if I attain a very low energy, I'm stable. If I'm stable, I'll not react. So if it does not react, then it is supposed to be stable. So chromium +6 react and tries to come in Cr +3 states, but molybdenum, tungsten in +6 oxidation state, they almost behave as inert species. They do not react at a normal conditions. Yes, पीछे ही पड़ जाओगे, then everybody reacts. So relatively they are quite stable. So let us read the statement. Okay, it is saying chromium is stable and they are not because. So you have to tell the reasons. So what are the reasons? Statement A says chromium +6 is more stable. Yes, chromium +6 is more stable. Sorry, these are more stable. Chromium +6 is more reactive, and therefore it wants to turn into +3 state. So this is definitely wrong. Molybdenum +6 and tungsten +6 are more stable. Yes, B is correct. So Bombay is correct, A is wrong. Now, higher oxidation state of heavier members of transition element are more stable. Yes, that is what we are concluding. And D is saying lower oxidation state. No, not lower, higher. So because this is saying lower, so it is wrong. So B and C are correct. So option 2. Now, this was actually done with JEE paper also. Initially, what used to happen, they just used to give one-liners. Now they are giving statement-based questions. So these statements you have to read. Although these statements, I have deliberately taken good number of statements. I mean, which will also allow me to give you some logics. But this was done by January JEE also. Although the statements were quite easy in the January JEE attempt, but there were 6-7 statement problems. And if you see those statement problems, you have to read them and you have to actively read them. What is active reading? Sometimes they were saying which is incorrect. Sometimes what students do without reading the question, you just miss the word not. and you say you read 6-7 statements, whatever are correct, you mark the question and move ahead. So that tricky thing has trapped so many students. So for you to not get trapped on those questions, what you need, practicing such questions. Practicing how? In the time, in the restricted amount of time. Therefore these mocks are very, very important for revision also, for practice also. So I hope we are clear till this. Moving to the next question. Now let's try this question of solution. By the time I sip some water. So I hope some of you got the answer. So let's start. The question says a solution of urea whose mass is 56 boils at 100.18. So if it boils at 100.18, solvent is Kf for water is given, that means solvent is water. So can you tell me what will be delta Tb, which is elevation in boiling point? Sir, it will be 100.18 minus 100. So that means 0.18 will be delta Tb. Now Kf and Kb of water are given, but you should learn them also for good questions. And okay, you have to tell the freezing point of the solution because it is urea. So its Van 't Hoff factor will be 1 because organic solvent neither dissociates nor associates. So what is formula of delta Tb? I into Kb into molality of solution. What is formula of delta Tf? I into Kf into molality of solution. If I divide both of them, obviously I will be gone. I is definitely 1, so no bother taking it also. Concentration of are also same, so it is also gone. So delta Tb we have calculated, delta Tf we will calculate. It is equal to Kb, which is given out to be 0.512 upon Kf is given, okay, Kf is 1.86. Kf is 1.86. Okay, so this the ratio you just have to calculate, and I guess this is quite, you can approximate also. So you will get your value of delta Tf, and delta Tf is nothing but solvent minus solution, and this solution value you have to determine. So but what is delta T, what is Tf naught for water, because which is the solvent? What is freezing point? Because answer is degree Celsius, so this is nothing but 0 degree Celsius. So leave it. So whatever delta Tf you have, put a negative sign, and that will be your freezing point of solution. If you solve it, I guess obviously negative will be your answer, so your answer will be Bombay. I hope we are clear till this. Mr. Nair is saying will make a prop. Okay, Mr. I read that comment. Okay, moving to the next question. The next question is from combination of organic chemistry again. Now let us read this question. The question says, I have there is a bromine and there is bromine on the next carbon also. So this is a vicinal dihalide. From vicinal dihalide, what are you forming? Sir, we are forming an alkene. So I need to remove those 2 bromine atoms. How to do it? Sir, zinc, dust and heat, a classic NCERT reaction. So that means 1 is S. That means 1 is S. So 2 and 3 can be our answer. Keep eliminating also using options. Alcohol, from alcohol I have to get an alkene. That means I have to do dehydration. The famous dehydrating agent is concentrated sulfuric acid. So E2 mechanism, because this is 1 degree alcohol. With 1 degree alcohol we do E2 mechanism. With 2 degree, 3 degree we do E1, although mechanism is not asked. So that means 2 is P. So that means 2 is P. Okay, 2 is P is in both the options. Checking for the third. Third is an alkene, and from an alkene I have to get an acid. So what I need to oxidize this alkene. How to oxidize it? Double bond. Break the double bond. It will be double bond O, but this H also has to be replaced by OH. So I need a strong oxidizing agent. who is a strong oxidizing agent? KMnO4, an acidic medium. It's a strong oxidizing agent. So third is Q. So option 3 is your right answer. Let us check fourth one also, although we have got the answer, but still we are practicing. So again, we have to break this double bond O. There'll be a carbonyl group over here. There'll be a carbonyl group over here. So we are forming the aldehyde. That means I do have to do reductive ozonolysis. That means this is R. So a very doable question. I feel such questions you should not leave at any cost, but for that you have to be vigilant enough to keep skipping questions which are requiring time and coming to the question in the first attempt which are doable. Always have an habit of attempting question in two phases. First phase, attempt the doable ones. In the later stage, come back to the question which you feel you can do but requiring time. Moving to the next question. The next question is from mole concept, or you may say it is from the topic of indicators, quite famous with JEE. Now, it is saying you have a solution and the solution is having sodium carbonate and sodium bicarbonate. Okay. But from the solution, you are just taking 10 ml of the solution. And 10 ml of the solution required 2.5 ml of 1 molar H2SO4 for neutralization using phenolphthalein as an indicator. Now, phenolphthalein as an indicator. Now, this inorganic knowledge you should know. The pH range for phenolphthalein is somewhere around 8 to 10. That means it changes its color beyond this range. Now, because sir, that means even if you have become just close to neutral solution, then also it will change color. Yes, that's why phenolphthalein cannot show complete neutralization of whoever salts have acidic nature, a bit of acidic nature. Now, because NaHCO3 is a salt in which even the anion, which is the bicarbonate, so bicarbonate is HCO3 minus, and even because HCO3 minus, although it's a very weak acid, but HCO3 minus can also furnish H plus, although to a very small extent, but still it has an ability to give H plus. That's why this salt cannot be identified by phenolphthalein. Why? Because phenolphthalein change color. If change color, you will stop the titration. And the sodium carbonate, although it is having a valency of 2, but it can't completely react because it requires 2 moles of acid because it is having a valency of 2. So let's say if it is reacting with H plus, first H plus will, how many CO3, how many H plus CO3 2 minus requires 2 H plus. But once it will just react with one equivalent of H plus ions, it will form NaHCO3. And the second mole of H plus ion which this require will be requiring an indicator which cannot change its color because phenolphthalein will change its color. So ultimately, we know that only half neutralization of the sodium carbonate will take place. And this will not even have any neutralization in presence of phenolphthalein. So let us assume that I have X number of gram equivalent of sodium bicarbonate and Y number of gram equivalent. Sir, why you are using number of gram equivalent? Because then I do not have to write the reaction, because then I will use law of equivalence, because law of equivalence says that number of gram equivalent are always equal. And for number of gram equivalent, I will use whatever formula given. What are the formula of number of gram equivalent? First one is weight upon equivalent weight. Second one is normality into volume. And third one is, if molarity is given, it will be molarity into volume into valency factor. Now, let us do it. So now, because we know that when phenolphthalein is used, whatever acid is used will only neutralize this sodium carbonate. So with phenolphthalein, let me do this on another page. So with phenolphthalein, I'm just writing this, half neutralization of sodium carbonate will take place only because sodium bicarbonate will not even react. And it was, we have assumed that what is its total number of gram equivalent? X. So out of that X number of gram equivalent, how many will be getting reacted? Half. That means X by 2 will be the number of gram equivalent of sodium bicarbonate, and it will be requiring what? Sir, it will be requiring number of gram equivalent of acid. What acid we are using? We are using H2SO4. Molarity is 0.1, volume is 2.5. So 0.1 molarity, yes. So 0.1 into what is the volume? 2.5. But it is ml. So upon 1000. Because I have to convert it into liter, into valency factor, because it is molarity, and valency factor of sulfuric acid is 2 because it can give 2H plus. So that this becomes 2. Now it is quite easy to calculate also. So this also gone, this also gone. So 25 into 2 is 50 upon 10 raised to the power 5. I'm keeping it this way. I will solve in the end. Now this gives you value of x. So x comes out to be 100 because 2 will go over there. So it is nothing but 1 upon 10 raised to the power 3. Now let us see. Obviously we can do with methyl orange. It is saying a further this much of acid is used, but you do not have to check that. Why? Because the question is asking you the amount of sodium carbonate in 1 liter solution respective. Okay, no, you have to do that also. Why I'm saying you will not require? Because you have options, and if you see, first is sodium carbonate, and in all the options the value of sodium carbonate is also different. So if we just calculate sodium carbonate, we'll get our answer. That is why I'm telling you, for a tricky student, for a vigilant student, for a sensible student, he will try to not think back at home ki I will finish chemistry in 30 or 40 minutes. Use these opportunities of options of saving time. I hope most of you who have given the mocks, you have calculated for all. You do not have to. Look at the options. For sodium carbonate, whatever options are given are different. So just calculate for sodium carbonate. Why? Because if you just do the first part, whatever amount you are dealing with is only for sodium carbonate. So why calculate for the other species? Because options will be helping you. So here x is number of gram equivalent. So but what I have to calculate, sir? I have to calculate weight. So number of gram equivalent of this will be weight of this upon equivalent weight of this. What is equivalent weight? Equivalent weight is molar mass upon valency factor. Valency factor of this salt is what? Its charge. Its charge is +2. So its valency factor is 2. Now let us solve this. So W upon what is its molar mass? 23 into 2 as in 46 plus 12 plus 16 48. So this is 6 and this is 10. So this is 106. 106 divided by 2 is 53 equals 1 upon 10 is okay. One more thing. We have taken only 10 ml of the complete solution, and we are asked this amount in the complete solution. So whatever number of gram equivalent we have got is in 10 ml, and whatever calculation for molarity, for number of gram equivalent, for normality, what we take as a general solution. So the definition is number of moles per liter of solution. So if 10 ml have something, then 1000 ml will have 100 times, because if 10 ml has A rupees, then multiply it by 100, because if 10 is having A rupees, 1000 will have 100 A. That means over here, this was present in 10 ml. So for 1000 ml, multiply this by 100. So multiply this by 100. That means 3 will be gone, because 100 is 10 power 2. So you'll just have 1 by 10. So this will be 1 liter. And in that 1 liter, what is the weight? W. So this W is nothing but 5 by 3 gram. Just look at the options. W will be 5. Only one option is having 5.3 gram is what I'm telling you. Although I'm telling you how to calculate that one also. What we'll do in the next part. Now how much of this was remaining? Sir, x by 2. How much of sodium bicarbonate, because we have taken it was y, so it is y. So this is number of gram equivalent used in the next time with methyl orange. With methyl orange, this is the gram equivalent of the mixture. It will be requiring what? It will be requiring acid. Question is telling you how much of acid it is using. So volume is 2.5 because it is ml, so it is 1000 into molarity has been increased to 0.2, but because it is H2SO4, so valency factor will be 2. X you have already calculated, so now you can calculate Y also. You can calculate, but in paper, why will you? So that is the reason you should come to these analysis in order to see that how you can save your time also. So I hope we are clear till this. Chalo, very good. So it was a good question. It was a good question, but such good questions you should always do in the second attempt, not in the first one. But if you come to such questions, option will help you to save time even in the while attempting in the second round. Moving to the next question now. These organic questions are quite doable. Why? Because if you know the logics of NCERT, it is going to help you. Now, carbonyl group reaction with HCN forms what? A cyanohydrin. So what is a cyanohydrin? So 5 carbon you have as a reactant. Cn minus will attack this carbonyl carbon. Double bonded O will become OH and you have this Cn. So this becomes a cyanohydrin. So this is your A. Now what does LiAlH4 do, sir? It is a strong reducing agent. Strong reducing agent do what, sir? Reduction. So post reduction, sir, alcohol lithium aluminum hydride reduces carbonyl compounds to form alcohol. Alcohol is not reduced by LiLH4, but nitriles are reduced. So because nitrile is having triple bonded nitrogen, so this carbon with triple bonded nitrogen, this will also get 2 hydrogen, this will also get 2 hydrogen, so it will form a 1 degree amine. So this will be your B. Now this B is treated with NaNO2 and HCl. Now what is NaNO2 and HCl? It is nothing but producing nitrous acid. What does nitrous acid do with amines? Sir, nitrous acid remove nitrogen and forms a carbocation. And after that alcohol is formed, but because carbocation is formed, it will always be the slowest step. Slowest step is the rate determining step, and carbocation, whenever it is formed, you give the carbocation all the facilities of first getting stabilized. So what is the first facility of getting stabilized? By ring expansion, because this plus is just beside the 5-membered ring. So first ring expansion will take place. The plus will be attained by this carbon. It will become a 6-membered ring. This is CH2. This carbon, which was forming a bond with this carbon, will break this bond, will undergo chain ring expansion. Positivity will be coming at this carbon. It is having an OH. So first draw like this. Now you can simply predict what is the structure. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is not correct numbering. I'm just numbering this to know that how many carbon rings we have formed, what are the branches. So 6th carbon, let's say this is 6th carbon is having OH. First is not having anything. Second carbon is having positivity. Now, post ring expansion, what takes place? Sir, post ring expansion, rearrangement takes place. So, okay, so if I'm doing ring expansion, okay, if this is getting expanded, positivity is coming over here, or else what you can do is, this has gone ring expansion, positivity, okay. If it has gone ring expansion and if it is carbon number 6, then positivity has came to, okay, this was already made over there. So actually this bond has got broken and it has formed a bond with that carbon. So positivity. Okay. So if I break this bond, which one? This one. If I break this bond, as in this new bond is formed, the positivity will be coming over here. That means the carbon to which OH is attached, just next carbon can also have the positivity. So this is not what I'm doing. I'm doing the other way around. Why? Because after ring expansion, you should also think of rearrangement. Sir, this is an inductive stabilization. If carbocation comes over here, it will be having resonance stabilization. Ring expansion we are doing, but that also has 2 possibilities. So if I do ring expansion, in this possibility, carbocation is produced at this carbon, and this carbon, once rearranged with this hydride shifting, you will receive a carbocation at this carbon, and this carbon and these lone pair will have a resonance stabilization. Resonance stabilization of what? Sir, lone pair sigma bond plus. So because this is a resonance stabilized, so it will be formed. And post formation of carbocation, what takes place? Post formation of this carbocation, okay, I'm not having another page, so let me do it over here. So post formation of carbocation, now the aqueous HNO2, that means NNO2 and HCl, now hydrolysis will take place and water will attack. So you can either write OH minus or you can write water, because ultimately oxygen is going to give electron to this carbon, will be snatching electron of hydrogen, so OH will be getting attached. So what are we going to produce over here? Sir, one OH is already there and one OH will be introduced by the solvent. One carbon having two OH is unstable. So that alcohol do what? That alcohol undergoes dehydration. So that means this water will be released and you will get a carbonyl group. A beautiful question. Yes, after attempting, it is a beautiful question. So obviously, although I'm teaching you this, if I would be attempting it as a student, it will be very, I will not be taking that much amount of time, because these ring expansion, after practicing, you can just check. You do not have to draw the two structures. You can check. So like this, here carbocation will be coming over here. Like this, carbocation will be coming over here. So wherever you get the stable carbocation, you just form it, and post that you do rearrangement. So if you practice, you can save time also. So I hope we are clear till this. Okay, moving to the next question. Okay. So moving to the next question. Let me refresh the comment screen, because I guess I'm not getting those comments. Chalo. Perfect guys. So I hope you are clear till this. Now moving to the next question. The next question says, this is, you have to match these two columns and you were having options. So options will again help you to actually predict what is the correct answer. Now this is what? So this is a disaccharide, but generally the name written is sucralose. So this generally, what disaccharides we know? Sucrose. So because this is sucralose, so this is a substituted disaccharide. This is definitely a disaccharide, but you can see it is just not glucose and fructose. Some other substitutions of chlorine are also there. So it is a substituted, a derivative of disaccharide. So one is Q. What is this? Sir, this is carbonyl group connected with nitrogen. That means it's an amide. How many amide linkages you see? Sir, only one. So that means it is a dipeptide, because if you do hydrolysis, you will get two different alpha amino acids. So when alpha amino acids undergo dehydration, it forms a dipeptide. But this is not a simple dipeptide. You can see these substitutions over here. So this is a derivative of a dipeptide. So that means 2 is P. Now this way these biomolecules topic are very easy, because look at the time that we have consumed over here. Nothing. So these two are related. Now sir, this is like a structure of glucose, not exact, because glucose has OH, H, OH, OH. But here this is not OH. In the question it is saying it is H. Name is also written. It is not. It is some different stereoisomer than glucose. But when glucose reacts with concentrated nitric acid, it forms gluconic acid, where both the carbons are converted to COOH, the 1 degree alcohol also and the aldehyde also. So this is a oxidized product of some derivative. That means this is oxidation product of aldohexose, because glucose is an aldehyde having 6 carbon chain. So it is an example of an aldehyde having hexose configuration, as in 6 carbons. So it is an oxidized product of a aldohexose, not glucose, some aldohexose. Similarly, it is like ketone, because only you have one option. So what is ketone? What is fructose? Sir, fructose is a 5-membered ring. 5-membered ring having carbonyl group. So it is also known as a aldopentose. although it is having a carbonyl. So aldopentose, as in you have 5 carbons and an aldehyde group. So because here you are having, this is also OH, this is also OH, this is also OH. So if at all it was fructose also, the reduction of ketone also results in what? It results in the formation of 2-degree alcohol. So this alcohol, this is alcohol, this is alcohol. That means it's a reduced product. So this is nothing but a reduced product of a 5-membered carbonyl group. So it may be aldose, it may be ketose. So this R should be linked with option 4. So I hope you can clearly see the answer and move ahead. Let us move to the next question. The next question says the product obtained. Now the initial 10 questions were good. Now let us see the time consumption that we'll be taking in these questions now. Sir, this lone pair is in conjugation with whole of the ring. So that means it's a phenol. Phenol do not react like normal aliphatic alcohol because of the resonance stabilization. Yeah, this is a simple aliphatic alcohol. So this alcohol will get protonated and then Cl minus will attack. So obviously carbocation will be stable. So it will be an SN1 substitution, but only this substitution take place. Phenol will not be getting substituted. So I hope now it is very clear. Without moving a pen, you can give your answer. So such beautiful questions you should never leave. But in the initial, if you get good questions, you get stuck. Rather, you should move forward. Although while discussing, I have discussed each questions. But while discussing also, I am telling you, after attempting, you get a feeling. By investing around 30-40 seconds, you get a feeling कि इसमें time लगने वाला है. So whenever you feel that this question is going to take time, do not invest more in that. Put a mark that I'll come to you and come to it in the second half. So second half, if I not get time, that is the process that you will adapt while practicing these mocks. So practice, studying and practicing is the key to excel in your JEE journey. Moving to the next question. The next question is from chemical bonding. The question says, which of the following set have same hybridization state but different shapes? So hybridization. So let us check the shape because it is saying it should have different shape. Okay, hybridization. First, let us check hybridization. So NO2 is having 2 bond pair, no lone pair. So steric number is 2. This is having here also 2 bond pair, no lone pair. NO2 minus, double bond O, then O minus, and there will be lone pair also. So here steric number is also not. So hybridization of these 3 will not be same. What about this? Obviously you can see this is tetrahedral. SF4 is 4 bond pair and sulfur will have a lone pair. So steric number is also not same. So hybridization will never be same. This is nitrogen having 4 bonds. So sp3 hybridized. Water in form of hydronium ions, oxygen losing 1 electron, getting 5. Out of that, 3 is forming bond pair. So 3 bond pair and 1 lone pair. So steric number is 4. So hybridization is sp3. But shape of this will be oxygen having a positive charge, 3 hydrogens and a lone pair. So its shape will be trigonal pyramidal. Its shape will be tetrahedral. What about OF2? Yes, hybridization. OF2 has having 2 lone pair and 2 bond pairs. So steric number all are sp3 hybridized. That means so hybridization is same. Shape is that is tetrahedral. This is trigonal pyramid. This is trigonal pyramidal. OF2 is bent shape molecule. So obviously shape are different. So this is your answer. Now these are the chemical bonding questions where now see you have to check multiple options. You have to check multiple molecules and then you can come to your answer. This was the trick that JEE played. Nothing was difficult, but you have to check everything, and in order to check it required time. So time management issues you have to take into consideration while giving your chemistry paper. Do not have an habit कि नहीं 30 minutes में हो जाएगा. If you get questions easily which are tackled easily and you save time, then save time and invest in mathematics. Else invest optimum amount of time here also, because that is changing the percentile which we have seen in the January attempt. So moving to the next question, which is not a redox reaction. So by visually looking also, you can say it's a very easy question. So you just check manganese, it is +4, it is +7, so getting changed, so it is a redox reaction, which is not, so because this is redox, so not an answer. Chlorine from 0 getting to -1, so obviously it will be also a redox reaction. Here chromium is +6, here 2x -14, here also it is +6. So yes, this is no redox, this is just a displacement reaction, no redox. So because this is not a redox reaction, so definitely an answer. Now see, such questions will obviously save time for you. Moving to the next one. The next one is from chemical kinetics, although with the language also you can see it will require time. But let us see now. This is the reaction given, the rate equation of the above reaction is okay. Rate equation is also given to you and you have to identify the correct statement. So let us browse those correct statements. First statement is saying if Z concentration is large, if any concentration becomes in excess, so you add it or you remove it. Excess reagent do not change the rate of reaction. This we know through our chemical kinetics logic. Again, I'm telling you, if you take a reagent in excess, so what does excess mean? Like if you drink a medicine with water. So if you drink it with 1 glass of water, maybe 1 bottle of water, does not matter. So whatever reagent is in excess, you take much of it or less of it. The biological system, the chemical system is indifferent. That's why rate do not depend upon those reagents. So option is saying you that if Z is taken in excess, then with respect to Z, the rate will become independent. So it is given with respect to Y, it is already 0. That means if this is the case, then rate will be proportional to only concentration of X raised to the power 1. That means it becomes a first order reaction. So for first order reaction, if 75% of X reaction is taking place in 20 seconds, that means first order reaction. So from 100, you get 50 in how much time? So T half. And for first order reaction, T half is independent of what? Initial concentration. I hope you know this general formula. Let me give you that general formula. Students miss it a lot of time. T half of any degree of reaction when related with the initial concentration. This is what? This is initial concentration. So what is the formula? Raised to the power 1 minus n. What is n? N is order of reaction. So if n is 0, that means for a 0 order reaction, T half is directly proportional to concentration. For a first order reaction, this becomes 1, so 1, 1 becomes 0. That means T half of a first order reactions do not depend upon the initial concentration. That means it is a constant. And therefore, because it is a constant, so from 100 to 50, how much time you take? 1 T half. Now 50, what is half of 50? That means 25. How much again time you will take? T half. Why? Because for a first order reaction, T half is independent of the initial value. So 100 getting halved in T half, 50 getting halved in T half. Why? Because for first order, it is independent of initial concentration, and first with statement A, your given reaction has become first order reaction. So what is 2 T half? So 2 T half is given 20 seconds. That means 2 twice of T half is given to you as 20. So T half will be 10 them. That means then 50% of X will take how much of time? 10 seconds. Yes, sir. Because in order to become 50%, you just need 1 T half, which will be 10. So option A is correct. Now, rate of reaction decreases by reducing concentration of Y to half of the original value. Now, it is saying rate of reaction decreases by reducing concentration of Y. Sir, with respect to Y, order is 0. So you increase Y, decrease Y. Because power is 0, so concentration will be, rate will become independent. But it is saying it is decreases, so it is wrong. Rate will be independent because its order with respect to Y is given to be 0. Now, C says the half-life of Z increases by increasing. Okay, if concentration, okay, now C option, this is saying, C statement is saying you take what in excess? X. So if X is in excess, then rate will only be depending upon concentration of Z raised to power 2 because Y is anyway 0. That means now it is saying, asking you to treat it as a second order reaction because order is 2. And I have recently told you if order is 2, that means if this is 2, that means T half for a second order reaction, this will be 1 upon A naught. So it is 1 upon A naught for not for all, but for a second order reaction. So if you increase concentration, then T half will decrease. So what the statement is saying, half-life of Z increases if concentration increases by increasing concentration. No, sir. Increases by increasing concentration as in it is directly proportional. No, sir. For second order, it is inversely proportional. So if it was writing Z decreases by increasing, then it was right. So right now it is wrong. Now, what does D says on increasing the concentration of X, Y, Z to double? So if I double this, X becomes 2X or 2 raised to the power 1. It is 0, so it is indifferent. And Z becomes 2Z, so 2 raised to the power 2 is 4. So 4 2 ja 8. Okay, so rate becomes 8 times. And it is saying the rate of reaction becomes 8 times. Yes, this is definitely correct. So A and D, option 3. Good question. Before attempting also, by seeing number of statements, you know that statement based questions are going to take time. Moving to the next question. Next question says, okay, now, which among the following is the strongest base? Keep looking for such questions, beta. Some will require time. Some will just require pen. See, sir, lone pair involved in resonance. Lone pair involved in resonance. So why it will be donated? Aromatic amines are weaker base. Yes, this nitrogen is not there in conjugation like pyridine, so it is a substituted pyridine. So this is a better base than those. But sir, this is an alkyl amine, and alkyl amine obviously is a much stronger base. Why? Because ultimately its hybridization is also, because this will be a double bonded carbon, so its hybridization, it will have more S character. This is sp3 hybridized, it is have less S character. So this guy and this guy, comparing the hybridization, hybrid with hybrid, although this lone pair is available, but because this is sp2 hybridized and this is sp3 hybridized, therefore this will be a better base. Now such questions you cannot, it will be a crime to skip such questions in a good paper, because those questions are taking time. But see, this question was quite easily doable. Now next question. Now this is also but for these type of questions, what you should know, you should ultimately know the basics of inorganic chemistry, the salt analysis side of chapter. So SO2 and CO2 turn lime water milky. This we know from class 10th, so definitely this is correct. SO2 turns K2Cr2O7 green. Yes, because SO2 reacts with K2Cr2O7 has chromium in +6 oxidation state. When they react in acidic medium, this gets oxidized to sulfate and chromium gets reduced to Cr+3, and because of Cr+3 it becomes green in color. So yes, this is also correct. While CO2 is soluble in pyrogalol, actually pyrogalol is used for oxygen, not for CO2, but because question is saying it is used for CO2, so let us assume, because question is mentioned, so let us assume it is absorbed and turning into black. Now these gases are directed in order of reagents. Now look at the options. So what order? So suppose you have SO2 and CO2. Option is saying first is either A or B. So what is A? Lime. Sir, but with lime water both the gases will form milkiness. So how you will detect? So doing option A first time is obviously illogical. So what should you do? You do the B experiment first. You have CO2, SO2. What is B experiment? K2Cr2O7. Who will react with K2Cr2? You pass both the gases, but only who will react? SO2. So if SO2 reacted, it is not present. Now what is present? Only CO2. Now what you will do with CO2? Either pass in pyrogalol or pass in C. No, you should pass in okay, if you only have CO2 from class 10, sir, we know if you have CO2, now only CO2 is remaining, so that CO2 will be turning lime water milky. So what you should do later? Pass it in lime water. So passing lime water is what step? It is A. So after B you should perform A. C you do or you do not even do, it will not matter. So A, B should be your sequence. Option 3, I mean this is conceptually a good question, so option 3 will be your right answer. Now Moving to the question from thermodynamics. Now this question just requires the knowledge of enthalpy of reaction definitions. Let us see how. It is saying calculate enthalpy change for this reaction. So what is the reaction? CCl4 gas form C gas and 4Cl gas. So this is, if I am dissociating a gaseous molecule, how many bonds this gaseous molecule have? 4. So break all those bonds. So that means it is asking the atomization energy, which is the enthalpy of reaction. Although I know the enthalpy of reaction will be termed as enthalpy of atomization. So I have to calculate first this delta HR, and then I have to calculate bond enthalpy, because this delta HR will be the total energy required to break 4 bonds of C bond Cl. So breaking one bond will be average. That means this value divided by 4 will ultimately give you the bond dissociation enthalpy or bond enthalpy of single C bond Cl. And in the option, you are supposed to give the value of single C bond Cl. So what to do after this? Let us see. First option, it is given that enthalpy of vaporization of CCl. What is vaporization? Now definition you should know for enthalpy of reaction. What is vaporization? Turning one mole liquid into gaseous state. So vaporization, if I having CCl4 gas, if I had CCl4 liquid, then 1 mole liquid getting into gas is known as enthalpy of vaporization. So this value is given. How much? 30.5. So if this value is 30.5, then this will be minus of 30.5. Because if you change the reaction, delta H sign will be reversed. Because liquid to gas is enthalpy of vaporization. So gas to liquid, opposite. So delta H, whatever it is given, take it with the negative sign. Now, you are supposed to calculate C gas and 4Cl gas. So this is the required enthalpy of reaction that you have to calculate, which will be enthalpy of atomization. So applying Hess law, so creating a Hess law cycle for you. So this this converting to this will require this much enthalpy change. Now CCl liquid, let us see the another data. Okay, enthalpy of formation of CCl4 is given. So what is enthalpy of formation of CCl4? Sir, CCl4 is a solvent, so in pure state it exists as a liquid. What is enthalpy of formation? Sir, carbon solid and Cl2 gas. So 1 mole of this and 2 moles of this will give CCl4, as in 1 mole of this. So the enthalpy change when 1 mole of a product is from its constituent in their most stable state. So this is actually enthalpy of formation. But we have to go this way because we are forming a Hess law cycle. So this data is given to us. What is the value given? Minus 135.5. So opposite will be plus 135.5. I hope you are clear till this. Now, from solid to gas I have to go. That means atomization. And this Cl2, one molecule of Cl2 will bring 2 chlorine atom. So 2 will bring 4. So from here to here, I just need the enthalpy of atomization of this and this, which I guess is also given in the question. Yes, the enthalpy of this atomization of this carbon solid is 715 and this is 242. So this is 715 plus. For 1 mole it is 242. So 242 into 2. Why? Because I'm doing this for 2 moles. Now this multiply into divide you have to do. So what will be your answer? Enthalpy of reaction, which is this thing, will be equal to minus 30.5 plus 135.5 plus 715 plus 484. And what will be delta H bond enthalpy of C bond Cl? Sir, this is the total value. This is the totals. That means this CCl4 is having 4 C bond Cl. So for 4 C bond Cl, this much value is used. So for 1, the total, which is delta H reaction, upon 4. Now basic plus minus you have to do. Once you'll do, I guess 326 will be your answer. I hope we are clear till this. Chalo. Moving to the next question. Attempt this one. Aritra is saying, sir, okay, Aritra, 96.82. Beta, is it good? Are you comfortable with any state level government engineering college compromising your branch also? If yes, if that is your target, so it is good. If no, no, then it is not. Because for a respectable branch in a, not a new NIT, in a good NIT, it is, yes. But if you are targeting advanced, then it is definitely very good. Because for advanced, obviously, you are quite above the cutoff. But yes, for a college seat in a respectable NIT, a respectable branch, no. April attempt. So whatever you got, it may be good, it may not be good. If at all it is good, you tell me, can you get, will this percentile bring you computer science in your home state NIT? No. Then first work for that. Do not aim, do not target CSE of IIT Bombay. As of now, do not target it. Why? Because right now, what is your question? 96.82. So you tell me, even you deserve much better. Although this is good, but keep pushing. Moving to the next question. Now, after lengthy question, JEE also do this. Lengthy question followed by halwa. So a halwa for us. This is cell representation. So this becomes the anode half, which is oxidation. This becomes the cathode half, which is reduction. So who is getting oxidized? Silver. So in option I have silver, in option I have silver plus, so this is gone. In option having silver plus, so this is gone. In option having silver. And who is getting reduced? Copper plus 2. So this is copper plus 2. So obviously, which represents the correct cell reaction? Option number 3. Moving to the next question. Now again a chemical bonding question, which says you have to arrange in bond angle smallest first. So let us draw these. Now the very good example is this, because all the hydrides of p block element and all the hydrides of p block element, as in group 15 and group 16. So if you have group 15, then just leave NH3, and if you're talking of group 16, then just leave these two elements. Why? Because below them Drago come into application. So what is Drago rules? So Drago says that the hydride of group 15 and group 16 element, when he has observed then experimentally, the bond angle was close to 90 degrees. So he commented that the central atom will not undergo any hybridization. Pure p orbitals will form the bond. Therefore, the angle below oxygen you have sulfur. So for sulfur, what is the bond angle? Pure p orbital take part in hybridization. So pure p orbital has what configuration from each other? It's a 90 degree. So one hydrogen will be coming from here, one hydrogen will be coming from here. So this angle will be, I'm not saying exact, but it is approximately 90 degree. So it will be, because of Drago's rule, it will be having the least bond angle. That means H2S will have the least bond angle. So only one option is eliminated with this knowledge, by the way. BF3, obviously we know it is 120 degree. Now Si silicon is carbon family, so tetrahedral, so this is 109 degree, and because of lone pair it will be less than 109 degree. We know it is something around 106.5 degree. So which is larger? This is larger, this is lesser. So H2S, BF3, and it's option 3 will be your right answer. Basic question of chemical bonding. Yeah. So Dubeji, thank you, Vishwas. I was actually waiting for. See, I am explaining more right now. You know why? Because I'm not getting that dopamine right now. So I require these dopamine of you guys. So students, be there. I will be giving more. Moving to the next question. It says the acid which form two series of salt. So if I want to have two series of salt, that means I should have an ability to give 2H plus. H3PO4, sir, H3PO4, this is having 3H plus. So because 3, so not an answer. H3PO3, yeah, this is phosphorus acid. So this hydrogen, the next hydrogen is reducing hydrogen, not acidic hydrogen. So it is having 2. So yes, although you do not have to check, but still giving you an answer. H3BO3, boron is having 3 OH. So what we should, how many H plus it should give? 3? No, it gives 1. That too not these. It forces oxygen. Whose oxygen? Water of oxygen of water molecule, and this water gives H plus. So actually this boric acid form BH4 minus, and actually it gives only 1 H plus. So its basicity is 1, not 3. Although this is not asked, but I'm deliberately taking such questions which will couple lot of things in one question for you. That's why I say attempt these. Haan, Vishwas. Dubey ji, perfect bhai. What is H3PO2? It is obviously 2 hydrogen will be reducing, 1 will be acidic, so not an answer. Next question. Now, arrange in order of hydrogen. When hydrogen will be removed in form of H plus, it will form an acid. So let's say if H plus is gone, then you have a minus over here. If H plus is gone, you have a minus over here. If H plus is gone, then you have a minus over here. This minus will create resonance stabilization here also. So 2 rings will be getting resonance. So this is more aromatic stability. This is also aromatic stable. So this is the most stable will be 3. Then you will be having 1. And why this is least stable? Because after minus is formed, it will be having 8 pi electron, which will make it anti-aromatic. So if aromatic is stable, anti-aromatic is very, very unstable. So rather molecule will try to be aam admi. What is aam admi? Non-aromatic. Anti-aromatic is unstable. So obviously 3 then 1. So option 2 will be your right answer. Yeah. Yes, perfect. Jhakas again came. Jhakas is saying NIT DGP, Durgapur, CSE. DGP is Durgapur, Jhakas? Eh? So then Durgapur is also Jhakas. So it is also good NIT. Coming to the integer type questions. The first question says, it's from atomic structure that you have an hydrogen like atom, wavelength difference between first line of Balmer series. So Balmer is 3 from higher state to 2, and first line is 3 to 2. Lyman series first line is 1 to 2. So 1 upon lambda Balmer is equal to R into Z square into 1 upon 2 square as in 4 minus 1 upon 3 square as in 9. That means 1 upon lambda of Balmer will be R into Z square into 36, and in numerator you will get 5. And for Lyman, so 1 upon lambda Lyman will be R into Z square. Now these questions are very much loved by JEE, my friends. They're just basic formula, but it was used in all the sessions. So 1 upon 1 square minus 1 upon 2 square is 4. So here 1 upon lambda of Lyman will be R into Z square. 4 minus 1 is 3 by 4. So now what is given to you? The difference. So difference will be, what is given to you is the difference. So let me see, I have no other page. So let me solve here only. So lambda difference. Okay, so here first you calculate lambda b. So lambda b will be 36 upon 5 rz square, and lambda l will be 4 by 3 rz square, and the difference is given. So lambda b minus lambda l is given as 59.3 nanometer. So in meters it is deci, centi, milli, micro, nano, as in 5th finger. So minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 6, minus 9. That means 10 raised to the power minus 9. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, 10 raised to the power minus 9. Now, just you have to import the data, and the only variable is z. So z square you have to calculate, and what you put as value of r, because that is in meter. So r is approximately 1.1 into 10 raised power 7. So now into divide, guys, you have to do, and I guess once you solve this z, into divide is good in this question. Once you solve, z will approximately come out to be 3. So this into divide now you have to do. Okay, so bhai, I don't have, don't, you have all the caliber, my friend. Jhakas, don't say that, you have all the caliber. So Akaf, beta, let me finish this, because lack of problem solving is weak point in Jan attempt, and then I realized the importance of problem solving. Yes, perfect, Jhakas, absolutely correct. Ekav Singh, what your view on NIT Rourkela and Calicut? Beta, they all have good cutoff. I mean, good as in for CSE, if you are targeting now, if that is your home state, in the last round, see, I tell you one thing. In it used to happen from my time also. Uh, I just give the name also. If you are seeing this, okay, be it. There was a guy called Ramneek Bansal. I'm giving his name also. Back in 2007, I'm talking. So back in 2007, Bhatinda, Ramneek Bansal I mean, he's a very good friend. Although now he's a big man because I have not taken any job from the college. Rather, I have chosen to come to my native town. So, but all my co students of NIT Kurukshetra back in 2007, they are doing pretty well in their life. So that was a personal choice I took. Huh? So Ramneek Bansal got to NIT Kurukshetra with a very bad rank. But I'm telling you, you be at whatever post you are, but at a very bad rank. He got into civil. And you know, after the sliding, their internal sliding also takes place. That after 1 year, whatever state seats you have he got NIT Kurukshetra ECE, Electronics Department. Can you see the jump from civil to EC? I mean, in my time, EC was taken by those students who were getting AIR 3000, 4000, 5000. And I'm not saying he's AIR, but a bad AIR can. So just get into a college with whatever branch, work for 1 year, and then you get an internal sliding option also. That is what I'm telling you. You got that point, my friends. So as of now, don't bother, sir, wo milega, wo nahi. You just get in the college. Once you get, do not think of the branch per se, because the internal sliding always happen these days. So be cool, hai na? Moving to the next question. Sorry. Now, this is a question from electrochemistry, but this question is just telling you to have a feeling of the theory from electrochemistry. So let us feel that theory. We definitely know this curve. This A must be a weak electrolyte, because at infinite dilution it is going till infinity, and this B represents a strong electrolyte. You should know this from your NCERT logic. Now let us read the statements where we have to mark the incorrect statement. Remember this, incorrect statement, don't pick correct. So lambda naught as in limiting value for electrolyte A, okay, is obtained by extrapolation. How it will obtain? It will extend till infinity. So this is wrong. So because this is wrong, so it is an answer. So one statement is incorrect. For electrolyte B, which is strong, graph is a straight line. Yes, it is correct. So not an answer for us. At infinite dilution, the value of degree of dissociation approaches 0. At infinite dilution, every electrolyte behaves as a strong electrolyte. That means degree of dissociation alpha approaches 100%. 1. So this is also wrong. Therefore, an answer for us. So I will say two statements. Now last, lambda m for electrolyte A be calculated. Yes. Lambda m not be calculated for any electrolyte applying Kohlraasch law for the respective ion. So this is also correct. So not an answer. So answer for this is, how many statements are incorrect? 2. Okay. Having question 23. I have 3 more questions. So maximum number of atoms present. Now. Such questions now. Go to integer type questions. They were taking time. Now see. Chromium. How much? Sir, the chromium, this is octahedral shape. And what is CO? CO is linear. So this C will coordinate. But whatever this bond will be placed, this O will also be there. Why? Sir, because C triple bonded O is a linear shaped molecule. So this will also be linear. So this will also be linear. So this will also be linear. So how many linear? Okay, sir, but there are 6. So beta, this will be lying on a plane. One will be upside, one will be downside. So they will not be in the plane. So how many are in plane? So 2, 4, 6, 8 and the central atom. So how many species lie? Maximum number of atoms lying on a plane? Sir, 9. Bingo, answer. Moving to the next question. Now, a question from NCERT, retardation factor. So A, B, C are getting adsorbed on a thin layer chromatogram. Who will be getting absorbed to a larger extent? Sir, for absorption, I need to attract. For attraction, I need to be polar. So actually, more be the polarity, more will be your getting adsorption tendency. And if you absorb more, you will be climbing higher or lower. Sir, I am getting Chipko fire. So if I get Chipko, if I get adsorb, why I will move? So polar molecule will have shorter retardation factor. RF is termed as, this RF is termed as retardation factor. Basic NCERT it is. But yes, many students do not know it. Why? Because they do not even read it. Why? Arey sir, itna kaun padhe? Read everything. NCERT read everything. What is retardation factor? Sir, solvent will move higher and these solute will move lesser than solvent. So movement of length attained by any solute upon length achieved by solvent. So what is the height which solvent has reached? 8 centimeter. The question is asking you RF value of the most polar compound. So most polar compound will climb to the lowest value. That means C will be most polar. Climbing how much? 2 centimeters. So RF will be 2 by 8. Sir, but it is asking in 10 power minus 2 make it 0 0. So 10 power minus 2 is compensated. So this is 100 by 4. That means 100 by 4 is nothing but 25. You do not have to move your pen and it will be your answer. I hope it's good. Yeah. Now, moving to the last question. The last question says, which of the following will produce benzylamine? Benzylamine is benzylic carbon. So benzene, a carbon next to it, and then NH2. So I need this NH2 on a sp3 hybridized carbon. Post pyridine, it will form amide. Post ammonia, it will form an amide NH2. Sorry. And this NaOBr is a carbylamine, bromamide degradation. So CO will be gone and you will be getting aniline over here. So no, I do not want aniline. So you are not giving benzylamine. Yeah. This produces benzonitrile, and sodium in presence of ethanol is a good reducing agent. So benzonitrile has got CN. So that C and N will get reduced, and yes, it will give you benzylamine. Post this, you get amide, and amide after reduction. Sir, amide after reduction also forms benzylamine. Last is, this is Gabriel thalamide reaction thing. So yes, this is also a 1 degree alkyl halide. So this nucleophile can attack here. So this phenyl will having CH2 will be getting attacked by this nucleophile of this nitrogen, which is carbonyled from these two carbon, and it is succinic anhydride substitution, right? And post that, what you do? Post that we are doing hydrolysis. So post that if you do hydrolysis, carboxylic acid will get OH minus, nitrogen will get H plus. So this again forms the benzylamine, and that will not be an acid. Why? Because medium is basic, so you will report a salt of carboxylic acid, although that is not asked you, but yes, it will also give you benzylamine. So this can also be give you benzylamine. So how many of them are giving you benzylamine? 3. First one is not giving. So that will be your answer. So I am done from my side. We'll be coming soon, beta, to give answers to all those, because see, in between nobody, now you are coming and giving so many comments. So that were I missed those dopamine in between my lecture. But still, so guys, do not worry about the branches here, because you just take a branch and it will be good. So I'm done. Let me see, Dipen sir is ready or not for you. Yeah, he is ready. So I'm ending from my end. Guys, don't worry. Yes, Vishwas, thank you. And we'll see you around and keep working. So over to Dipen sir. Hello. Yeah. Dipen sir is asking. Okay. we got so many comments. So Deepen sir is saying, sir, aap thoda baat kar lo. So let me, I mean, for just 3-4 minutes, he's just coming. So to Indore Center. Acha, Ekaf, you know. Very good. You people are quite informed. So yes, let me read those comments. What is your view? Okay, that I answered. So beta for CSE, the cutoff will be good. It's for I guess for CSE branch at Rourkela and NIT for the last round, it will be somewhere around 7,000, 6,000. And if it is your domicile state, then you can have a more AIR also, but in last round you can get, because the way you can get an NIT CSE branch, I've explained that, no, because in through that even the data shows that you have got into an NIT in the first year you have worked, whatever was your branch, because first year is common. There is no branch segregation in the first year. Whatever you study, every student study the same content for the whole year. From second year onwards, specialization of branch takes place. So post going to second year, all the branches of all the colleges are having some vacant seats. Why? Because sliding takes place. Students want to go to computer science. So what happens is, electronic guy internal slided into computer science. So EC will be vacated. Once EC will be vacated, mechanical will get into an EC. Although if I suggest you should not go for because electronics branch is so much segregated that there is no core job for EC. They have to do well in programming also. And there is, if you see, for electronics, what is the core? Actually, the core of electronics has been superseded by CSE guys. So I mean, that is my personal choice, and my personal choice is like 20 years old, because I am talking of the time of era of 2010-11, that during our time we used to think like that. But yes, obviously now you are Gen Z, so Gen cutoff. Okay, general cutoff. Vishwas, you're asking for what? IIT Bombay is my elder brother. Okay, so Vishwas, your elder brother got IIT Bombay in which year and which branch? Okay, Ekaf is saying, okay, sir, I thought if I get only CSEC or EAO, only go to an IT, and I thought other branches will lose my career. And I thought if I don't get, so Ekaf, I'm telling you this, you just get into the college where you feel you are more comfortable, because branch internal sliding is definitely going to help you. Definitely going to help you. So don't bother that I do not like this branch, I do like that branch, because internal sliding after 1 year, yes, but for that you have to be vigilant for it. So instead of taking a drop, work on the college for a year, because if you get good CGPA, internals in the internal sliding, you will be preferred. So that is what I'm telling you, that you just target a college. Don't be so specific about the branch, because now these days in all the branch, at least you have to study coding. Back in our time also, I'm talking for NIT Kurukshetra, in final year in electrical department, we used to have 3 categorization: power, control, and software. In our time also, you know why I chose software? You know why? Because I mean, I'll not take name of he's an adorable professor, but in once in electrical final year, if you choose from electrical, if you choose software, then you are mostly designated to that professor, and we used to love him. So because of him we chose software. So that journey will be easy, because anyway you get, back in our time, minimum you should get 2 jobs. One was a dream job, one was a normal job. Every student, because back at our time there was very few seats, so every student used to get 2 jobs. So that was a time. Yeah, so Deepen sir is ready, I guess. So should I end? I'm asking him. Yeah, okay, so Deepen sir, over to you.
very clearly be audible and visible to you all? Are we clearly audible and visible? Just give me a quick response. I hope I'm clearly audible and visible to all the participants. Okay, so I think I'm clearly audible and visible. We can get started with the mathematics section now. So let's get started with the maths section. I hope you all are there, eagerly waiting for the maths section, the analysis of maths section to be started. Great, thank you so much. Radhe Krishna, hello, hi everyone, namaskar. Let's get started. Great, great, great. So I was also eagerly waiting for you all, and without any delay, now let's get started with the analysis of your rank booster for mathematics sections analysis. All right, so here we are. Let's begin with the first question for the day. A very straightforward, decent, sorted question based on a very basic property of parabola. Something which not everyone is aware of, but if you are aware of, you can solve this question within 10 seconds. Mind you everyone, you can solve this JEE mains level question within 10 seconds if you are aware of this property. So let's learn this property first of all. Here the tangents are drawn from a point P to the parabola y square is equals to 4x with focus S such that the tangents, the length of the tangents are root 5 and root 10. Then SP square is equal to, great, thank you so much everyone. Okay, I believe so. I am very clearly audible and visible to everyone. We can resume our session here. Now, what are we given here? That there is a parabola, a standard parabola is given over here. And with this standard parabola, what are we told? That from an external point, so imagine there is an external point P, and from this external point, two tangents are drawn here. So let's say these are the two tangents. Let's say one of the tangents is this and the other tangent is this. So these are the two tangents which are touching this parabola at 2 points, which are definitely we are not aware of, but let's call them T and T dash. Now, what are we told here? What are we told here? That this length PT is given to be root 5. This length PT dash is given to be root 10. I hope you are comfortably understanding this particular part. Now, what are we told? That here, with this PT and PT dash given to you, can you figure out SP square? Now, what is S here? We all know S is going to be the focus. Now, a lot of students may start working on getting P. And once they find the coordinates of P, they may find PS, the distance, and then they'll mark the correct answer, which is definitely a good approach, but lengthy in nature. So, sir, is there any other approach? Can we do something else here? Yes, you all can. What is that approach? Let's have a look at that. Always remember, if there is an external point, I'm telling you the secret here, the important property with the help of which you can crack a lot of questions within seconds. What is that property here, students? That from an external point, if you are drawing pair of tangents, then the geometric mean of the length of those pair of tangents is equal to this length PS. What did I just say? What did I just say? Can you understand this? I hope most of you must have understood it very clearly. I repeat my part. The geometric mean of the lengths of this pair of tangents, PT and PT dash. So I hope there are two terms. So PT into PT dash, the geometric mean, I hope you're understanding this word, should be equal to this PS. So the distance of this point from this focus is always equal to the geometric mean of the length of these tangents which we have drawn from an external point. How many of you were aware of this property? And if you were not, I hope you are taking a note of it so that you remember this, and whenever you see a question based on this concept, you apply it and you get the answer within seconds. Now, are you not seeing the answer coming within 5 seconds? Now, how? If I square both the sides, I hope we all can see it very clearly. PS square is going to be PT times PT dash. I think PS square, SP square, same thing. So with that, PT is basically nothing but root 5 and PT dash is nothing but root 10. That is clearly root 50. Root 50 is 25 into 2, that is nothing but what? 5 root 2, and I think we are given option 2 as the correct answer. How many of you are convinced with this particular property that if you are aware of such short tricks, you could save a lot of time in mathematics section as well, and you would stop calling it a lengthy section? Of course, it is lengthy. Some questions are definitely lengthy. A lot of questions are lengthy, but a lot of questions can be done with these short techniques. How many of you are aware of it? Do write it in the comment box. So there we have discussed a short technique for this question, and here you can definitely call it an easy question if you were aware of this basic standard descent property from the chapter Parabola. Can I move ahead towards the next question from here, students? What do we see? The question says that there are 16 identical pencils. Great. 16 identical pencils, mind you everyone. How many of you are getting the answer? Do write it in the chat box. Insider AD is saying, hey, can anyone tell which NIT can I get with 92.27 percentile in this attempt with OBC NCL? Right now, let's have this discussion Insider AD, but definitely I'd like to give you more clarity meanwhile in this session only. But as of now, let's complete this analysis first, which is our top priority at this stage. Are distributed among 4 children such that each gets at least 3 pencils. So there is a problem here. What is the problem? Each gets at least 3 pencils. That's the constraints, or that's the problem here. So how do I resolve this concern first of all? The pencils are identical. I hope you all are realizing this. So if the pencils are identical, first of all, let's give 3 pencil each to each of the children. Did you understand my statement? Out of these 16 identical pencils, 3 pencil to each 4 of these children can be given in only one way, because all of the pencils are identical. Did you understand my statement? So once I have given 3 pencil each to these 4 children, I have already distributed 12 pencils out of 16 pencils. Now I'm left with 16 minus 12, that is 4 pencils which are identical, and they are to be distributed among how many children? They are to be distributed among 4 children. I hope you have seen such problems previously and earlier as well. That's great, Insider AD. I'm glad that you are answering it. That's perfect. That's brilliant. Now, I hope you must have understood this. Now, all I need is the basic formula. I hope you remember n objects identical distributed among R children or R people in such a manner that anybody can, any number of objects, then it can be done in n plus R minus 1 CR minus 1 ways. Do you remember this basic formula, which we have discussed a lot many times? And recently we have released our one shot on permutation and combinations. There also we had discussed it in a detailed format. A lot of intricacies and nuances of the chapter PNC we have discussed in a very comprehensive and a detailed manner. So if I could use this, n is 4, number of people are R, so 4 plus 4, 8 minus 1, that's of course 7C, 4 minus 1, so 7C3, you all can work it out quite easily. You know the short trick as well, which is going to be nothing but 765 divided by 3 into 2, so it is going to be 35, which marks option C. Sir, I'm currently taking approximately 1 hour for solving math section. How to reduce the time? Insider AD, that's the ideal time you should take. Or rather, people mostly take 1 hour and 15 minutes to attempt the math section. That's perfectly fine if you're taking so. Now it depends that how many questions are you attempting in this duration from mathematics. That's more important. Now getting ahead with the next question. This gives you the next question. So there is a complex number Z. Of course, this is not a unimodular complex number, because if it becomes a unimodular complex number, there will see a problem coming into picture. This is satisfying this inequality, and then you are asked the largest value of modulus of Z. Technically, this may look like a question from complex numbers, but in reality, this definitely is not a question from the chapter complex numbers. Why am I saying so? Please understand, even if you replace this modulus of Z by some other number, then also this question can be solved. Yes, that's great, Insider AD. I'm glad that you are responding so quickly. With that, if I could tell you the correct answer. First of all, when you solve inequalities, logarithm and there is a base. Now I need to take care of this base so that I can be more clear with the sign of the inequality. So 1 by root 2, we all know 1 by root 2 is clearly 1 by root 2 is 1.4. So 1 upon 1.4, denominator is greater than the numerator. That means this number is less than 1. I hope you are comfortably understanding this. So with that, we all can conclude that if the base is less than 1, and when I take the antilog, the sign of the inequality changes. Okay, I'm still not experienced in 11th, but my brother said if you do questions more, you'll get your own idea that you can even explain to others. It's only by understand by you. Okay, great. That's good that you are interacting and resolving others' concerns. Now let's focus here. So when I take the antilog, so 1 by root 2 raised to the power 2. So here I'll be having modulus of Z plus 11 divided by mod Z minus 1 whole square should be, instead of less than equal to, it should be greater than equal to 1 by root 2 raised to the power 2. So 1 by root 2 when raised to the power 2 becomes basically 1 by 2. Now one more thing I can do unhesitatingly, the cross multiplication. Sir, you told us a lot many times cross multiplication doesn't happen here with inequalities. Yes, I totally agree with that. Cross multiplication here means that I'm multiplying both the sides by 2 times square of modulus of z minus 1, which is a non-negative entity, or rather a positive entity, because it can never be 0 here as well. So it will always be positive. So I can multiply both the sides by a positive number. That's what I'm doing. So here, when this 2 comes here, it becomes 2 times mod z plus 22 should be greater than equal to mod z minus 1 whole square. Did you get that part? Now it's basically a quadratic inequality which you all know how to solve. So it becomes mod z square here plus 1 minus 2 times mod z. I hope you are understanding it comfortably. Greater than equal to, I hope you have understood it, mod z square plus 1 minus 2 times mod z. This is clearly 2 times mod z plus 22. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I do any calculation based error, do correct me in the comment box. So here, if I take everything on the left hand side, it will be leaving me with mod z square minus 2, that's minus 4 times modulus of z. And there 1 minus 21 is 1 minus 22 is minus 21 should be greater than equal to 0. So I think we are very much close to the correct answer and we can mark it in a while. Yes, we can solve this with shortcut method. Which shortcut method are you discussing inside the ready? Do share it with us. If you're talking about triangle inequality, how do we apply it here? Do share that as well. But yes, if you have any short idea, definitely bring it to the table. We'd really appreciate it. So with this, I hope you can see I can split the middle term 21, 7 and 3. So minus 7 plus 3 will do the job here. So it will give me mod z square minus 7 times mod z plus 3 times mod z minus 21. I hope you have heard it right. Yes, greater than equal to 0. So from here, if I factorize it and or rather use the VV-curve method, I'll definitely say that one of the factors will be mod z minus 7 and the other factor will be mod z plus 3. Did you all get that? Now with that wavy curve or even without wavy curve, you all know this very basic concept from theory of equations, where you say that if this quadratic with coefficient of z square to be positive, we want it to be positive, it happens only beyond the roots. That means lesser than the smaller roots and greater than the bigger root, which means smaller root is minus 3, bigger root is 7. So the answer will be minus infinity to minus 3 or minus 7 to infinity, which gives you which option, students? With that, what are we asked? Then the largest value of mod z. Then the largest. I hope I'm going great. Have I made any error? Have I made any mistake here? Because with that largest value coming into picture, I think I have made some error here. Mod z plus 1 upon mod z minus 1 square should be less than equal to 1 by root 2 whole square. That's 1 by 2, right? And the sign changes because this base is less than 1. So this is 2 times mod z 22. This is mod z minus 1 whole square. So with this, yes, I have made an error. I have shifted it here, but I forgot taking care of the sign. So basically this sign changes. Let me correct this mistake here. I mistakenly did not change the sign here. So this becomes this, and with that, there is a slight change here. This also becomes less than, and with that you get the final answer in a better format. This should be negative, and with that, if this quadratic needs to be negative, it will be between the roots. So if it is between the roots means minus 3 to 7. I hope you have understood it. Closed interval. What are we asked? The largest value, which gives you or which is given to you by option 4. That's brilliant. Thank you so much for highlighting that correction inside a ready. That's brilliant. I'm glad all of you are participating and interacting, and that's how you. Thank you so much for that correction inside a ready, and that's exactly what I'm expecting. So mistakenly, if I do some error, do correct it. With that, can we move ahead with the next question from here, students? The next question here goes like this. What do we do here? Again, a very good question. By the way, if I could mark the difficulty level, this was something really easy, something really simple. You won't even call it moderate. This again is simple and easy, but because of some length added to it, which definitely is not a length from ITJ's perspective, you may call it moderate, but I definitely call it easy. This question, if you look at, I'll still be calling it easy, but if you are conceptually weak, you may face some difficulty in recalling the concept which is required to be applied here. And I'll be really glad and happy if you could solve this particular question here, even right now, after pausing the video or simultaneously while I'm taking this class live. How do we solve this particular one? First of all, there is a cubic given to you. And the cubic has a problem that we are not given this p here. So that's an arbitrary constant here. Along with this, x1, x2, x3 are told to be the positive roots. Mind you, they are the positive roots. So positive means what? Real numbers, and they are the 3 positive roots. Now with that, what do we do here? Then this expression's value is what we are asked, which we'll do later, but let's try and deal with this equation first of all. Now this looks like a question on theory of equations, but I'd say that here you would be surprised if I'm using sequence in series. How? Have a look at that. First of all, if this equation has 3 roots, x1, x2, x3, can you help me with 3 things? Sum of the roots taken one at a time. I hope you remember it. Sum of the roots taken one at a time is negative of this by 1, which is 6. I hope you remember it. Minus b upon a, c upon a, d upon a. Do you remember that? So with that, sum of the roots taken 2 at a time, which means x1, x2 plus x2, x3 plus x3, x1. That is clearly nothing but what? If it was minus b upon a, that will be c upon a. So that will be 3. Can you help me with one more thing, which is the sum of the roots taken all at a time? That is x1, x2, x3. With this, can you help me with this, which is going to be 2p? Of course, it will be 3p, I'm really sorry. And with this, it will be 2p. I hope you have understood it very clearly. Can I move ahead from here? Now, one thing, can you help me with this here? That can you help me with the arithmetic mean of these 3 roots? So, if I find the aim of these 3 roots, what would that be? So, if I'm finding the aim of these 3 roots, I'll be saying x1 plus x2 plus x3 divided by 3. So, when you do so, you get 6 by 3, that's 2. Sir, why did you do that? Have patience, I'll definitely explain this part in the next step. Here, let's find the HM as well. Let's find the HM as well. Now, how do we define HM? HM is given by 3 divided by 1 by x1 plus 1 by x2 plus 1 by x3. Do you remember that? Which when simplified clearly gives you what? x1, x2, x3 is the LCM which goes in the numerator. So, it becomes 3 x1, x2, x3 divided by x2, x3, x3, x1 and x1, x2, which means x1, x2 plus x2, x3 plus x3, x1. I hope you are understanding it. With this coming into picture, what I'm clearly seeing is that numerator x1, x2, x3, that's 2p. So, this is 3 times 2p, and in the denominator, what are we seeing? x1, x2, x2, x3, x3, x1, the sum, that is clearly 3p. Now, what is the importance of this result, sir? What have you achieved by doing so? All I'm saying is that this is also turning out to be 2. Now, what does it mean? Can you help me with this conclusion, the result which we have received? I have taken 3 numbers and their aim and HM turned out to be same because their aim was also 2, their HM is also 2. What does it mean? If numbers have the same aim and HM, which means the inequality has converted into equality. And when does this inequality become an inequality becomes an equality? It becomes equality when all the numbers are same. Do you remember that? If AM of 3 numbers is equal to the HM of those 3 numbers, that happens only when the numbers are same. When the numbers are same, which means x1 is equal to x2 is equal to x3. With that, I think I wouldn't hesitate in concluding for 6, this will be 2 plus 2 plus 2. So, we have received that x1 plus x2 plus x3 is going to be 2. How many of you got this? How many of you cracked it? Now, the job is, I think, completely done. We have gotten the answer, I believe so, because if x1, x2, x3 is 2, this is sine inverse 1 by 2 plus 1 by 2, that means sine inverse of 1. Here, this is cos inverse of 1 by 2 plus 1 by 2, that is also 1, minus tan inverse of 1 by 2 plus 1 by 2, that is again 1. Here, I think I need not tell you what would be the answer. You know the value of sine inverse 1, pi by 2, cos inverse 1, that is 0, I hope you know. And here tan inverse 1, pi by 4. You can definitely do the calculation and mark the correct option. I need not explain it further. How many of you got it right? Do write it in the comment box and tell me how many of you cracked this question. And if you have some other method, don't hesitate in sharing it. Do write in the comment box if you did it through some other approach. But here, did you like this approach? Did you like this idea? This question may have looked like a question from theory of equations, which has clearly used sequence and series. And along with this, they have merged a concept from inverse trigonometric functions as well. Can I move ahead with this question towards the next question here, students? The question next which we are shown here is asking you the area enclosed by cos x, 1 plus sine 2x and x is equal to 3 pi by 2 as x varies from 0 to 3 pi by 2. Great. A very decent, a very simple question. Simply based on transformation of graphs, and I would again call it something really simple and easy. If you are conceptually strong, you can crack it in a while, in seconds. How? Have a look at that. First of all, let me try and draw the graph. So let's say this is the x-axis. Right, let's assume this to be the x-axis. I hope there is no confusion on that. And I would require a line parallel to the x-axis because I know it. So I'm drawing one more line, and there, let me take the y-axis like this. I hope there is no confusion on that. Everyone understanding this comfortably? Are you all there, listening, watching, and understanding it? Now, first of all, can you help me in drawing the graph of sin x? Then we'll draw the graph of sin 2x, then we'll draw the graph of 1 plus sin 2x. Transformation of graphs I'm doing. So when you wish to draw the graph of sin x, what you do is from 0 to 3 pi by 2, right? But this is basically 2x, but let me draw it first of all. So when you draw the graph of sin x, let's say this is how, or where should I draw it? I hope there is no confusion on that this is how the graph of sin x looks like. 0, pi, 2 pi. I'm just giving you a rough sketch. But here the problem is, if this point happens to be pi, if this is the graph of sin x, there will be a slight change here if it happens to be the graph of sin 2x. Hold on for a while. Let me just change the mode of this AC here so that it becomes or gets a little colder here. Just give me a moment, participants. Now, getting back to the discussion we all were having, what was I saying? What were we saying? That we were discussing that if it becomes a graph of sin 2x, there should be a slight change here, that this 2x becomes pi, which means x becomes pi by 2. So in that case, this will be pi by 2 and this will be pi. I hope this is how you transform the graphs. You get more clarity on that. But here the problem is, sir, we are not interested in sin 2x. We are interested in 1 plus sin 2x. So if this graph is shifted by 1 unit above, along the y-axis, I think I'll get the graph of 1 plus sin 2x. Did you get that part? Everyone understood that statement? So here, let me say that this could be the graph of 1 plus sin x. Of course, it is not a very appropriate one, but you must have gotten a decent clarity here. And this will be 0, pi by 2, pi, and there it, when goes here a little further, becomes, okay, this is an interval of pi, of course. So this, when stretched further, reaches till this point, which is 3 pi by 2. First of all, did you understand this? These points are not here. They are basically there on the x-axis. This is not the x-axis. This is a line parallel to the x-axis. So this point over here is pi by 2. This point over here is pi. And this point over here is 3 pi by 2. First of all, are you comfortably understanding this? This here, we are drawing the graph of y is equals to 1 plus sin 2x. I hope there is no confusion on that. And it ranges from 0 to, this is of course not 0 here. The 0 will be here. This is here, the x-axis. First of all, are you understanding everything clearly in a very detailed manner? And this here is the y-axis. Now, this is how the graph of 1 plus sin 2x looks like. But now the challenge is we need to draw the graph of cos x as well, which is definitely not a tough task, because you know that at 0, cos x is 1. I'm really sorry, this should not be 1. This now will become 2, this will be 1, because we have shifted it above. I hope you are understanding the intent here. So with this, we know the graph of cos x clearly goes like this, that from 1 to pi by 2 it goes like this, from pi by 2 to pi it goes like this, and from pi to 3 pi by 2, at 3 pi by 2 it becomes 0. So this goes like this. I hope there is no confusion on that. So this is going to be the graph of cos x from 0 to 3 pi by 2. But we need to restrict it at x is equals to 3 pi by 2. So there is one more line coming into picture, which is going to be this. This is x is equal to 3 pi by 2. So we have drawn 3 curves, and I think we have gotten the idea that the area bounded by these 3 regions is going to be this one only. Which one, students? Can you see this? This region's area is what we are now interested in finding it out, which is definitely not a tough task. You need not find the points of intersection. You need not find the upper curve or lower curve. It is clearly visible, and just after one more step you will get the answer. Are you all there, listening, watching, and understanding? Can I move ahead from here? So if I could tell you which is the upper curve here, students, the upper curve is 1 plus sin 2x. Can you help me with the lower curve here, students? That is clearly cos x. This basically needs to be integrated, which you all know how to do. And here the limits are going to be 0 to 3 pi by 2. Once you do this, you will get the final answer. Was it a really tough question? Can you not do it from here? I hope you would definitely call it an easy question. You may want to call it a little moderate because of the length, but this wasn't a length. This was basic understanding of transformation of graphs. Are you all there listening, watching and understanding? I hope from here this is a simple task. The area is going to be, of course, 1 integrated gives you x. The integration of sine 2x, sine x, I hope you remember, minus cos x, but this is sine 2x, so it will be minus 1 by 2 cos 2x and minus cos x. So cos x is sine x, so with this it becomes minus sine x, and there all you need to do is put the limits which are 0 and 3 pi by 2, which I'm not going to do, that you do by yourself. Everyone, did you all the participants who are watching this video right now, did you all understand this whole solution? Have you gotten a great, decent, crystal clear clarity on this front, that how should you approach or attempt this category of questions? Can I move ahead from here? I hope this was easy to moderate. Now let's look at the next question. Again, a simple question. You can take the benefit of doubt. You can draw it in a manner so that it stays more simple, more clearer. I'll again say this is something easy, but again, because of some basic calculation involved in it, you may want to call it a moderate question. Let's start solving this question here. First of all, I'm told that there is a triangle, right? Triangle ABC. So let's take a triangle ABC like this. So there we have a triangle ABC. A decent standard basic triangle it is, which has vertices A, B and C, right? Now what are we told here? A point M is taken on the side AC of a triangle ABC such that AM is equals to 1/3 of AC, which means we can clearly see AM upon AC is 1/3. I hope you are understanding it. So which means if this vector AC is having length 3, there is one length of vector AM there on this AC, which means this is going to be this. So if I were to ask you this ratio here, you would definitely say that if the total length is 3, this will be 1, this will be 2. Did you all understand this particular part without any confusion? I hope you all are there with me on this. Now, one more thing is there. A point N is taken on the side CB. So there is one more vector CB on the side CB such that Bn is CB. So Bn is a vector in terms of vectors. So direction comes into picture. So Bn is CB because they are equal vectors. So direction and magnitude both will be same. So this is vector CB. If I need Bn, I'll push it ahead. So I'll get one more vector which will definitely look like this. So this will be Bn. And with this Bn coming into picture, now we know that BC and Bn are of equal length. They are same vectors. So did you all understand how did I draw this Bn? Everyone with me on this, listening, understanding and watching it clearly. Now from here, then for the point of intersection X is the point of intersection of AB and MN. Okay, so I am now going to draw MN. So this I'll be calling to be MN and this is your AB which is intersecting at X. Now regarding X, they are asking you a few results. Okay, we'll work it out. Let's follow it step by step. What I'll say is, or what I'll do is, let me take A as origin so my calculation stays simpler. Let's call this vector C as C, the point C as position vector as vector C, the vector C here. So can you say something about this point M? I hope you understood. Section formula I can use. So 2 into 0 plus 1 into C divided by 3. So M vector here is going to be C by 3. Did you get that part? Or shall I re-explain this? 2 into 0 plus 1 into C divided by 2 plus 1. So C by 3. Similarly, we know that here, if I take this B vector as position vector B, can you help me with this N? With basic coordinate geometry understanding, I'll say that here B happens to be the midpoint of C and N, which means double of this minus this will be this ratio basically. So twice of B minus C will be N. Can I say so? Twice of B minus C will be the vector N. Did you all understand this particular part comfortably? Can I move ahead from here? Now, if you have gotten this much details, let's begin or solving this particular part so that we can crack X. So I need some information about X. Let's start doing that. Two things I am doing here, two assumptions I'm taking. Let's say Mx is to Xn are in the ratio lambda is to 1 and Ax, which one should I take? Okay, this one you can take. And let's say Ax is to Xb are in the ratio mu is to 1. Did you understand my part very clearly? What I've done is mx into xn I have taken in the ratio lambda is to 1, and ax is to xb I have taken in the ratio mu is to 1. So with the help of these two assumptions, I can write two coordinates of x which are going to be same. So from this logic, let's take what is going to be x. From this logic, let's figure out what is going to be x. Are you all there listening, watching and understanding this conclusion right here? So with that, when I go ahead further, x is going to be lambda into this. So lambda times 2b minus c plus 1 into this, which is going to be c by 3 divided by what? Lambda plus 1. Are you all there? Similarly here, if I talk about x from this mu is to 1's perspective, it is going to be mu b. It is going to be mu b plus 1 into 0, which is 0 of course, divided by mu plus 1. Are you all there listening, watching and understanding it very clearly? Sir, what have you achieved by doing so? Are you not complicating it a lot? Trust me, in the next step, your question is done. If you are patient enough. How? Have a look at that. So the deal is really simple. What I'm going to do is I'll multiply mu plus 1 here, lambda plus 1 I'll be pushing there. That is the only thing which I'll do, and then our job will be completely done. Don't get confused by this calculation. It is something really simple and easy. All you need to do is have patience. In the next step, it will be done. Or even at this stage also, you can solve it with some decent steps. What do I mean by that? Here, look at the coefficient of b here and look at the coefficient of b here. If they are the same vectors, it should be same. Look at the coefficient of c here and look at the coefficient of c here, and you can equate them, and through that you can figure out lambda and mu. That's what I'm saying here. So coefficient of b here is going to be, I hope you can see it very clearly, lambda 2 by lambda plus 1. Did you all get that? So here I'll be writing it as 2 lambda, coefficient of b I'm saying here, 2 lambda by lambda plus 1. And here the coefficient of b is clearly nothing but what? Mu by mu plus 1. Are you understanding this data comfortably? One more thing I'm going to do from here is the very basic idea here. Let's compare or equate the coefficients of c. Because there is no c here on the right hand side, so that should be equated with 0. So what do we see here on the left hand side? So the coefficient of c here is going to be here. I hope you can see it very clearly. Lambda minus 1 lambda by 1. So here it should be minus lambda upon lambda plus 1. Did you all see it here? Plus c by 3 times lambda 1 plus 1. So it should be, sorry, c is there, 1 by 3 times lambda plus 1. Coefficient of c 1 by 3 lambda plus 1. So it should be 1 by 3 times lambda plus 1, and this should be equated with 0 because there is no vector c on the right hand side. Did you all understand this whole explanation? Sir, what have you achieved or attained by doing so? Have patience. I think our job is almost done. How and why? Let's have a look at that. Lambda plus 1, lambda plus 1. If you take the LCM here, it gives you, let's keep this part aside. I am clearly seeing this equation getting sorted here first. So this gives me 3 lambda plus 1 in the, I can multiply this by 3 here and 3 here like this. So 3 lambda plus 1, 3 lambda plus 1 will become the LCM goes there. So it leaves you with minus 3 lambda plus 1 is equal to 0. So that leaves you with lambda as 1 by 3. Are you understanding this comfortably? So when you receive lambda as 1 by 3, I think half of the job is done. If you have received lambda as 1 by 3, this ratio is going to be 1:3. This ratio is going to be 1:3. So this mx is to xn is going to be 1:3. Lambda is to 1, so 1 by 3 is to 1, that is 1:3. Are you all understanding this? Now from here, what I do next is, you can find mu as well, but let me look at the options first. xb is 1/3 of ab. xb is 1/3 of ab, that we need to check, which I haven't checked so far. ax is 1/3 of ab. ax is 1/3 of ab. I'll check that later, but let's look at this third option. xn, this is related to xn, right? So xn is 3/4 of mn. xn is 3/4 of mn. Can you not see it right there? See, I repeat this part. This length is 1, this length is 3. So this entire length will be 4. So this is to this will be 3:4. That's exactly what they are saying. xn upon mn. Can you not see it? xn upon this entire mn. I hope you are seeing it, mn. This, I'm not writing it there so that it doesn't get confusing. So this xn upon mn. xn is 3. mx is 1. So this is to this will be 3:4, which is exactly what we are given in option C. Let's say this option was also correct, even option D is also correct. Incorrect. So option C and option D are also incorrect. Then I'll put this value of lambda 1 by 3 here and I'll find mu. And once I have found mu, I'll be getting more clarity about AB and AX as well, which we need not, because lambda is sufficient here to solve this question. Did you all understand this whole solution? Can I move ahead from here? Everybody is with me here. Now, with this, I think you must have understood something really easy and simple from vectors in 3D. I would say coordinate geometry. Here, let's look at the next question. What does it say? I'll again say something easy. If you want, you may want to call it something moderate. What does it say? The point A, 3 minus 2, 4 is shifted parallel to the line this by a distance 1. So the coordinate of P in the new position R. With the 3D, there is only one problem. What is that? You have to do some calculation. And you have to do some bad sort of calculation, not very good kind of calculation. What do I mean by that? Let me demonstrate it here with this particular question here. First of all, please understand the question. There is a line. Mitra Vinda is saying, sir, is it worth to take a drop for JEE Mains? Mitra Vinda, it depends on a lot of factors. What lot of factors are there? It depends a lot of factors. It depends on a lot of factors. From person to person, the answer may vary. So a lot of things are there. What kind of student you are, what kind of sincerity you have, what kind of aspirations you have, what is your goal, what do you want to be, why do you want to pursue or hold this dream, or why do you want to get into engineering, what is your motive, what is your intent, how much efforts can you make in this 1 year, what is the ROI, return on investment you have, what is the financial status of yours you have, how much risks can you take. A lot of parameters are there. So if you have a crystal clear answer of all these category of questions, you may be in a better position to figure it out by yourself. I hope you must have understood my response very clearly, Mitra Vinda. Getting ahead with this question here, 3 minus 2 and 4. So imagine there is a line and there is a point. But this point is shifted along this line. So it is shifted parallel to this line. So please understand, a very basic question it is. If this point, which is this A, is shifted parallel to this line, then this point, which is shifted along with this line, parallel to this line, if it is moving on a line, it must be having the direction ratio same as the line. So can I not write the equation of this line? Let's say this point is shifted by 1 unit length here. So that AB segment, let's say it is lying on a line. It is lying on a line. That's great, Vishwas Dubey. Yes, Mitra Vinda, I hope you got it. So with this AB, we know the distance is 1. And if this distance happens to be 1, it is parallel to this line. Can I write the equation of this line AB? I hope you're understanding it. So with this line AB will be having equation x minus 3 divided by root 3 is equal to y minus minus 2 divided by 2 is equal to z minus 4 divided by 3. I hope you all are there. Piyush is saying, sir, 79 percentile आई कितनी रैंक आ सकती है और क्या कट ऑफ क्लियर होगा, प्लीज टेल. Regarding cutoff, Piyush, I have given a video. A short will also get released possibly by tomorrow. And regarding rank, the things are a little confusing here at this stage. We cannot give you a very specific idea here. So let's not bother about the rank. Let's follow the process. You still have the April attempt. Let's focus on that. Let's try to get better at that. But if you keep this thing in mind and if you keep pressurizing yourself because of this 79 percentile, you may not be able to perform better or as per your, caliber or potential. So if you want to get the best out of it, leave this aside and focus on preparing for the April attempt. Just keep everything aside. Forget everything and just focus on the April attempt. Keep everything aside. Mind you, take the trash out. Keep everything aside and focus on the April attempt. Listen to these words very carefully. Now, here, let's say there's a point B on this line and parametrically it can be defined as, I hope the point B can be taken as root 3 lambda plus 3, 2 lambda minus 2 and 3 lambda plus 4. Did you get that? Now, I am told that this AB segment has length 1. So, if I were to figure out the length of this AB segment, can I not figure it out by myself? So, this length AB segment has length 1, which I'll be figuring out by distance between A and B. So, 3 lambda plus 3 minus 3. So this is clearly going to be what? Root 3 lambda. I'm giving you the standard approach, the crystal clear approach, which is definitely giving you a clear idea that how should you or how can you approach the questions logically if you know nothing about 3D. The basics you can apply. And from here, from scratch, you can definitely solve this question. I hope you have understood it. So from here, I'll be simply sharing the idea. X2 minus x1, so root 3 lambda plus 3 minus 3, that gives you root 3 lambda. So root 3 lambda square will be 3 lambda plus y2 minus y1. So 2 lambda minus 2 minus 2, that's plus 2. So 2 lambda square, that is 4 lambda square. And this is 3 lambda plus 4 minus 4, that is 3 lambda whole square, which is again 9 lambda square. So from here, I think you can crack the lambda. This is a very basic equation. 9 plus 4, 13, 13 plus 3, 16. So this is 16 lambda square, which is 4 lambda. 4 lambda is 1, which means lambda you have cracked to be 1 by 4. Once you push this lambda 1 by 4 here, you crack the correct option, which I am not going to tell you because you all are intelligent enough to solve this. Will you still call it a tough question? Is it really a difficult question? Can you not see the simplicity here? The basic idea or the basic concepts of 3D were to be applied here. Let's solve this question. This question I'll call somewhere between moderate and hard. Hard it is not, but yes, if you cannot crack the right steps which are required to be done here, you may be wanting to call it a hard question, but it clearly is not. It clearly is not. So let's take a 5 minutes break, then we'll resume. It is 8:45. We'll resume at 8:50. Let me have a break, let me have some water, and then we'll resume in 5 minutes. Okay, let's take a 5 minutes break here. All right, so hello, hi, welcome back everyone. Just give me a quick response. Am I clearly audible and visible to everyone? Can you all hear me properly? Let's resume again. Did you or anyone has done this question? Anyone who has done this particular one? Just give me a quick response. I hope I'm clearly audible and visible. The basic idea you can develop here is that this is something, if you are looking at clearly, you can crack this question. Let me rewrite this particular part. What are we told here? If I rewrite this particular part, I'm saying here that this can be rewritten as, just give me a second, I'll just take few more colors so that our interaction becomes more colorful, more happy. Because if things are colorful, you look at them with more interest, right? So here, this is f of 2x times f dash of minus 2x minus f of minus 2x times f dash of 2x, and this is given to be equal to 0. Are you not seeing something very interesting here? Can you not see the product formula of differentiation getting used? Can you help me with that? I hope most of you must have seen that, sir. Here we all are seeing that here this above expression is the derivative of, have a look at that. First, the derivative of first function, I hope you can see it, f dash minus 2x, or if you even take the negative sign here, I'll just write it first so that you will start seeing it in a more clearer manner. F dash of minus 2x, sorry, f of minus 2x times f of 2x. Now, can you help me? What will you get when you differentiate it? Let's call it first function, second function. So first function as it is, derivative of second function. So f dash of minus 2x when differentiated gives you a minus 2 as well here. Of course, then you have second function as it is, derivative of second function. So there will be a minus because of this minus. I hope you're understanding. So if it is minus and it is plus, if I take minus sign common, it will vanish here and it will become this only. Or rather, if you just push it on the other side, it will become this minus this. Then it will exactly match with what you're asking to have. So can I not say that this expression over here is nothing but derivative of this? If you simply divide it by 2 on both these sides, then you will definitely see it happening over here. So did you get this particular part, that I can directly say this, that this is equal to 0? Now, one more conclusion I'm wanting you to draw. We are following the inverse process here. If the derivative of an expression is 0, that means that expression is constant. That means that expression which is given to you must be constant. So here I am giving you a very basic conclusion that f of minus 2x times f of 2x must be something constant. Can I say so here without any confusion or hesitation? And from here I'll be giving you one more important conclusion, that here what are we told, that f of 0 is 4. So if I replace x by 0 here, if I'm replacing x by 0 here, f of 0, so 4 into 4, 16. So we receive the value of c as 16. Any confusions on that? I hope you all are there. Now from here, what do? I need to solve this particular expression. Let's try and do that. So here, this we are given as, let me write it as I, which we are given as minus 24, 224, of course, dx divided by 4 plus f of 2x. Now, if I apply King's, 24 minus x, so that is 0 minus x. So if x is replaced by 0 minus x, this integral will remain same. So I can write this integral I as minus 24, 224 dx by 4, but this will become f of minus 2x, because x is replaced by 24 minus x, that's 0 minus x. So if x is replaced by 0 minus x, that is minus x, it will become f of minus 2x. Now, why did we do it? Why are we doing this? I hope the process remains simple and saying I plus I will be 2i. So let me do it on the next page here. So I plus I will be 2i on the left hand side. The limits are same. That means they can be clubbed here. Now, this is going to be 1 upon 4 plus f of 2x, 1 upon 4 plus f of 2x plus 1 upon 4 plus f of minus 2x dx. I hope I haven't written anything incorrectly here. Everything is following the process. 4 plus f of minus 2x. Everyone is there with me, listening, watching and understanding. How many of you have cracked this question? Even in the mock, how many of you have attempted this question or did get it right? Now here, let's take the basic LCM here. So it will be 1 by 2 minus 24 to 24. This will give you 4 plus f of minus 2x plus 4. So 4 plus 4 will become how much? Can I write an 8 directly here? What's wrong here? So that 4 plus this 4 will make it 8, and then I'll be having f of minus 2x. I hope you got my point very clearly. Now what I do next is, please pay attention to this data. 4 into 4, that's 16. LCM I'm taking. So 4 into f of minus 2x, that's 4 times f of minus 2x. Then this f of x, this f of 2x into 4, so that is again 4 times f of 2x, and then f of 2x into f of minus 2x. So this is f of 2x into f of minus 2x. Now can you help me with something which I am asking you, that here, does this expression look like something? I hope you have seen something like this, that here f of 2x into f of minus 2x is c, which is 16. So can I replace this particular part here by 16? And 16 plus 16 turns out to be 32. So this expression I'll be writing as minus 24 to 24, where the numerator is 8 plus f of 2x plus f of minus 2x whole divided by 16 plus 16, that's 32, plus 4 times f of 2x plus 4 times f of minus 2x dx. Are you all there, listening, watching and understanding it clearly? Now what do we do? What do we do? Can you help me with the next step here? Are you not seeing 4, 4, 4 can be taken common? So what is the advantage of it? Let's do it first. So when I take 4 common, it becomes 8, it becomes 1, it becomes 1. So this leaves you with an 8 here, and that 4 you have taken common. Can you see something really interesting over here? Can you not see something really simple and decent here? I hope you all must be agreeing that this part and this part are absolutely identical and they can be cancelled. So we are now left with I as 1 by 2. I think 1 by 2 I have missed writing here. So 1 by 2 was already there. With this 4, it becomes 1 by 8. And integration what? Integration of 1 from minus 24 to 24, that you know, and you can crack the answer by yourself. I am not going to tell you the answer from here. Can you not do it by yourself? Do you really think this was a really tough question? Was it not a moderate question? Lengthy it may be, but yes, it was still doable. The only tricky part was cracking this particular part. If you could do it, the rest of the things you have done infinitely many times, I must say. Will you not agree on that? Let's solve the next question. Again, a lot of people, I don't know why, call it unnecessarily very difficult question. This is absolutely not. If you are preparing for IIT-JEE, you must have done a lot of questions which are way better than this question. Have you not done such questions? Now, again, you may want to call it moderate, but I'll again say this is something easy. But yes, if you wish, we can call it moderate. But here, how do we solve this particular one? The basic identity needs to be applied. Let's try and work out S, then we'll solve this second part. I'm still solving or working on this first part here, which is this. I'm just simply working on this part while keeping this thing in mind that theta should remain between 0 to 2 pi. All right. Here, how do I begin with this particular conclusion here? Look at this. 8 square, right? Or rather, this is 8. So 2 sine square theta. We know the basic identity, sine square theta plus cos square theta is 1. So here, this is going to be 8 square sine square theta plus 8 square cos square theta. If I write as 1 minus sine square theta, it will be 8 to the power 2 minus 2 sine square theta. Now, most of you must have understood what are we going to do next. A to the power m minus n, a to the power m upon a to the power n. So I'll be writing it as 8 square upon 8 to the power 2 sine square theta, which we are given as 16. Now, I hope most of you must have clearly understood that here 8 to the power 2 sine square theta I'm assuming as t. So this becomes t plus 8 square is 64 by t is equal to 16. If you multiply it by t on both the sides, it will become t square minus 16t plus 64 is equal to 0, and this clearly looks like a perfect square, a square plus b square minus 2ab, that is t minus 8 whole square. So first of all, we have received t as 8. If we have received t as 8, that means 8 to the power 2 sine square theta is basically 8. So we have cracked 2 sine square theta to be 1, which means sine square theta is 1 by 2. Did you all get that? And from here we have gotten the clarity that sine theta is going to be plus minus 1 by root 2. Are you all there? How many of you have tried this particular question in the mock? I hope you now must be realizing this clearly was not a difficult question here. Now the next task is cracking this particular part, which is definitely not a tough task. Even through the simple basic understanding of graphs also, you could crack this question. Do we know the graph of sine theta? Yes, we all. How do we draw this graph? Sine theta looks like this between 0 to 2 pi, right? Between 0 to 2 pi. Now I need 1 by root 2 and minus 1 by root 2. So I hope you are understanding. I'll be seeing 1 by root 2 somewhere here. I'll be seeing 1 by root 2 somewhere here and minus 1 by root 2 somewhere here. So I'll be getting 4 points. 1 by root 2 we all know is pi by 4. So with the help of symmetry, we can crack that if this solution is pi by 4, this will be pi minus pi by 4. Even if you don't know the general solution formula, you can use basic understanding. So pi minus pi by 4 is what? 3 pi by 4. So this next point over here will be pi plus pi by 4. That is 5 pi by 4. So pi by 4, 3 pi by 4, 5 pi by 4. So next point I hope you all know can be 7 pi by 4, because 7 pi by 4 plus pi by 4 is 2 pi. Everyone with me on this? So these are going to be the 4 solutions or the 4 values of theta. So when you talk about S, this set S is going to contain these 4 points: pi by 4, 3 pi by 4, 5 pi by 4 and 7 pi by 4. Everyone with me on this? Are you all there? Listening, watching and understanding. Can I move ahead from here? Now the next thing which you do from here is that solve this particular part. Now again, this part is not a tough task. Anup Singh is saying I got 53.8 NTA score in ID JEE Mains January. You must be talking about. Is the NTA score in percentile same? For that, Anup Singh, I think we need to see your scorecard. I think score means the marks. Percentile is different. Everything should be mentioned clearly on the sheet which you have received, the result which you have received. On that, it must be very clearly mentioned with the labels, right labels. Here, when you talk about sec, see, NS means what? The number of elements, so that's 4. So if you talk about NS, this value here is going to be 4 without any hesitation. Now summation of theta from S, so pi by 4, 3 pi by 4, these are what you got to take. Pi by 4 plus 2 theta, pi by 4 plus 2 theta. Second cosec, if I take their reciprocals, they'll become what? They'll become 1 upon sine and 1 upon cos. So it will be 1 upon sine of something and cos of something. Now what is that something? That something is pi by 4 plus 2 theta. This is theta. So what will be 2 theta? If this here is theta, 2 theta, I hope you all are understanding very clearly, will be pi by 2, 3 pi by 2, 5 pi by 2 and 7 pi by 2. Now pi by 2, 3 pi by 2, 5 pi by 2 and 7 pi by 2 lie on which axis? Y axis. I hope you know that. So we all know that here, if this is pi by 2, I hope you remember 3 pi by 2 will be here. If this is 5 pi by 2, 7 pi by 2 will be here. I hope you remember all the odd multiples of pi by 2 are here on the y-axis. So when you add this 2 theta is going to be pi by 2 basically. Pi by 2, 3 pi by 2, 5 pi by 2, 7 pi by 2. Their sum is what you got to take. So when you take it as pi by 2, so pi by 2 plus pi by 4, pi by 2 plus pi by 4. So when you do this pi by 2 or 5 pi by 2 plus pi by 4, you are shifted in the first quadrant. So in the you are shifted in the second quadrant. In the second quadrant, sign is positive, and when you do 3 pi by 2 and 7 pi by 2 plus, so when 2 theta is taken as 3 pi by 2 and 7 pi by 2, so 3 pi by 2 plus pi by 4 or 7 pi by 2 plus pi by 4 will push you in the fourth quadrant. So in the fourth quadrant, we know cos is positive. Are you understanding my language? My understanding is pretty simple here. First of all, this angle here is pi by 4. So whether you take sin pi by 4 or cos pi by 4, you'll get the value 1 by root 2. But the point you need to understand is that here, if one of them is positive, other one will be negative. Because in the second quadrant, sin is positive, cos is negative. And in the fourth quadrant, cos is positive, but sin is negative. So anyways, what you need to understand is, when I put 2 theta as pi by 2, I'll get 1 by root 2 into minus 1 by root 2. When I put 2 theta as 3 pi by 2, I'll again get 1 by root 2 into minus 1 by root 2. So I'll keep getting like this, 1 by root 2 into minus 1 by root 2 4 times, because there are 4 elements. Did you understand this? So 4 times I'm getting this. I am not writing this entire expression, I'm just giving the whole value. 1 by root 2, 1 by root 2, but with a negative sign, that is minus 1 by 2. Minus 1 by 2 when pushed up, it becomes minus 2. So you'll have minus 2, minus 2, minus 2. This is going to be that summation. The second part of this question. Are you getting this very clearly? So I hope you have understood minus 2 when added 4 times is minus 8. Minus 8 plus 4 is minus 4. Option C should be the correct answer. Shall I re-explain this part, which I haven't clearly written very clearly, tried explaining to you orally, but did you understand what did we do here, or shall I write all the steps? An intelligent student, a smart student always saves time, and he sees or visualizes a lot of calculation and he skips a lot of calculation. I hope you got it. Can I move ahead from here? With that, let's solve the next question. There should be some basic data here given to you that n is a natural number. Otherwise, it will be tough to solve this question here. Now, the best practice here to solve this question is take n as an even number and as an odd number, because the options are solely dependent on that. So take the value of n as even once and then n as odd, and then you'll get the answer. So when you take n as even, the expression becomes minus 3n plus 1 divided by 4n minus 1. If I take n as odd, it will be minus 3n minus 1 divided by 4n plus 1. Now, I hope everybody clearly must be realizing this, that sir, when n approaches infinity, this constant term does not play any role at all. Have we not discussed the short trick here? The answer is going to be the ratio of the highest degree terms. They both are linear, so minus 3 by 4 will be the answer from here. They both are linear here, so minus 3 by 4 will be the answer here. Option A can be marked correctly. Something really simple and easy. I will not even call it easy. This should be very easy looking at the options. Did you all not get that? Of course, when you talk about this question, easy to moderate, we would have called it because of the length it has introduced. Can we look at the next question? Find the coefficient of x to the power 50 here. A very interesting question. Tell me in the comment box how many of you have attempted this question in the mock. It was something which you should have given it or attempted it in the third pass. First pass, all the easy and doable questions. Second pass, all the doable but lengthy questions. Third pass, all the tough, hard and lengthy questions. So this was, from this mock's perspective, was not, of course, from JEE's perspective, this is again not a very tough question. But from this mock's perspective, this should be attempted in the third pass here. Of course, I'll call it somewhere between easy and moderate, but you may call it moderate because of few things. So first of all, you will be seeing two things. AGP getting introduced here along with basic idea of binomial coefficients. And exactly similar to this question was asked in the January attempt. Now, and this category of questions are definitely asked every year in every shift almost from the binomial theorem. First of all, let's forget this question that this is a question from binomial, and this 1 plus x which I'm seeing constantly, I am taking that 1 plus x as t for a while. So this expression which I'm writing as a summation, let's say s, given by t to the power 1000, I hope you can see it right there, plus this x I'm not touching at all, so this remains x, but this becomes t to the power 999 plus and so on until what? Until this. Let me write one more term so that you get more clarity. This is going to be 3x square t to the power 998 and so on until the last term. The last term is 1001 x to the power 1000. I hope you all got that very clearly. Now, with this, what do we do here? This s, I hope you are clearly seeing an AGP. Why? T to the power 1000, t to the power 999, t to the power 998. With this, x power is getting introduced, increasing 1, 2, 3. So we have cracked the common ratio here. Along with this, AP 1, 2, 3. So this is clearly an AGP. So how do you solve questions based on AGP? You multiply this s by that common ratio of that GP. So here, if I look at that, power of t is reducing, power of x is increasing. So x by t must be the common ratio. So I'll multiply it on both sides by x by t. So it is going to be xs by t, which will make it, I hope you can see it, x by t. So this is x. I hope there is no confusion on that, whatever I'm saying here. So x by t when I multiply here, so I'll just shift it here. So when you multiply it by x by t, so I hope you can see it, t to the power 999 into x will be there. So it will become x t to the power 999. When you multiply this by x by t, it will become t to the power 998 into x square. So this will be 2 x square t to the power 998 and so on. What about the last term? Second last term, let me write. The second last term into t by x will clearly give me 1. I hope there is no confusion on this. Everyone with me on this? 1000 x to the power. Did you all get this part? Power of x is increasing. So this and this, I hope powers are clearly getting same. So with this will be x to the power 1000. But with one more term there, what would be that term? That term will be this into the common ratio, which was x by t. So this will be, I'm writing it here, we are running short of space, so I'm writing it here, 1001 x to the power 1001 divided by t. So this will be the last term because I have shifted all the terms. I totally get that, Anoop. First of all, how to calculate correct percentile, it is mentioned. Both are there, the score and percentile. But rank is not given. It is calculated after the April attempt. So don't worry about that, Anoop. Now, let's get back to this. From this, if I subtract this, I think I'll get the final answer, which is clearly not a tough task. You all must have been doing it. Now, how do we do it? This minus this. So s can be taken common. So it will leave me with 1 minus x by t on the left hand side. But on the right hand side, you'll see something really decent happening over here. How? T to the power 1000. That stays there like this. Plus, here, 2x minus x. That leaves you with x t to the power 999. I hope you must have started seeing something very interesting here. 3x square minus 2x square. That's x square t to the power 998, and when this goes on, you finally get your final answer within seconds. I hope you all are there. Now this is becoming a GP with the last term coming up as x to the power 1000 minus, there is 0 here, minus this is the last term of the second expression. So with that, this is going to be 1001 x to the power 1001 divided by t. Now, okay, sir, when will you bring JEE advanced course? Shreyash, I am having a constant word regarding this with my team, and so far we can say that these mocks are having some decent questions here. You can definitely attempt them. You can watch these solutions. That definitely help you prepare or consolidating them. But right now at this stage, the best I'll suggest is that solve previous year's questions of JEE Advanced, and of course some decent and good questions of JEE Mains as well. I have taken 90.21 percentile. Can I clear advanced? Yes, if you are there, you hold a good chance. So possibility is there. You would be there on that boundary line. So stay hopeful and let's prepare harder or better for the April attempt. That is what you can do at this stage. Now what I'll do next, just give me a second. When you move ahead from here, let me be more careful here. This clearly looks like a GP. This is a GP here. So this expression I'll deal with first. This expression, when you look at, this clearly is giving you a GP. This power of t is getting reduced, power of x is getting increased. So I know the common ratio. All I need is the first term and the number of terms. If you talk about number of terms, that is also there. X to the power 0 is here, x to the power 1000 is here. So the number of terms are 1001. So I think I can write this summation. With this, on the left hand side, it is t minus x upon t. So it is t minus x upon t. T minus x upon t times whole of s is equal to, let's work on this, a into r to the power n minus 1 upon r minus 1. So a is t to the power 1000. So that is t to the power 1000 times r. What is common ratio here? That we have already cracked. Power of t is decreasing, power of x is increasing, x by t. Can you all not see there? So r, that is x by t to the power n, number of terms are 1001 minus 1 divided by r minus 1. So that is x by t minus 1. So this is the final expression minus this 1001 x 1001. So this is 1001 x to the power 1001, I think, divided by t Let me check it. Yes, it is divided by t. Sir, is it solved now? No, have patience. Wait a little. It will be simplified very soon. And yes, then you will be able to get the final answer. How do we do or solve it from here? First of all, t minus x. Can you help me with t minus x from here? I hope you all must be seeing that, sir, t minus x is clearly going to be 1. So when you replace t minus x by 1, it gives you s by t here. Now, let us simplify this first and then I'll solve this. So t to the power 1000, this is going to be t to the power 1001. I hope this is t to the power 1000. Yes. So when you solve this particular part, it is t to the power 1000. This t also comes there in the numerator. So this gives you t to the power 1001 into there it is x to the power 1001 minus t to the power 1001 divided by t to the power 1001, which cancels this, times here you get x minus t by t. That t I have merged here, so it is basically x minus t minus this expression, which is 1001 x to the power 1001 divided by t. I hope this isn't getting confusing and you all are getting it there. I totally get this. This is a lengthy question, but such questions are there in your exam. How do we simplify this? I think we have already cracked it that t minus x is 1. So with that, I'll say x minus t will be minus 1. So if I replace or substitute this particular by minus 1, I will say that this minus and this plus can be done. With one more thing coming into picture, this part and this part are also nullified. With one more thing coming into picture, this t is pushed here. That gives you the final s, which will be t to the power 1002. So t to the power 1002 minus x to the power 1001 into t minus 1001 x to the power 1001 divided by t. Is the question done, sir? No. Few more steps are required. Now what are those steps? Here, now I got to substitute t by 1 plus x so that I can get the complete clarity. So when you substitute or replace t by 1 plus x, can I do it here? So this t I'm replacing by 1 plus x here. So this is 1 plus x to the power this. This is also 1 plus x over here. And this is also 1 plus x, which we don't need, but let me still write it like this. Now let's read the question again. Because while solving the question, we have forgotten the question and we have forgotten what was supposed to be asked or solved. Coefficient of x to the power 50. So now when you talk about coefficient of x to the power 50, I think you can have the coefficient of x to the power 50 from here and here. This definitely would not give you anything from here. So two things will be there, this and this. Everyone with me on this? I hope there is no confusion on that. One more thing is there, if you look at it more closely or clearly, if I push or multiply this 1 plus x with this, 1 into this will be x to the power 1001 and x into this will be x to the power 1002. So of course from here also you wouldn't get anything at all. I repeat, x to the power 1001 into 1, clearly no x to the power 50, x to the power 1001 into x to the power 1002, clearly no x to the power 50. So all what I'm going to get is going to be received from this part only. So that's my matter of concern. And from here, x to the power 50 is what you are interested in. So this will be 1002 C 50. That will be my final answer. Everyone listening and understanding this very clearly. Can I move ahead from here? Are you all there? Can I go ahead from here? Did you all understand this? Now, moving ahead with the next question. I hope you have understood this one. Let's solve this one. A very simple, a very decent, a very sorted and organized one. Again, will you call it moderate? No, I'll call it an easy one. How do we solve this? Let's have or build a better clarity on this. It says fx is given by sine square x plus pi by 3, cos x plus pi by 3. And then g of this and then g of f of x is also given or asked and some data is said to be given. First of all, skip everything and let's focus on simplifying this data. If you could simplify this trigonometric expression, I think your job will be done. That's the tricky part, or rather it is clearly not a tricky part. It is a very basic part. When you start simplifying it, it is sine square x. You cannot do nothing about it. So let's keep it sine square x. I'm simplifying f of x, right? So that f of x is sine square x here. Plus, keep or forget this square aside. Keep this aside. Let's work on sine a plus b, sine x plus pi by 3. So that is going to be sine a cos b. I hope you are listening and understanding. Plus cos a sine b, and this needs to be squared, right? I hope you are getting it more clearly. Plus this cos x stays there like that only, but here again cos a plus b, cos a cos b minus sin a sin b. So that will be cos x cos pi by 3 minus sin x sin pi by 3. Everyone with me on this? I hope I haven't made any error. With that, when I simplify this or when I start simplifying this, what do we get? Can I do a few things here? Cos pi by 3, that is cos 60 degree, that is 1 by 2. I hope there is no confusion on that. So this here I am replacing by 1 by 2. Cos pi by 3 I am replacing by 1 by 2. I hope you all are there. Cos 60, that is sin 30, that is 1 by 2. With this, of course, this will be root 3 by 2. So I'll write it directly here. This I'm replacing by root 3 by 2. Can I do it here only so that we can save some time? Here again it will be 1 by 2. So I'm replacing this cos pi by 3 by 1 by 2. You should also do it. You should directly write it like this only. And this sin pi by 3 will be, of course, root 3 by 2 here. So I'm writing it like this. I hope there is no confusion on that. Now let's simplify it a little further. What do I get when I do that simplification? Sin square x stays like that. This particular part, when you simplify this, what do we get? Let me write this f of x here. So this f of x gives you sin square x, then a plus b whole square, that's a square. So it will be sin square x by 4, I believe so, plus 3 by 4 cos square x, correct me if I'm wrong, then 2ab, right? So it should be 2. Of course, that 2 gets cancelled by one of the two, so it will be root 3 by 2 sin x cos x. Are you all listening and understanding comfortably? With this part coming in picture, I'll say it will be cos square x by 2. Sorry, it's not x by 2, it's cos square x whole by 2. Here also I haven't made that kind of errors. And this will be minus root 3 by 2 sin x cos x. Sir, why are you putting so much efforts in simplifying this? Because that's where the secret of solving this question lies. If you could simplify this expression, you would be in a better position to get the final answer. Why and how? Let's have a look at that. First of all, I will clearly see root 3 by 2 sin x cos x is getting cancelled. One more thing you must have seen, that sin square x by 4, that is 1 plus 1 by 4, that is 5 by 4. 3 by 4 plus 1 by 2, that is how much? 3 by 4 plus, I think, 2 by 4, that is 5 by 4. So 5 by 4 sin square x, 5 by 4 cos square x. 5 by 4 when taken common, sin square x plus cos square x. That leaves you with a 5 by 4. What is the point here? So the point is, we have cracked that f of x is turning out to be 5 by 4. Now what does it mean? When somebody asks you, what is g of f of x? I'll say g of f of x is nothing but it is g of 5 by 4. And 5 by 4 when you put into something, we are already told that is 1. So g of f of x is 1. And based on that, can you not mark the final or the correct option? Can I not say that this is clearly 1, which means option B needs to be marked? Was it really a tough question? Do you not see a basic understanding, basic algebraic understanding was needed to be built on trigonometric functions, and that's how you could get the answer within seconds? Did you all understand this explanation? Can I move ahead from here? Now let's solve the next question, question number 13. A very decent, simple and straightforward question. If you could understand the language of the question, you could crack it in seconds. How? It says A1, A2, A30, 30 are 30 sets having 5 elements. Okay. So let me not read it further. Let me just solve it from here only. If let's say I don't know data further, and if I'm just using this data here, whatever I've read so far, that there are 30 sets and each has 5 elements. So how many elements total will be there? I'll say if there are 30 sets and in each set there are 5 elements, there will be 13 to 5, 150 elements. Everyone with me on this? And similarly, there are B1, B2, B3, Bn. So there are n sets and each of them are having 3 elements. So if there are n sets and each of them has 3 elements, so there are n into 3 elements total. But there is a catch. What is the catch? It says that the summation, that the union, summation means, I'm really sorry, the union Union of all A1, A2, A3, when you take all the elements of A1, A2, A3, when you club them, even when you take all the elements of B1, B2, B3 until Bn, when you club them all, they give you one universal set that they are defining as S. What are they asking you? There comes the most important part. Each element of S belongs to exactly 10 of AIs. If you could understand the meaning of this line, your job is done. Please understand, let's say there is an element in S, but that element was there repeatedly with the 10 of AIs, which means let's say there is an element A, let's say there is an element 1. So that one was there with A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A7, A9, A8, A10. So the calculation which I have done, that 13 to 5, there were total 150 elements, I am clearly wrong. I'll say that if each element was repeating 10 times, so I need to divide the total number of elements by 10. So this should be the total number of elements in S. There should be 13 to 5, 150. But in 150, every element is appearing 10 times, I mean in 10 sets. So that repetition of 10 is happening over here with each element. So that I need to divide this expression by 10. How many of you got this expression 13 to 5 by 10? Why am I doing this? Did you all understand this? Can I move ahead from here? Similarly, they are telling you that exactly 9 of the BJs are there in S. So if I am dividing here it by 10, I am making an error here, that here every element from set S is appearing with 9 of the B's, which means let's say there is an element 2 here. So that is there with B1, B2, B3 until B9. So that is there appearing 9 times. So if I'm saying that the total count is 3n, no, it should be divided by n to get the total number of elements in S. So as per the set A's data, the total number of elements in set S are these. As per the set B's data, the total number of elements in set are these. I think the question is done. So will you really call it a lengthy question? I will definitely not call it a lengthy question. It is an easy question. If you could crack the language, you can call it within seconds. How do we solve this? I think I need not solve it from here. You could tell me the answer. This 30, I hope we are doing this question correctly. There are 30 sets, B with 3, there are 5 here, 10 common, exactly 9. So I think the job is done. Why am I saying so? Because with this coming into picture, this 0, this is 3, this is 3, 9 into 5, 45. So n gives you value as 45. So there are 45 B's. There are 45 B's. Was it a really difficult question? Did you all not get it? Can I move towards the next question from here? If the sides of a triangle are this, this and this, then a line passing through its orthocenter. So imagine there is a triangle first of all. Let's say there is a triangle. Now before you start solving this question, look at the options first. Look at the options first. When you look at the options, 3 of the options look almost similar. 5x plus 2y, 5x plus 2y, 5x plus 2y, which gives me a little bit of hint. What do I mean by that? See, there is a side which is given by x plus y is equal to 2. There is a side which is given by 3x plus 4y is equal to 7. Just give me a second. Let me take a break of 2 minutes. I hope it's muted. Alright, so what were we discussing here? Give me a moment here, students. I was saying that here there is a side x plus y is equals to 2. There is a side 3x plus 4y is equals to 7. And there is the third side which is 2x minus 5y is equal to 8. Now, I hope you remember that there is a line or there is a side 2x minus 5y is equal to 8. So if there is a line which is the altitude to this side, will you not say that, sir, here let me draw a line which is perpendicular to this side? So if you're saying that there is a line which is perpendicular to this line, so how do we write a line? How do we write the equation of a line which is perpendicular to this? I'll be saying that equation of this line will be swap the coefficients of x and y and change one of the signs. So it will be 5x minus 2y plus some other constant is equal to 0. I hope you got that. Can I move ahead from here? Hello, hello, hello. Give me a quick response. I hope I'm clearly audible. Let's resume with this. Just write it in the comment box. Am I clearly audible, students? So from here, all I'm saying is that there is a line 2x minus 5y is equal to 8. And if there is an altitude to it, because we are interested in the orthocenter, the equation of that altitude could be written as 5x plus 2y plus lambda is equal to 0. Are you all there with me on this? Now, why are we discussing this? Because one of the or three of the options have 5x, sorry, this should be 5x plus 2y, I'm really sorry. So, three options are having 5x plus 2y. With that coming into picture, thank you so much, Free. With that coming into picture, all I'm trying to say is that if this is the altitude, so we know that altitude is dropped from the opposite vertex. So can I figure out the opposite vertex by solving these two equations? So here if I multiply it by minus 3, this becomes minus 3x minus 3y is equal to minus 6. This equation is already there, 3x plus 4y is equal to 7. So when you solve these two equations, I hope you are getting y as 1. And when you replace y by 1, here you get x also as 1. So I am getting that this vertex will be 1 comma 1. Let me make this line's equation satisfied by 1 comma 1. So 5 plus 2, that gives you lambda as minus 7. That gives you lambda as minus 7. Which means this altitude here is going to be 5x plus 2y minus 7 is equal to 0. Are we given one of the options as this line? See, one of the ideal or the standard methods could have been that you solve these three lines, figure out the points of intersections, that is the vertices, and then you go for the orthocenter with the slope, the product of the slopes minus 1, and there you find the orthocenter. And then you put orthocenters in all these four options. Whichever option satisfies the coordinates would be the correct answer. That is perfectly a good approach. But apart from that, are you not enjoying this approach? Why did I use this? Because I could see something in the options. So many times, not always you need to follow the standard approach or the ideal approach. Seek help from the options. Options are there to assist you. So if you are a little bit more observant enough, if you could analyze a little bit more, you would be in a better position to figure out a better solution to solve that question instead of using the standard approach. That's where these smart ideas come into picture, and I'll again say this was an easy question. You may call it moderate, but it was somewhere between easy and moderate. Will you all not agree with this? Can I move ahead with the next question here, students? A very simple and decent question here. How do we solve this? Alpha and beta are the roots of this quadratic. They have actually given you the quadratic in a manner that it can be solved within few seconds, within few steps. How? X square sine theta, x sine theta. So I'm taking x sine theta common. So when you take x sine theta common, what are you left with? You're left with x here. I hope you can see it. And you're left with, I hope you can see it, x sine theta I have taken common. So I'm left with minus cos theta. I hope you all are there. With this, I'm left with minus x plus cos theta. So if I'm taking minus 1 common, then I'll be left with x minus cos theta. So I hope you can clearly see the factorization happening over here. Why did I confidently went ahead with this part? Because I could clearly see that sine theta into cos theta and 1 into sine theta cos theta. So product is same. So middle term was already splitted. I need not bother about that. Are you understanding this? So from here, when I go ahead with this, all I can see is that, sir, x sine theta minus 1 is equals to 0, which means x will be 1 by sine theta. 1 by sine theta means what? Cosec theta. That's your first root. Second root is x minus cos theta is equals to 0. So second root will be cos theta. From here, we are told that theta lies between 0 and 45. Even we all know that cos theta is from minus 1 to 1. This is either less than minus 1 or greater than 1. Between 0 to 45, first quadrant, both are positive. So this will be greater than 1. This will be less than 1. So this is greater, this is smaller. So what are we told? Alpha is less than beta. So cos theta should be alpha and cosec theta here should be beta. First of all, give me a quick confirmation. Did you understand this part? Can I move ahead from here? Everyone with me on this. Now they are asking you this relation. Summation can be distributed over addition or subtraction. So here summation alpha to the power n, and here this is summation minus 1 upon minus 1 to the power n upon beta to the power n. Now we know alpha and beta. What is alpha? Alpha is cos theta. So this is summation cos theta to the power n, and this is summation 1 upon beta. What is 1 upon beta? That is 1 upon cosec, and 1 upon cosec is sine. So that is minus 1 to the power n sine theta to the power n. Now I hope you all are clearly realizing that here this is becoming a GP. Why am I saying so? First, when you try n as 0, that will be 1. Then cos theta, cos square theta, cos cube theta, and so on until infinity. So this is a GP with first term 1, common ratio cos theta. Its summation is given by a upon 1 minus r. So cos theta is the common ratio. Did you all get that? Plus here, mind you everyone, when you put n as 0, it will be 1. But when you put n as 1, it will be minus sine theta, then plus sine square theta, then minus sine cube theta. So common ratio is minus sine theta here. So here it will be a, which is 1 upon 1 minus r, but common ratio is minus sine theta. So 1 minus sine theta will give you 1 plus sine theta. Tell me honestly, how many of you got this? And with that, you can mark the correct option, which I need not tell you. Did you all understand this? Was it a really tough question? Will you not say that again, sir, this was something easy? You may call it moderate, but I'll prefer calling it something really simple and easy. Anybody can do it if you know the basics of trigo, the basics of sequence and series, right? With that, moving ahead with the next question here. This question can be done if you are good with the inverse trigonometric functions and its graphs. Now, first of all, let's build the understanding to draw the graphs here. We know sine inverse of sine x is x as long as x is between, I hope you remember, minus pi by 2, pi by 2. But here x is from 0 to pi. So with this, I repeat my part very clearly. I repeat this. We know sine inverse of sine x is x. But there is a constraint that x should lie between what? Minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. I hope you remember that. Similarly, there is one more catch, that cos inverse of cos x is also x. But for that, we know that x should lie between 0 to pi. I hope you remember this very clearly. Now, with that coming into picture, I need to rebuild this piecewise definition here. How? Have a look at that. Here, I'll say that this fx I'll be building as, first of all, I wouldn't hesitate in saying that from 0 to pi by 2, sine inverse of sine x is x. So I wouldn't hesitate in saying that this fx will be x whenever x is from 0 to pi by 2. Did you understand it? Now from pi by 2 to pi, there is some problem. From pi by 2 to pi, there is some problem. I repeat, from pi by 2 to pi, there is some problem. What is that problem? Let's start working on that. Here, let me do some rough work here. I am interested in sine inverse of sine x, but the problem here is that x is there from pi by 2 to pi, right? Now let me subtract pi from all the three sides. Why am I doing so? Have patience, I'll definitely make you understand this. So when I subtract pi from all the three sides, this is how it looks like, which means this becomes minus pi by 2, this becomes x minus pi, and this becomes 0. I repeat, although x was there from pi by 2 to pi, but we know that x minus pi is from minus pi by 2 to 0. That means when I take, now let me talk some more things here. Can you help me with sine pi minus theta? I hope it is in the second quadrant, sine is positive, pi doesn't change the ratio, so that gives you sine A. I'm giving you the very basic idea through which you can draw or sketch the graphs of sine inverse of sine x, cos inverse of cos x and all, so that you can revise this ITF with this 5 minutes and you can clearly see how graphs come into picture from the chapter ITF. So this is what is coming into picture. Now, I am willing to write few different things here. What do I mean by that? Sine inverse of sine x, right? So we know sine pi minus x is sine x. So I can multiply it by negative sign on both these sides. But what I know is sine is an odd function. So if sine is an odd function, I can write this minus here inside and it can be written as sine x minus pi, or basically sine x minus pi is going to be this. I'm taking some very basic steps here. From very scratch, I'm explaining this particular part so that you understand all the nuances, what I'm going to do here. So with this thing coming into picture, I hope you are understanding that here, this minus can be brought here and sine x can be written as minus of sine x minus pi. So sine inverse of sine x I'm writing as sine inverse of sine x, I'm substituting by minus of sine of x minus pi. I hope there is no confusion on that. Sine inverse we know is an odd function. Sine inverse of minus x is minus of sine inverse of x. So this minus I can bring outside. This minus I can bring outside here. Now with this coming into picture, why are we doing all this? Now please have a look at that. Now when we know x is from pi by 2 to pi, x minus pi is from minus pi by 2 to 0. And whenever this argument is from minus pi by 2 to pi by 2, you can directly get sine inverse of sine x as x. That's why we did all this. That's why we did all this. So now, first of all, we are exploring sine inverse of sine x, which we can write as minus of sine inverse of sine x minus pi. So this x minus pi is from minus pi by 2 to 0. So that's where sine inverse of sine are nullified and I'm left with x minus pi, negative of it, which means it becomes pi minus x. Are you getting what I'm trying to explain here? I hope this hasn't gotten confusing and you must have understood the idea, gotten the crystal clear idea. Can I move ahead from here? Now, while I start moving ahead from here, I'll also start drawing the graph. So when you start drawing the graph, what will you say? This is the y-axis, this is the x-axis. Now this is 0, this is pi by 2 and this is pi, and we are going or taking it there till 2 pi. So there I'll be seeing 3 pi by 2. There I'll be seeing 3 pi by 2 and then 2 pi. So this, let's say 3 pi by 2 and this is 2 pi. I hope there is no confusion on that. So from here, first of all, we have already seen that from 0 to pi by 2, this is 0 x. X means what? This goes like this. So this point is here going to be pi by 2. From pi by 2 to pi, this is pi minus x. Pi minus x means what? You put these values. So when you put pi by 2, this is pi minus pi by 2. Pi minus pi by 2 is what? Pi by 2. And at pi, it will be pi minus pi. That's 0. So this graph goes like this. So this is how the graph looks like, but there is an open interval here. So I will not include this point. So far, this is how the graph looks like. Sir, why are you drawing the graph? I am drawing the graph because I want to know the maxima or minima. So graph is the best approach here instead of using AOD. Did you get my point? So from here, now let's come to this particular part. Cos inverse of cos x. Cos inverse of cos x is x whenever x is from 0 to pi. So the problem is I need to again rearrange this whole data here. I repeat, we are simplifying the two remaining parts here, which are saying cos inverse of cos x. But the thing here is the x is from pi to 2 pi. The x is from pi to 2 pi. But we want this argument to be between 0 to pi. So to keep it between 0 to pi, can I subtract pi from both the sides? So when I do that, 0, x minus pi, and that is pi. So x minus pi will be that between 0 to pi. Are you understanding my words very clearly? So from here, let me write few things. Can you help me with cos pi minus x? We all know it is in the first quadrant, so it is negative. Cos is negative. So with that, we know it is going to be minus cos x. Everyone with me on this? So even if I take it as cos pi minus x or cos x minus pi, cos is an even function. I can write it like this. So I could write it like cos. Instead of pi minus x, I could have written it like cos x minus pi as well. So even cos x minus pi will also be minus cos x. Are you getting it? Are you getting it? So with that conclusion, can I say that cos x from here will be minus of cos x minus pi? Now, why are we doing all this? Have patience here. So cos inverse of cos x. So this cos x here, let me write this entire expression here. Cos inverse of cos x, where we know that x is from pi to 2 pi. X is from pi to 2 pi. This is what we are given. So this particular cos x I'm replacing by minus cos x minus pi. I hope I can do that. Why am I doing it? You will realize it very soon. So when you do that, I'm replacing it by minus cos x minus pi here. Everyone with me on this? Now why did I do it? First of all, we know cos inverse of minus of x is pi minus. I repeat, we know one more identity. Cos inverse of minus x is pi minus cos inverse of x. So first of all, cos inverse of minus of this I can replace or substitute by pi minus cos inverse of cos of x minus pi. Everyone listening and understanding this, and I can get rid of this expression now. Now look at this part, x minus pi. when x is from pi to 2 pi, when x is from pi to 2 pi, x minus pi is from 0 to pi. So when x minus pi is from 0 to pi, cos inverse of cos of this is this only, because now this is from 0 to pi. That is what is needed. So this entire expression can now be substituted by x minus pi. This can be substituted by x minus pi over here. So this will be x minus pi. So pi minus minus pi, that's 2 pi, and this will be minus x. So that will be the definition of this function between this. Sir, the plus 2 portions. If someone wants a good percentile in JEE, by when should their syllabus be completed? That's a tough question. I mean, syllabus is never completed. Healthy discontent is prelude for success. What does it mean? That a healthy dissatisfaction is good for you. So how can you get satisfied? The syllabus can never be considered to be completed. But yes, you can formally complete all the chapters theoretically. And in terms of practice, you should begin with scratch. From scratch, of course, if you are terribly bad at subjects or concepts, which you definitely are not, since you are already preparing for the boards, or even if you are a dropper, you must be decently good with all the subjects here right now at this stage. So I think subject will keep on getting completed. You just focus on width and depth. Width means the syllabus, depth means getting into the subjects, getting into the chapters, getting into the topics. And don't say that I am devoting a lot of time on every single topic, on every single chapter. Now do chapters, don't do topics. Rather, I'll say do subjects. So when you are taking mocks, you're doing all the 3 subjects together. While analyzing the mocks, you clearly see that in this subject, with this chapter, with this topic, I am weak at. So let's revise this particular topic. So this time, there is nothing, should be something like, when should the syllabus be completed? I'll say you keep writing the mocks, and after writing the mocks, more time should be devoted and invested in analyzing it. So when you are analyzing a mock, you realize that in which subject, and which topic, at which chapter, you are specifically committing a mistake or conceptual error, silly error, calculation based error, or some better improvement or optimizations you can develop, and there you can see the right ideas coming into picture. Sir, I have a doubt, is the batch goes with advanced and mains or mains only? We are somewhere between mains and advanced. We are not full-fledgedly advanced, as you can see, but we are specifically targeting mains, but we are definitely making you prepare for advanced as well. But this rank booster batch, we are helping you more towards April attempt of JEE mains. Now, but with these concepts coming into picture, this is where you are developing the good foundation for advanced. For advanced, what you need is more practice, better level of practice. That is what we are not doing right now at this stage. We are still focusing on mains right now at this stage. More focused on mains here. 2 pi minus x. So when x is replaced by pi, 2 pi minus pi is pi. So if this is pi by 2, this will be pi. So at pi, it is pi. At 2 pi, it is 0. So this will be drawn like this. So this is going to be the graph of this function. So now when you talk about its minima or maxima, I'll say it has one maxima at pi by 2 and other maxima, local maxima at pi. So it has 2 local maxima. I hope we are very much clear on this. What about JEE 2027 batch? I have just recorded an ad for it. You will very soon start getting details about the batches for 2087. We are coming up with the batches for 11th standard, for 12th standard, for everyone out there. For IT JEE, we are definitely coming out with batches. Very soon you will see the announcements coming there, and you will see things happening there. But the assurance I can give you that yes, we are coming with the batches. Stay there. We are definitely coming up with the batches. So don't worry about this, right? Now, going back to the discussion we are having, I hope you have understood this particular function. Now let's look at this particular part. A very decent, straightforward question. If you could see things clearly, you can crack it right there. Yes, if he knows the date, he must have given you the better idea. But right now, I'm not supposed to reveal everything. But the one assurance which I can profoundly can give you is that yes, we are coming up with batches for 11th, for 12th, for IIT JEE. Yes, don't worry about that. Very soon the announcements will come into picture. The matrix M is given by this. This is the adjoint of that matrix. A and B are real numbers, of course. Then yes, we are also waiting, eagerly waiting to meet you all in those interactive live classes. Yes. And this is what we are asked. So first of all, remember adjoint of M inverse or inverse of adjoint of M are same. So this question basically boils down to the simple fact 2 times adjoint of M inverse or inverse of adjoint of M, both are same. I repeat, either this or 2 times adjoint of M inverse. Did you all get this part particularly? First of all, I hope you have understood this and this are identical. So either I write double of this or double of this, they are same. Now, this is what we are interested in. Can you help me with the basic property that when you find the inverse of a matrix, what you do? What you do is adjoint of A divided by determinant of A. This is what you do, right? This is what you do. So from here, if I were to ask you a very basic idea that here, if I'm asking you to figure out the adjoint of M inverse, don't make it unnecessarily complicated. Don't say that, sir, here adjoint of M inverse is needed to be taken. So M inverse I can write as adjoint of M upon determinant of A. That will make it unnecessarily complicated. So here what I do is I replace A by A inverse. So when I do so, here I'll get one more result. When you replace A inverse by A, basically, so what you get is that A can be written as adjoint of A inverse divided by determinant of A inverse, which means I can take that in the numerator, I can write it as determinant of A times adjoint of A inverse. First of all, tell me how many of you understood this particular statement. Tell me how many of you understood this particular statement, or shall I re-explain this particular part? I will clearly say the simple idea here that here we know that A inverse is adjoint of A. So if let's say A inverse is B, let's say for a while. So if I'm replacing A inverse by B, so there B will be adjoint of B, adjoint of A. So if A inverse is B, A will be B inverse. So this is B inverse divided by A is B inverse. So this is determinant of B inverse. Determinant of B inverse is 1 upon determinant of B. So that goes in the numerator. So this times determinant of B is there. I hope you have gotten it. I hope this is exactly what I've written over here. So adjoint of B inverse can be written as B upon determinant of B. That's what I'm saying. So adjoint of M inverse. I hope there is no confusion on that. That's great, Falcon. That's great, Rohul. That's brilliant. So with this adjoint of M inverse, I repeat my part here so that you keep this notes, keep this formula in your notes. This is B, this is adjoint of B inverse, and this is determinant of B inverse, which is here like this. So let me write it here, B inverse determinant, and there this is 1 upon determinant of B, so there it goes there. So B upon determinant of B. I hope you are understanding it very clearly. 1 upon determinant of B, it goes there, it becomes here. So here it becomes adjoint of B inverse. Are you all there? So with this coming into picture, I'll say that here I'll be writing it as 2 times adjoint of M inverse, I'll be writing as M upon determinant of M. Now what's the problem in solving the question? I think the question is almost solved if I could crack determinant of M. Problem is, if you try to crack determinant of M from here, you might be lured to do so. So the problem here is that we know that this is adjoint of M. I'll tell you what is the wrong path, what you should not do. Let's say this is adjoint of M. So if I take its determinant, because this is clearly matrix, I can take its determinant. So adjoint of M will be equal to determinant of M to the power n minus 1. Order is 3, so it will be 2 minus 1. So I'll not be getting M, I'll be getting determinant of M. And with determinant of, I'll not be getting determinant of M, I'll be getting determinant of M square, and that will give me ambiguity. And they have already given you ambiguous answers. So if you are wanting to proceed with this idea, please don't. I hope you have understood it from the options only. So let me restrict myself or my discussion again to this, that I got to use this M, and then I got to deal with this small a and b, and I'll have to put my efforts in resolving small a and small b. Are you there, listening, understanding, watching it clearly? So now how do I crack small a and small b? I'll say any element you take that will have a and b. So here, how do I crack this? Let's say I take this only, or rather I take this element only. So we know what is happening here. Let's say I am finding the adjoint here. So how do we find adjoint? First of all, let me find the minor, then cofactor, then transpose, so that adjoint comes into picture. I'm doing a lot of things. I'm not writing them. I'm saying a lot of things orally, and I'll be doing a lot of things mentally in air. I'll not be writing a lot here. So that here, when you wish to find the minor of A, it is going to be this getting cancelled. So B minus 6. So B minus 6 will be the minor of A. What will be the cofactor of A? Sir, plus minus plus. So this is the cofactor of A. But please understand, this is the cofactor of A. But when you take its transpose, then adjoint comes into picture. So this A is here, then in transpose that A will come here. A will come here. That means this is the corresponding element there, which should be equal to B minus 6. I hope you are understanding my language very clearly. So B minus 6 should be equated with minus 5, and there we crack B to be 1. Shall I re-explain this part? Did you all get that? Similarly, take any element that will help you in cracking B as well. Sorry, with the help of A we have cracked B, with the help of B let's crack A. Any element you can take that will definitely help you in reaching towards A. How? Have a look at that. To get A, right? To get A, how do I get A? Let me take, now we know that the value of B is 1. Even if we don't know this, let me find the minor of B here. So minor of B here will be 0 minus A. I hope you have understood it. Now we know plus minus plus, minus plus minus, plus minus. So minus of this will be the cofactor here. So this element's corresponding element in its adjoint we are trying to figure out. So if it is here, when you take its transpose, the row will become column, so it will reach here. So this will be this. So A will be 2. Tell me honestly, did you understand this particular part? I haven't done a lot of calculation here. I have done it orally and tried making understand if you know minor, cofactor, and then adjoint by taking the transpose. So through that visualization I have tried giving you so that you don't write much. Now once you have cracked B and A, can you not crack the answer within seconds? Because if you have B and A as 1, 2, I think your job is done. Why? Because now here the matrix M is going to be 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, B, 1. Now, if you have matrix M, you can find its determinant. Once you have found its determinant, you can write that value here and get the answer, because that will be my final answer. Can I move ahead from here? Are you all there? Everybody understood this explanation? Can I get ahead from here? From here, when you solve the next question, this actually has 4 questions. A very lengthy question. Previous question, if I'll say a good question, a decent question, a moderate question, but yes, if you are conceptually good, you will call it an interesting one. Now let's look at this question here. Let's begin with the first statement. I'll simply solve these questions. Matching part you do by yourself. There you put your efforts. I'll solve these all 4 parts so that you understand these concepts, you learn them, and you apply them whenever needed in the examination hall. There are 3 red, 3 blue, 2 white. Let me take a 5 minutes break, then we'll resume. So it is 10 o'clock right now. We'll resume at 10:05. Okay, I'll have some water and then we'll resume. Okay, let's take a 5 minutes break, then we'll resume. Alright students, so let's resume it here. I hope you all can see me, hear me and clearly watch this live analysis resuming. Let's begin with this first question. Has anyone attempted this question? What does it say? Let's read the language here. It simply says you a few things. There are 3 red, 3 blue, 2 white and X green socks in a drawer. If 2 socks are taken at random from the drawer without replacement, the probability that they are of the same color is 2 by 3, the value of X is. I'll simply write the equation so that you get the answer. What is going to be the equation? There are 3 red. So out of these 3, if I have those 2, I think I'll have my favorable case fulfilled. Or out of these 3 blue, if I have those 2, I'll have my favorable case fulfilled. So 3C2 plus 3C2 is 2 times 3C2. And then out of these 2 white, if I have those 2, then my favorable case comes into picture. Or the final case, out of those X green, if I'm having 2 socks, then I'll have my case getting fulfilled. So that is going to be the answer. Favorable case first of all. What about the total number of cases? The total socks. So 3 plus 3, 6 plus 2, 8. 8 plus X. 8 plus X is the total number of socks. Out of this, 2 socks can be chosen in 8 plus X C 2 ways. So that will be the total number of ways. So that's your sample space, favorable case, and it will be the final answer. No, this is not the final answer. This should be equated with 2 by 3 because the probability is 2 by 3. This is what you are given. So I hope from here you can solve this question and get the final answer. I was basically supposed to tell you the approach. You know the idea, you know the shortcut. You can clearly get it. Basically, here you should consider 2 cases. What do I mean by those 2 cases? Case 1, when X is 1. Because when X is 1, you won't have XC2 in the numerator, but you will have 9C2 in the denominator. So with that, you will get an answer. And you will see the possibility whether X can be 1 or not. Second case, which you should consider, is when X is greater than or equal to 2. And in that case, this scenario will come into picture. Did you understand my statement very clearly? So this is how you will solve this particular part. Let's solve the next question. What does it say? A drawer contains a mixture of red socks and blue socks almost. Okay, so there is a correction here. This is not almost, this is at most. At most. At most means maximum 27. Total maximum 27 in all. So there are some red, some blue, which I don't know, but total 27. Okay. If so happens that when 2 socks are selected randomly without replacement, there is a probability of exactly 1 by 2 that both are either red or both are blue. Okay, so total there are how many? Sir, I'll say total there are 27. So let's say there are X red socks and Y red, apart from red there are blue. So there are Y blue socks. Did you understand this statement? What are we told here? Please understand. Total are 27, which means X plus Y will be 27. Are you all there listening, watching and understanding? Did you understand this statement? So from here, what are we seeing here is that I need to select. Now I'm talking about favorable cases first of all. I need to have either both are red or both are blue. So both are red. So either XC2 happens or YC2 happens. 2 are red or both of them are blue. Out of which what? Out of total cases. Total cases means what? Out of total number of socks, which are X plus Y, I take any 2. But total number of socks are actually 27. So it should be 27C2. And this probability we are given to be 1 by 2. This probability we are given to be 1 by 2. Everyone with me on this? Now from here, I'll be solving it further. What are we told? If so happens when the 2 socks are selected randomly without replacement, there is a probability of exactly 1 by 2 that both are red. The largest possible number of red socks in the drawer. So largest possible number of red socks. Okay, let's try and work out that data. Let me simplify this result first of all. So this result is going to be XC2, that is going to be X minus 1 divided by 2 plus YC2, that will be Y minus 1 divided by 2 is equal to 1 by 2 into 27C2, that is 26 divided by what? 2 into 1. Are you understanding it comfortably? But the problem is X plus Y is not equal to 27. X plus Y is said to be at most 27. That inequality is there in picture. So instead of having 27 here, I should be taking it as X plus Y C2. Here also, I should be simplifying or expanding it with X plus Y. So with X plus Y C2 coming into picture, I'll have X plus Y, then X plus Y minus 1 whole divided by 2 Everyone understood this explanation? Can I go ahead from here? I think one thing which you all must be clearly seeing is that this 2 and 2 are cancelled. Now let's simplify this. So x into x, can I write this part here? So x becomes x square minus x there, plus you have y square minus y there. On the right hand side, what you get is x into x plus y minus 1 gives you x square. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there is 2 as well. So I got to multiply this entire expression by 2 here. I'll do that later, but let me write this part first here. X square plus what? Xy. X square plus xy minus x. Similarly, when you multiply this entire expression by y, it gives you xy plus y square minus y. Xy plus y square minus y. I hope you all are listening and understanding. With this data coming into picture, let me simplify this a little so that we can finally reach to a conclusion, some conclusion here. So this becomes 2x square, right? Then you have 2y square. Then you have minus 2x minus 2y is equal to what? Is equal to, you have an x square here, a y square here, a minus x here, minus y square, and plus 2xy there. Now let me rewrite this. What do I achieve from this? Let me rewrite this. And where do I rewrite this? Let me use this particular space. So 2x square minus x square is x square, 2y square minus y square is y square, and I bring this minus 2xy here, so it becomes minus 2xy. And there minus 2x makes it plus x plus y, so this makes it plus x plus y. So what do I get? I get a very important result. X minus y whole square is equal to x plus y. Correct me if I'm wrong. X minus y whole square is equal to x plus y. I repeat, what do we get? X minus y whole square is equal to x plus y. Now we know that maximum number of socks are 27, which means x plus y is always less than equal to 27. So with that coming into picture, I'll say that this is less than equal to 27. That means this whole square should also be less than equal to 27, but this is a perfect square. So if it is a perfect square, so this value could be either 25 or 16 or 9, or what can you say, perfect square, right? So apart from this, I think it can be 4 or 1. 1 it cannot be, otherwise x and y both will become equal. I will talk about this possibility as well, right? Now, how do I begin with this part? So when x minus y square becomes 25, 16, 9, 4 or 1, in that case I'll say x minus 1. The difference I'm saying could be either 5 or what, 4 or 3 or 2 or 1. I hope you all are there. Now I want the difference, the value of x to be maximum. That's the question. The red socks are maximum, the largest possible number. So let's go with the options 15 and 2, and the other options are 35, 10, right? Rational value cannot be there 1 by 7. So 35, 10 and 15, let me try. I hope we all must have agreed on this, that it cannot be 35. Because x plus y, I need to ensure 27. So if x plus y, they are natural numbers. So sum is 27. That means these numbers are somewhere between less than 27. So it cannot reach 35. I hope you're understanding. Because 35 plus something will be greater than 27. But it can be maximum 27. So 35 cannot be my answer. Can I try 15? If I try 15, then for 15 minus 10, it is satisfying the value. My answer is there. I need not go further. I need not make cases, because if I assume x as 15, my answer is fulfilled, because if y is 10, the job is done, because 15 plus 10 is 25, which is still less than 27. So my case is fulfilled. I've gotten the answer. So the maximum possible value as per the data or as per the options is going to be 15. Did you understand the whole solution? Can I move ahead from here? Everyone understanding how are we solving these questions based on the data given to us. Now moving ahead with this, let's solve the next question. Two different numbers are taken from the set 0 to 9. Whole numbers are there. Probability that their sum and difference. Had they told you difference only, then the approach would have been different. The approach which is required to be solved from a question asked from JEE Mains this year. What happened here? Give me a moment here, students. I think there is something wrong. How do I fix this? I think it has gotten changed into a different mode. So let me get back to this. I hope it's visible now. Give me a quick confirmation. Let me see it on the live screen as well. Coming back to, just give me a confirmation. Are you all able to see this particular part on the screen? Now, With this, I'm saying is that if the difference is there, then there would have been a different approach. The different approach means there you would say that the kind of approach which is required to solve a question which was asked in January attempt in this JEE. But there they are concerned about sum as well as difference. So when somebody says that sum as well as difference both should be divisible by 3, the only choice you have is that you could take either 0, 3, 6 or 9. Because with these 4 numbers only, when you either add them or difference them, you will get a multiple of 3. That means it will be divisible by 3. So when you say the probability, right? Probability means what? Total cases. So out of these 10 numbers, 2 numbers can be chosen in 10C2 ways. That's the sample space. But favorable numbers are there, which are 4. So out of these 4 numbers, if I choose any 2 numbers, I'll get the sum or difference to be divisible by 3. So that's my answer. Now, I need not tell you how do you find 4C2 and 10C2. That you can do. Compare it with X by 15 and get the answer. That I am not doing. I'm just making you understand the concepts and how do you think. The thinking is what I'm trying to develop here. Now, second question, the next question, the final question from this. These are basically 4 questions here actually. So this question says, a key to room number 103 is dropped into a jar with 6 other keys. So there are total 7 keys now, right? With this, the jar is thoroughly mixed. Keys are randomly drawn from the jar without replacement until the key to room 103 is chosen. Then the probability of getting room 103 on the second try. So how many keys are there? 7. So I should fail in the first attempt. So out of 7 keys, 1 will be the correct key and 6 will be the wrong keys. If you're getting it. So in first attempt, I should fail. So 6 by 7, 6C1 upon 7C1. 6 are wrong keys upon 7 total cases. And in the second attempt, I should succeed. So succeeding means what? I hope without replacement, they are saying without replacement. Without replacement means what? I hope you're understanding. They are not replacing it. So once you have taken the key out, you're not replacing it inside. So then you're left with 6 keys inside. So with that, you will have 1 by 6 here. So that will give you 1 by 7 is the answer. Everyone with me on this? Can I move ahead from here? Let's solve the next question, question number 19. Here, all I'm suggesting here is, let's assume this determinant 1, matrix 1, 3, minus 4, 7 as A. Can you help me with its inverse? Before I find its inverse, can you help me with its adjoint? You will say, sir, its adjoint is going to be, I hope you remember it very clearly, that 1 and 7 are to be swapped. For 2 by 2, there is a short technique. And you just change the sign here, so it will be 4 and 3. 4 and minus 3. Now do one more thing, that take its determinant. This is the adjoint of A divided by determinant of A will be inverse of A. So its determinant will be 7 plus 12. That is 19. So if I divide all of these terms by 19, I'll have this here, which is going to be nothing but A inverse. So I think the question given to us has been solved now within seconds. Why am I saying so? Because if you look at the data, this is 1, 5, this is 1, 5, then you have this as A square, this is A inverse to the power 4, then this is again A square, and then this is your x square minus 5x plus 5 and minus 3 in the second row, and that is given as minus 4. So basic matrix arrangement or understanding if you have, you can crack this question. Why? Because now this A inverse to the power 4 I could clearly write as A inverse square and A inverse square. So this becomes I, this becomes I, it doesn't matter, it behaves like 1 for matrices. So this into this is needed to be done. This is your row, this is your column, can you not do it? 1 into that will be x square minus 5x plus 5 plus 5 into 3, that's minus 15, should be equal to minus 4, because equality of matrices can be applied here. Are you all listening, watching and understanding? Can you not solve this quadratic? And once you solve this quadratic, I think 2 minus alpha and 2 minus beta will be something really simple. You can split it or factorize it as x minus alpha into x minus beta. There you replace x by 2 and mark the correct answer. Shall I solve it further? Was it not something really easy? You could crack it if you were aware of some basics. Don't straight away get started with this, that let's find this square, then power 4, then do this. Then also you'll get this only. But again, that will be amazingly time consuming. So be more observant. Once you start observing more, you will crack questions within seconds. Next question. Again, I'll say this is something really easy and simple. If you know the concept, you can crack it within seconds. The curve y is equals to a to the power x. Can you help me with its dy by dx? You will say a to the power x ln a. Do you remember its derivative? The curve y. So here its dy by dx is going to be b to the power x ln b. I hope you understood it. Now, can you help me with their graphs? You would say that, sir, a to the power x looks like this with a greater than 1 and b to the power x also looks like this, depending on a and b, of course. But what I can clearly deduce is that all of them intersect at 0, 1. So point of intersection is going to be 0, 1. Point of intersection is going to be 0, 1. So if I find dy by dx at 0, 1, a to the power 0 is 1, so that gives you ln a. If I find dy by dx of this curve at 0, 1, that will be b to the power 0 ln b, that is ln b. I hope everyone is with me on this so far. There is no confusion on that data. Now, what are we told? They are telling you that the curve, this and this are intersecting at an angle. Nahi, it should be at an right angle. So there is a typing error here. This should have been a right angle here. So if they are intersecting at right angle, which means what? This is your M1 and this is your M2. I hope you are understanding the slope of tangent here, the slope of tangent here. But this angle, of course, it does not look like a right angle, but they are telling you that this angle over here is pi by 2. Sir, can we do it by BPT? AAA. I did not get it. How will you do it by BPT or AAA? At this stage, suggest me, enlighten me more. I mean, how will you do it by BPT and AAA? Yes, I understood it. Now, tell me, how will you do it? From here, all I'm saying is that here at this stage, the basic idea is going to be really simple. This is right angle. So I hope M1 into M2 is going to be minus 1. I'm really sorry. This is not a right angle. I'm really sorry. The question is absolutely correct. They are asking you the angle. So this theta is what they are asking you. So we know tan theta is given by M1 minus M2 upon 1 plus M1 M2. So M1 minus M2 means what? ln A minus ln B upon 1 plus M1 M2. 1 plus ln A ln B. I think that should match with one of the options, option B. Did you all understand this? Shall I move towards the next question with that? A species has an initial population 4 to the power 10. At the end of the first day, the population increases by 50%, and by the second day, it decreases by 50%. So I hope you remember, when something increases by 50%, it means 1.5 times it happens. But when something decreases by 50%, it decreases or it gets halved. So let's say initially the population is 4 to the power 10, and if it is getting increased by 50%, it should be multiplied by 3 by 2. But if it is getting decreased by 50%, it is getting halved, so it should be multiplied by 1 by 2. So in 2 days, this is what is happening. Sir, it's not BPT and AAA of geometry, it's shortcut maths, such and such told. Great. If there is something like that, definitely use this. Definitely use this inside the RED. That's great. And do tell me what is that method. I'll definitely look for it. That's brilliant. If you're aware of it, that's great. But this phenomena keeps on happening. So let's say this process continues in the same pattern, and 5x is the number of days it is requiring here. So all I'm saying is that here this is a group of 2 days. Now this is happening again, which means 3 by 2 into 1 by 2 happens again for the next 2 days, and then again it increases by 50%, and then on the second day decreases by 50%. So this keeps on happening. How many times? 5x by 2 times, because I'm making groups of them. I hope you are understanding it. And then finally the population becomes 3 to the power 10. I hope you are there. So with this, groups are there. How many groups are there? 5x by 2 groups are there. I hope you are understanding it. Total 5x days are there, but 2 days I have clubbed. So with that, I think we'll get the answer within seconds now. Why? Because here, this is 3 by 2 into 1 by 2, that is 3 by 4 to the power 5x by 2 should be equal to 3 by 4 to the power 10. And from here, I need not tell you, you can simply compare 5x by 2 with 10 and you can get the value of x, which is not a tough task. Everyone with me on this? Can I move ahead from here? Did you all understand this solution? Are you all watching, listening and understanding it? With this coming into picture, let's solve the next question. What does it say? The mean and variance. Every single shift they have been asking a question from statistics, and a very simple, decent, standard, short question were asked from this chapter. How are we going to solve it? Can you help me with the idea by the time I'm finishing this. The logic is really simple here, students. The mean and variance of 7 observations are 8 and 16. So mean means what? X bar we are given. We can write the formula summation x by n. When you talk about variance, I'll write that later, but when you talk about this, 7 observations is 8, right? So the mean here is going to be 8. So summation x is going to be 8 by 7. So I hope you are understanding summation x is going to be 56. Comfortably understanding this. Now what about variance? When you talk about variance, this is given to be 16, right? Mean and variance. So variance is given to be 16, but this is given by summation x square by n minus mean square. I hope you remember that, summation x by n whole square. You know the formula. With this coming into picture, can I simplify this as 16 is there as 16, summation x square, that is what we are trying to figure out here, by n. What is n here? N is basically the number of observations, that is 7, minus x bar, that is how much? Observation is 8, so 8 square is 64. So with this you will get summation x square, that is going to be how much? 16 plus 64, how much is it? 64 plus 6, tell me, 70, 80, 80 into 7, 560 I think so. So that is going to be summation x square. Now why did I crack this? Now let's start dealing with the data given in the question. If one observation 14 is omitted, A and B are respectively mean and variance of remaining 6 observations. Now please understand, there is an observation which is 14 which is omitted. With that, the new mean will be summation of those 7 observations minus 14 divided by number of observations which are 6. So I think 56 was the sum. So 56 minus 14 by 6 you can do by yourself and get the correct answer or final answer, which is not a tough task. Can you do it by yourself so that you can find the value of A? Now, how do we find B? B is the new variance. So for the new variance, I hope the job is really simple. Summation x square was 560. So summation x square was 560, but the new summation x square will be that 14 square needs to be subtracted because that 14 square is added there. So that 14 square I'll subtract from here. So that is summation x square, the new summation x square, divided by n, which is the new number of observations, 1 less than previous one, 6, minus new x bar, which is your A, which you have already calculated, which is going to be what? 52 minus 10, 42, that is 7. So 7 square, I hope from here you can calculate B. So you'll have A, you will have B, you can mark the correct option, which is not what I'm going to do. But I hope you have understood the approach. Very basic, decent, standard questions are going to be asked. And that's what they have been doing in this January attempt. Look at this question. Consider a circle. So there is a circle first of all. Great. And this circle has a center, of course. Let its mirror image in the line. So there is a straight line. Okay. So there is a straight line. Let's call this the straight line is having its mirror image, right? So let me plot its mirror image like this. So let's say this is going to be that mirror image. I hope you're comfortably understanding it. And when I introduce the concept of mirror image, I think a lot of things get sorted here. How? Have a look at that here. This is that circle, this is the other circle. But first of all, let's simplify this, right? The line is given by 2x minus y plus 1 is equal to 0. Now, two things are going to stay there. True. What are them? The image of the center of this circle with respect to this line will be yes. I hope you are getting it. And second thing, the radii, the radius which you'll find from here and the radius which you'll find from here will be same. With this, I'll get two equations. I'll solve them and get the answer. So approach, I hope you have understood. Again, I wouldn't say that this is something really tough or moderate. This is easy. Calculation wise, it could be lengthy. Even when you talk about the previous questions, I'll say this was easy, not tough at all. Even with the previous ones, this was easy, absolutely doable. Even when you talk about this, absolutely easy, I'll say very easy, terribly easy. Even with the previous one, yes, easy, we have already marked these ones. So I'll resume with this particular question which we are discussing now. So here, when you look at this circle, it is having its center as negative half of these, which is going to be 2, 1. Comfortably understanding this. So when you talk about its radius is going to be 4, that is 4 plus 1 here. I hope you are understanding it, or rather shall I use some other method? I think I should avoid talking about radius right now. Let's find its mirror so that we can find f and g. I'll talk about that radius, but let's focus on this. 2, 1 is there. Can I find the mirror image of 2, 1 with respect to this? I hope. Let's assume that image to be h, k. Now that h, k will be what? Let me divide this entire equation by 5 first. So when this equation C2 is written in a better format, it gives you what? X square plus y square minus 2fx minus 2gy plus 36 by 5 is equal to 0. Did you understand this statement completely and comfortably? I repeat, 5 when divides it, x square y square minus 2fx minus 2gy plus 36 by 5 is equal to 0. Great. So negative half of these will be the mirror images, which means f and g. So this I can take directly as f and g so that I can find f and g. So with this we know the concept for the mirror image. F minus 2 divided by this 2 should be equal to g minus 1. G minus 1 divided by minus 1 should be equal to mirror image we are taking. We are not taking the feet. That means minus 2 times power of this point with respect to this line, 2 into 2, that's 4. Then minus 1 plus 1 divided by a square plus b square. So 2 square 4 plus 1, that's 5. So from here you can find g and f. I think once you have found g and f, the job is done. The job is done. I'll show you how and why. So here this will be 4 by 5. So that will be minus 8 by 5. So can I write that minus 8 by 5 here? Right? It will be minus 8 by 5. So when you compare it with this, very terrible data, amazingly terrible data this is. Minus 16 by 5, I'm not going to do all the calculation here. Minus 16 by 5 plus 2 will be the value of f. And from here you can crack g. G is going to be what? 8 by 5 plus 1. So 8 by 5 plus 1 will be the value of g. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. So you can crack f and g from here. This is going to be what? 5 into 2, 10. So that should be minus 6 by 5. And this is 8 plus 5, that's 13 by 5. Now why did we crack G and F? Now we have gotten the mirror image, right? The center. Once I have cracked the center, I think I can crack R. Why am I saying so? Because R is going to be the radius. So radius of C1 and C2 both is going to be same because they are the mirror images. Are you listening and understanding? Everyone, all the participants. So with that coming into picture, I think we have cracked the radius, because radius R is going to be under root f square plus g square, or g square plus f square, whatever you wish to call it, minus c, and c is minus 36 by 5 plus 36 by 5. So that will give you the answer, which you can do by yourself. 6 by 5 whole square plus 13 by 5 whole square minus 36 by 5. You do it by yourself and you get the value of r. You will get the radius. Now, how do we crack the value of alpha? That is also something really simple. Because for alpha, the radius from here would be what? Radius from here will be 4 plus 1 minus. When this is brought here, it becomes minus of alpha minus 5. So when you subtract it, it becomes plus alpha minus 5. So that is going to be the radius. So this is 5 minus 5. So that is root alpha is equal to r. Root alpha is equal to r. That means alpha is r square. So when somebody says alpha plus r is needed to be brought, you need to find r square plus r. R you can find from here. You just replace f and g here. You will get r. You do its square. So r square plus r, you can find out by yourself and mark the correct option. Did you understand the solution? Can I move ahead from here? The next question. Let's have a look at its solution. How do we solve this particular one? G dash x, gx, 2x e to the power minus x. What I'll do first of all is I'll multiply both the sides by e to the power x. So when I do so, it becomes e to the power x, g dash x, I'm writing it as dy by dx, plus e to the power x, gx, gx I'm substituting by y, I hope it's fine if I do so, is equal to 2x, e to the power minus x into the power x becomes 1, and this 1 plus gx e to the power x I'll multiply here to this, that makes it 1 plus y e to the power x. Give me a quick confirmation. Did you understand this part? Everyone with me on this, whatever I've done on this? Give me a quick confirmation. All I did was g dash x dy by dx into e to the power x into y, 2x e to the power minus x into the power x, that is to the power x, 2x basically, and this gets multiplied here. So 1 plus y e to the power x. So I have rewritten it in this format. Everyone with me on this? Did you get that part? Can I move ahead from here, students? Now here, basic arrangement, basic exact differential equation I'm trying to make here. So this 1 plus y e to the power x I keep like this. I write this into exact differential equation form where I write it like e to the power x dy plus e to the power x dx y, or rather I'll write it as y e to the power x dx is equal to 2x dx. I hope I can do that. Leibniz coefficients, Newton-Leibniz coefficients are there. They are flexible in nature, so I can do them or treat them like this. And here, I hope you can see the best thing happening over here is exact differential equation coming into picture. So variable separable form, homogeneous or linear differential equation, nothing like that is getting or needed to be used. You can see exact differential equation coming into picture and you crack it within seconds. What do I mean by that? Can you not see? If this is a function, this is the derivative of it. When you use exact differential equation, 1 plus y to the power x, this is 0. So y, derivative of y is dy, e to the power x as it is, plus y as it is, the derivative of e to the power x is e to the power x dx. I hope you are understanding it. So if I take it as t, this is dt. I hope you are understanding it. So if I use integration on both sides, I think you are understanding. This is t, this is dt. So t dt is t square by 2. T square by 2 means what? 1 plus y e to the power x t square by 2 is equal to, that is going to be 2x square by 2. So that's x square plus c. From here, any child can solve this question. G dash 0 is given as 1. I hope from there you can find g of minus 1 by e. That I'm not going to teach you. My job was to make you understand how do you solve it with the help of exact differential equations within seconds. Again, this was easy. You may call it moderate because if you are aware of it, you can crack it within seconds. So knowing such exact differential equations takes time. I totally get that. Moving towards the final question for the day. Yes, the final question for the day. Such questions are deliberately, consistently and repeatedly asked by JEE Mains, and that's where we are discussing this question. We are told determinant of A is given as 2, perfectly fine. How do we solve this particular part? Let's work on that data. Few properties I'll be hoping that you are aware of. This part, I need to take its determinant. So determinant of adjoint of 2 times adjoint of 2a inverse is needed to be taken. So one bracket here, second bracket here, and this is given as 2 to the power 84, which I'll use later. Few things I'll start saying that I hope you are aware of, that adjoint of a when I take, it is always, when determinant of adjoint of a is taken, that is always determinant of a to the power n minus 1. Everyone comfortably understanding this? So when I use this particular data, what I do here is, give me a second students, what I do from here is that adjoint of this matrix. So when I remove this adjoint, what I get is 2 times adjoint of 2a inverse raised to the power n minus 1. So order is not defined, so I'll write n minus 1 here. Any confusions on that? From here, now we know one more property, Ka, the determinant of Ka, K is a scalar, A is a matrix of order n, is given by K to the power n determinant of A. I hope you know this property. So when I apply this particular property, I'll be seeing this as converting into 2 to the power n, 2 being scalar coming out, but that comes out with this power n minus 1 because that is also a power. So this should be raised to whole power n minus 1, comfortably understanding it, times adjoint of 2a inverse whole raised to the power n minus 1. Did you understand this entire part comfortably without any confusion? Can I move ahead from here? Now let's look at the next step. Again, I'd like to use the same data, adjoint of a matrix. Adjoint of a matrix. So I hope you're understanding it. Yogesh, we are going to announce it very soon. We have recorded the advertisements. We are going to launch it very soon. All the details will come out very soon. I'm not supposed to reveal this detail right now at this stage, but what I can assure you of is that we are launching the batches for 11th standard, 12th standard in JEE Pure English definitely very soon. Very soon you will get the details. Every single detail you'll be getting. So coming back to the discussion we were having here, what was I discussing? I was saying determinant of adjoint of A is determinant of A to the power n minus 1. So here adjoint of this, I can write this as 2 to the power, of course, n times n minus 1. This I'll keep as I keep it written like this, intact. But here it will be determinant of 2a inverse raised to the power n minus 1 to the power n minus 1. That is what? N minus 1 whole raised to the power n minus 1. That is n minus 1 into n minus 1. This n minus 1 is already there. But when you remove this adjoint, one more n minus 1 comes into picture. So n minus 1 whole raised to the power n minus 1. That means n minus 1 into n minus 1. So that is n minus 1 square. Everyone with me on this? From here again, what I do is I will now take this particular 2 out. So when you take this 2 out, to take this 2 out, two things will be coming into picture. First of all, 2 to the power n. So here this 2 to the power n times n minus 1 is already there. One more 2 coming into picture. 2 to the power n, because of the order of a is n, and then this n minus 1 square. So this will be 2 to the power n, and this will come with this power, which is what? N minus 1 square. I hope this is not getting confusing at all. With one more thing, that is a inverse determinant raised to the power n minus 1 square. Now we know very basic thing, that a inverse determinant is 1 upon determinant of a. Do you remember that? So with this coming into picture, I think I am very much close to the final answer, which gives you 2 to the power n times n minus 1 into 2 to the power this raised to the power this, which means what? N times n minus 1 whole square, and this is 1 upon 2 to the power n minus 1 whole square. So this will be 1 upon 2 to the power n minus 1 whole square, because a inverse is there. So this will become 1 upon determinant of a. Now it's simply a matter of simplifying these powers and comparing it with this 2 to the power 84. So now where do I do it so that I don't make any mistake? First of all, the best thing you could have done is that here I'll do it in a better manner so that no confusion gets formed here. This is going to be 2 to the power n minus 1. They are getting multiplied, so this should be added, this should be subtracted. So overall, what will be happening here is 2 to the power, what are going to be the powers? N minus 1. So this n minus 1 is there. This should be added. This should be added to n minus 1 whole square. N minus 1 whole square, and this power n minus 1 whole square should be subtracted. So this power n minus 1 whole square should be subtracted, and this is given as 2 to the power 84. Now my job is simplify this and equate it with 84. Use hit and trial because it will be cubic basically, and get the answer. I'll say hit and trial should be the best approach, but I hope you will do it from here. The idea is really simple. Even if you ask me to do a few more steps, n minus 1, n minus 1, n minus 1 is common. So I'll take n minus 1 first of all common. So I'll be left with n here. I'll be left with n into n minus 1 here, and I'll be left with n minus 1 here. And that is equal to 84. When you simplify it further, it should be n minus 1. This should be n square minus n plus 1 should be 84. With this coming into picture, I think you will have n minus 1 here. This will be n square. This n and this n are cancelled. So this is minus n plus 1. So one of the factorized form is already, sorry, this is not 0, this is 84 actually. So you got to use hit and trial. Don't start multiplying this n minus 1 here. Try n is 1. Of course, it is not satisfying. 2, 3, 4, 5. You check it with certain values. You'll definitely get the answer. So I hope you have understood the whole idea. How should you solve this category of questions? The complete crystal clear understanding you must have built of the JEE mock 4 analysis from the rank booster batch, which we are bringing for you for the April attempt of JEE Mains. With that, we'll definitely give you the PDF notes. Stay tuned. You can follow our WhatsApp channel. There you are getting all the updates. The link to everything is given in the description. With that, let's call it a day. Thank you so much. You have been a great audience. Thank you so much, everyone.